Section 1 of The San Francisco Earthquake and Fire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. The San Francisco Earthquake and Fire as reported in the newspapers of that city. Items from the Call-Chronicle-Examiner of Thursday, April 19, 1906. Earthquake and Fire. San Francisco in ruins. Death and destruction have been the fate of San Francisco. Shaken by a temblor at 5:13 o'clock yesterday morning, the shock lasting 48 seconds, and scourged by flames that raged diametrically in all directions, the city is a mass of smoldering ruins. At 6 o'clock last evening, the flames, seemingly playing with increased vigor, threatened to destroy such sections as their fury had spared during the earlier portion of the day. Building their path in a triangular circuit from the start in the early morning, they jockeyed as the day waned, left the business section, which they had entirely devastated, and skipped in a dozen directions to the residence portions. As night fell, they had made their way over into the North Beach section, and springing anew to the south, they reached out along the shipping section, down the bay shore, over the hills, and across toward 3rd and Townsend streets. Warehouses, wholesale houses, and manufacturing concerns fell in their path. This completed the destruction of the entire district known as south of Market Street. How far they are reaching to the south, across the channel, cannot be told, as this part of the city is shut off from San Francisco papers. After darkness, thousands of the homeless were making their way, with their blankets and scant provisions, to Golden Gate Park and the beach, to find shelter. Those in the homes on the hills just north of the Hayes Valley wrecked section piled their belongings in the streets, and express wagons and automobiles were hauling the things away to the sparsely settled regions. Everybody in San Francisco is prepared to leave the city, for the belief is firm that San Francisco will be totally destroyed. Downtown, everything is ruin. Not a business house stands. Theaters are crumbled into heaps. Factories and commission houses lie smoldering on their former sites. All of the newspaper plants have been rendered useless. The Call and the Examiner buildings, excluding the Call's editorial rooms on Stevenson Street, being entirely destroyed. It is estimated that the loss in San Francisco will reach from $150 million to $200 million. These figures are in the rough, and nothing can be told until partial accounting is taken. On every side there was death and suffering yesterday. Hundreds were injured, either burned, crushed, or struck by falling pieces from the buildings, and 1 of 10 died while on the operating table at Mechanics' Pavilion, improvised as a hospital for the comfort and care of 300 of the injured. The number of dead is not known, but it is estimated that at least 500 met their death in the horror. At 9 o'clock, under a special message from President Roosevelt, the city was placed under martial law. Hundreds of troops patrolled the streets and drove the crowds back, while hundreds more were set at work assisting the fire and police departments. The strictest orders were issued, and in true military spirit the soldiers obeyed. During the afternoon, 3 thieves met their death by rifle bullets while at work in the ruins. The curious were driven back at the breasts of the horses that the cavalrymen rode, and all the crowds were forced from the level district to the hilly section beyond to the north. The water supply was entirely cut off, and maybe it was just as well, for the lines of fire department would have been absolutely useless at any stage. Assistant Chief Doherty supervised the work of his men, and early in the morning it was seen that the only possible chance to save the city lay in effort to check the flames by the use of dynamite. During the day, a blast could be heard in any direction at intervals of only a few minutes, and buildings not destroyed by fire were blown to atoms; but through the gaps made the flames jumped, and although the failures of the heroic efforts of the police, firemen, and soldiers were at times sickening, the work was continued with a desperation that will live as one of the features of the terrible disaster. Men worked like fiends to combat the laughing, roaring, onrushing fire demon. No hope left for safety of any buildings. San Francisco seems doomed to entire destruction. With a lapse in the raging of the flames just before dark, the hope was raised that with the use of tons of dynamite the course of the fire might be checked and confined to the triangular sections it had cut out for its path. But on the Barbary coast the fire broke out anew, and as night closed in the flames were eating their way into parts untouched in their ravages during the day. To the south and the north they spread, down to the docks and out into the residence section in and to the north of Hayes Valley. By 6 o'clock practically all of St. Ignatius's great buildings were no more. They had been leveled to the fiery heap that marked what was once the metropolis of the West. The first of the big structures to go to ruin was the Call building, the famous skyscraper. At 11 o'clock the big 18-story building was a furnace. Flames leaped from every window and shot skyward from the circular windows in the dome. In less than 2 hours nothing remained but the tall skeleton. By 5 o'clock the Palace Hotel was in ruins. The old hostelry, famous the world over, withstood the siege until the last, and although dynamite was used in frequent blasts to drive the fire away from the swept section toward Mission Street, they made their way to the point of the hotel until the old place began to crumble away in the blaze. The City Hall is a complete wreck. The entire part of the building from Larkin Street down City Hall Avenue to Leavenworth, down from the top of the dome to the steps, is ruined. The colossal pillars supporting the arches at the entrance fell into the avenue far out across the car tracks, and the thousands of tons of bricks and debris that followed them piled into a mountainous heap. The west wing sagged and crumbled, caving into a shapeless mass. At the last every vestige of stone was swept away by the shock, and the building laid bare nearly to its McAllister Street side. Only a shell remained to the north, and the huge steel frame stood gaping until the fire that swept from the Hayes Valley set the debris ablaze and hid the structure in a cloud of smoke. Every document of the city government is destroyed. Nothing remains but a ghastly part of the once beautiful structure. It will be necessary to entirely rebuild the hall. Mechanics' Pavilion, covering an entire block, went before the flames in a quarter of an hour, the big wooden structure burning like tinder, and in less time than it takes to write it was flat upon the ground. The flames had come from the west, this time fanned by a lively wind. Down from Hayes Valley they swooped, destroying residences in entire rows, sending to cinders the business houses, and leaping the gaps caused by the dynamiting of homes. They had stolen their way out from the Mission while a dense crowd blocked that street. So quickly did they make their way to the north of Market that their approach was not noticed. When it was realized that the danger had come to this particular residence section, the police and the cavalry drove the crowd back in haste to the north and out of harm's way. Down Hayes Street, playing the cross streets, coming on like a demon, the fire swept over St. Ignatius Church, leveled barns and houses, and, as if accomplishing a purpose long desired, blazed down to the front of the Mechanics' Pavilion. Only shortly before, the patients in this crude hospital had been removed to other hospitals in outlying districts. From the big shed the flames spread to the north, east, south, and west, everywhere. Confusion reigned. Women fainted, and men fought their way into the adjoining apartment houses to rescue something from destruction, anything, if only enough to cover their wives and their babies when the cold of the night came on. There was a scene that made big, brave men cry. There were the weeping tots in their mothers' arms, wailing with fear of the awful calamity; salesmen and soldiers fighting to get the women out of harm's way through the crowd; heroic dashes in the ambulances and the patrol wagons after the sick and injured, and willing men, powerless as the mouse in the clutch of the lion, ready to fight the destroyer, but driven back step by step while their homes went down before them. It was when the terrible shock of the first big rumbler was passing off that San Franciscans, sent scurrying into the streets in their night clothes, turned to the east and south and first saw the pillars of flame that have bred such wicked destruction. Down in the wholesale district, south of the cable, and along through the section facing the city's front, the flames appeared. Fire shot into the air from every corner. Before the first alarm was sent in, the fire was beyond control. The city was beyond saving, from the time that the first blaze broke toward the heavens. Gradually the flames stole along Mission and Howard streets, and then rapidly they made their way from building to building until 7th Street was reached. Out into the warehouse district, bounded by Sansome on the west and the Bay on the north and east, they went, and such structures as the Wellman Peck Building and the Tillman Bendel Building were made into whitened walls, left tottering in the breeze that was blowing. Everywhere were scenes of horror. People rushed frantically through the streets, looking for missing relatives, and rescue parties were formed to go into the burning blocks to save life. Here and there the grim-faced men dug out the unfortunates who had gone down into the shapeless piles of debris when the big shock came. Man fought to save man, and many times did the sickened crowds turn away as they saw the rescuers driven back by the flames that reached down through the ruins to claim their victims. Steadily the fire found its way into the uptown retail districts. From the south and east, the south side of Market was attacked. One by one the familiar buildings went down. Levi Strauss & Company, Zellerbach & Company, Holbrook, Merrill & Stetson, Hicks Judd Company, D.N.&E. Walters, W.W. Montague, the Donahue Estate Building, Uhl Brothers, the Bancroft Building, all the places that have made the San Francisco business district. Every one of them went. They can't be enumerated. The work of the fire demon was too complete to make that necessary. From Mission to Market and east to 9th, the many-storied structures were gutted. True, many of these places had crumbled when the earth shook, but evidence of this was removed in the path of the flames. From 2nd to 3rd Streets, Market Street held its own until late in the afternoon. The Call building was ablaze, but the Examiner building, the Palace Hotel, the Grand, and other structures toward 2nd Street stood. 2 attempts were made to dynamite the new Monadnock building when it was seen that the Hearst structure was doomed. And slowly came the blaze from Mission Street just below 3rd, sweeping everything before it and igniting the Examiner Annex. Then the main building took fire, and by 2 o'clock only the 3rd Street wall was standing. Later the Palace took fire in the rear, and the flames made quick progress to Market Street. By 5 o'clock Colonel Kirkpatrick's famous hotel was no more. The Grand went at the same time, and in a few minutes the flames had Market Street again. At Sansome they combined with the fire on the north side of the street, but the changeable winds kept the fire back from the buildings extending from this point to Kearny Street. At 7 o'clock the entire region lying just back of the Hall of Justice was on fire. The dynamite did no good. From the Fairmount Hotel now could be seen the gigantic semicircle of flame, extending from the Mission at about 13th Street down through the entire southern end of the city proper, along the Channel, over the hill, along the waterfront, through the wholesale district, and over onto Barbary Coast. At 9 o'clock the Crocker-Woolworth Bank building was on fire at the Gore. Across from it is the railroad building and Masonic Temple. Only a row of small buildings separate it from the Chronicle building. Then the fire fighters prepared for the thing they hoped would not happen. It was certain that the fire would spread northward, and join the inferno near the Hall of Justice. Dynamite was placed in the Hall of Justice to be sent into the air at the signal. The flames on Lower Kearney Street had gained the office buildings on the west side of the street. This means the doom of Chinatown. Thousands on thousands of Celestials scurried over Nob Hill to safety. Blow buildings up to check flames. The dynamiting of buildings in the track of the fire to stay the progress of the flames was in charge of John Birmingham, Jr., Superintendent of the California Powder Works. Several experienced men from the powder works, assisted by policemen and members of the fire department, did the hazardous work of blowing up the buildings. They were raised in sets of threes, but the open spaces where the shattered buildings fell were quickly turned into holocausts of flame. The work was most effective in the business blocks east of Kearney Street. Whole city is ablaze. At 10 o'clock last night the Occidental Hotel was destroyed by the flames which swept unchecked across Montgomery Street and attacked the block bounded by Montgomery, Butter, Bush, and Kearney. The new Merchants Exchange building was a mass of flames from basement to tower. The Union Trust building and Crocker-Woolworth Bank were both ablaze, and the Chronicle building and other buildings in that block were threatened by the flames. Shortly after 10 o'clock the fire had eaten its way southward from Portsmouth Square to Kearney and California Streets. The entire section fronting the west side of Kearney Street seemed doomed. All the building adjoining the Hall of Justice were ablaze, and the firemen were striving to save the structure by using dynamite. It is almost a certainty that every building contained in the section bounded by Clay, Kearney, Market, and East Streets will be consumed. The flames had eaten their way westward in the residence section as far as Gough Street. There, by dynamiting blocks after blocks, the firemen succeeded in checking the devouring element. Church of St. Ignatius is destroyed. The magnificent church and college of St. Ignatius, on the northwest corner of Van Ness Avenue and Hayes Street, represents in its destruction a material loss of over $1 million. The actual cost of the great building was over $900,000, but during the years which have elapsed since its erection, the church has been enriched by paintings and frescoes which were priceless. Some of them were works of art which can never be replaced, however willing those interested in the church might be to meet any expense in the effort. Mayor confers with military and citizens. At 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon, 50 representative citizens of San Francisco met the mayor, the chief of police, and the United States military authorities in the police office in the basement of the Hall of Justice. They had been summoned thither by Mayor Schmitz early in the forenoon, the fearful possibilities of the situation having forced themselves upon him immediately after the shock of earthquake in the morning, and the news which at once reached him of the completeness of the disaster. He lost no time in making out a list of citizens from whom to seek advice and assistance, and in summoning them to the conference. It was called at the Hall of Justice, as virtually the first news which reached the mayor regarding the extent of the disaster was that of the ruin of City Hall. He did not realize that even while the conference was going on, cornices would be crashing down and windows falling in fragments in the Hall of Justice also, and that before sunset desperate efforts would be made to blow the structure up, in the vain endeavor by this means to check the advance of the flames in the northern section of the downtown district. All, or nearly all, of the citizens summoned to the conference responded. Among these, promptly on hand, were Hartley and Herbert Law, capitalists; the brothers McGee, of Thomas McGee and Sons, real estate men; J. Downey Harvey of the Ocean Shore Railway Company, ex-Mayor James D. Phelan, Garrett McInerney, the prominent attorney, ex-Judge C. W. Slack, W. H. Leary, manager of the Tivoli Opera House, J. T. Howell of Baldwin and Howell, real estate men, former city attorney Franklin K. Lane, also many others. No time was lost at the meeting, and almost the first words spoken by the mayor breathed strongly of the grimness of the disaster and its accompaniments. "Let it be given out," said the mayor sternly, "that 3 men have already been shot down without mercy for looting. Let it be also understood that the order has been given to all soldiers and policemen to do likewise without hesitation in the cases of any and all miscreants who may seek to take advantage of the city's awful misfortune. I will ask the chief of police and the representatives of the federal military authorities here present if I do not echo their sentiments in this." The uniformed officials to whom the mayor turned as he spoke signified their acquiescence, and Chief Dinnan stated also that he would undertake the distribution throughout the city of printed proclamations making public the order. Then the mayor told those present of what had already been done to lighten the effects of the disaster. For one thing, he had secured 2,400 tents, which were already in process of erection in Jefferson Square, Golden Gate Park, and on the Presidio grounds, for the accommodation of the homeless. Garrett McInerney moved, and the large number of other prominent citizens present unanimously voted, that the mayor be authorized to draw checks for any amount for the relief of the suffering, all of the gentlemen present pledging themselves to make such checks good. Ex-Mayor Phelan was appointed chairman of a relief finance committee, with full authority to select his associates. The mayor announced that orders had already been given forbidding the burning of either gas or electric currents, even where possible. During the fire, citizens must get along with other light, as no chances could be taken of a renewed outbreak of flames. Police Chief Dinnan stated that he had also instructed his men to announce all over the city that no fires were to be lighted in stoves or grates anywhere, lest the chimneys should be defective as a result of the earthquake. Then the statement was made that expressmen were charging $30 a load to haul goods, a rate which was prohibitive to poor people. The announcement provoked great indignation, and an immediate order from Mayor Schmitz, in which Dinnan heartily concurred. "Tell your men," said the mayor, "to seize the wagons of all such would-be extortionists, and make use of them for the public good. The question of recompense will be seen to later." Then a further notice was ordered distributed as widely as possible throughout the city, instructing all householders to remain at home at night for the protection of their families and property during the continuance of the trouble and excitement. It was at this point that the explosion of a heavy charge of dynamite, used in blowing up a building a block away, brought glass and cornice work in the Hall of Justice crashing down. At once W. H. Leary and J. Downey Harvey urged that the mayor, at least, immediately remove from the building. "Your life is too valuable, Mayor," said Mr. Harvey, "at this dreadful juncture for any unnecessary risk to be taken." To this all present conceded, and a few moments later an adjournment was taken to the center of Portsmouth Square, across Kearny Street. There, in close and dangerous proximity to a great pile of dynamite, brought thither to be used for the necessary destruction of buildings, the mayor and his officials continued for some time longer to discuss the situation. When they finally separated, it was with the agreement to meet again this morning at 10 o'clock at the Fairmont. Party issues proclamation. Oakland, April 18th. Governor Pardee tonight issued a proclamation declaring tomorrow, Thursday, a legal holiday, and that all business be suspended throughout the State. This followed a conference held by the Governor with Mayor Mott, Lieutenant J. Anderson of the Adjutant General's staff, and Judge Henry Melvin at the Mayor's office. Governor Pardee said he had sent Lieutenant Anderson to San Francisco to investigate conditions. The governor came to Oakland as quickly as possible, in order to be in touch at the nearest point with which he could keep in communication with San Francisco. Buildings are all ruined. Fire Chief Nick Ball and Fire Warden McDonald are making a tour of the city of Oakland, condemning all buildings damaged by the earthquake and left in a menacing condition. The tower of the First Baptist Church has been ordered torn down, and other structures throughout the city have also been placed under the official ban. Effects heroic rescue. The disaster brought forth hundreds of heroic deeds. About the only persons in the awake when the trembler occurred were the mechanical workers of the newspapers, policemen, and saloon men. Among the heroes were Emil Dengel, foreman of the Examiner's stereotyping department, and several of his men. After the first crash, and upon their escape from the building, they were passing Crumb's Café when they heard cries for help coming from beneath the debris of the place. Dengel rushed out to a passing hose cart, seized an axe, and with his great strength began chopping a hole through the structure to release its captive inmates. A woman's voice kept saying from beneath the ruins, "I'm all right. Hurry and get me out." The imprisoned people, Crum, the proprietor, his wife, and a waiter, were finally released, but none too soon, for 20 minutes later flames consumed the fallen structure. Later Dengel caught a vandal looting the body of a dead man, and upon Dengel seizing him, the fellow turned and made a vicious cut at Dengel with a keyhole saw. He was finally overpowered and arrested by the police. Newspaper Row is gutted. The Examiner and Call buildings gave the inferno of flame that swept up from the district south of Market Street a stubborn fight, and prevented the fire from sweeping up Kearny Street. The two buildings burned slowly and held out for hours, only to be finally gutted. When the Winchester Hotel crumbled into ruins at 11 o'clock, the café in the top of the 20-story Call building began spouting fire. At that time Market Street as far as 7th Street was burning as a single block from the Bohemian Café. As the fire burned out in the top stories of the Call, it descended and turned the building into a fountain of flame. At 12 o'clock the annex of the Hearst building took fire, and a half an hour later the rear wall fell. Shortly afterwards the fire appeared through the frieze on the 7th floor, where the editorial rooms were located, but it was 3 o'clock before the windows of the lower floors began to belch flames. The fire burned out gradually, and the building remained standing, completely gutted. At 4 o'clock the ground floor of the Call building began to burn again with redoubled fury, but the building stood amid the surrounding ruins, a denuded frame of blackened stone. End of section 1. Section 2 of The San Francisco Earthquake and Fire, as reported in the newspapers of that city. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Items from the Call-Chronicle-Examiner of Thursday, April 19th, 1906. Entire city of San Francisco in danger of being annihilated. Big business buildings already consumed by fire and dynamite. 30,000 smaller structures swept out and remainder are doomed. Panic-stricken people flee. San Francisco, April 18th. This city lies in smoldering ruins, and total annihilation seems to be its fate. The magnificent business district lying between the water's edge and 10th Street, and even still farther west, is destroyed, and there is scarcely any hope of saving but a few of the magnificent skyscrapers that have been erected during the last 10 years. 30,000 houses were either partially or wholly destroyed by earthquake, and the subsequent fire, which started in 100 different places simultaneously, has swept the city from one end to the other. Hundreds of buildings are burning without any effort being made to check the fire. By tonight it is estimated that there will be 150,000 homeless people. Number of dead. The number of the dead cannot be roughly estimated. 100 bodies about have been recovered, but hundreds perished miserably in the broken down wooden houses along the waterfront, in the Mission, and along Market Street. Falling walls pinned many victims fast, and they were compelled to suffer untold agonies while the fiery flames crept toward them. Some believe that the number of deaths will reach the appalling figure of 5,000, but from the number of bodies thus far recovered, that figure may be excessive. People in panic. The entire city presents a scene of indescribable confusion. The fire zone is so large that it takes 2½ hours to go around it. Every automobile vehicle and wagon in the city was pressed into service as ambulances. Mayor Schmidt appointed 3,000 or more special policemen. It is estimated that aside from the regular fire department, there were 25,000 firefighters. Marvelous deeds of heroism are reported on all sides. There were many thrilling rescues. The deeds of valor performed by the firemen and police would fill a volume. The Mechanics' Pavilion was early this morning turned into a hospital for the city injured, and a resting place for the unfortunate dead. Every physician and nurse in the city volunteered their services. Shortly after noon, the flames hedged the pavilion about, and the injured and dead were removed, in wagons, automobiles, to the Presidio, the Children's Hospital, and other hospitals. Market Street, at the two extremes of the fire, and all the intervening streets, are practically under martial law. Mayor Schmitz, to prevent disorder, ordered all of the saloons closed. There were but few cases of theft reported. The Call building is already destroyed utterly, and it is probable that the Examiner building and the Chronicle building also will be destroyed. The Emporium is reduced to ashes, as is the Flood building. The magnificent new store of Hale Brothers was dynamited in an effort to stop the progress of the flames, which burned with the same uncontrollable intensity that was manifested in the Baltimore fire. City Hall gone. The City Hall is a grand mass of ruins. It is totally destroyed. The surrounding streets are choken with the debris. Several other buildings were destroyed as the huge building tottered to its destruction. In all, 150 of San Francisco's best buildings have been destroyed, and probably 20,000 others. Stops clocks. The earthquake which did such terrific damage occurred at 5:16 o'clock precisely. The clock on the dome of the Ferry Building stopped precisely at that time. The Ferry Building itself was cracked and split, but is still in a safe condition. 20 or more wharves and the buildings on them collapsed utterly along the waterfront. Steamer sunk. The steamer San Pablo was struck and sunk by a huge girder which fell on it. How many lives were lost is not known. Some of the crew are missing, but owing to the great confusion, nothing definite could be ascertained. Another vessel is reported to have been sunk by the walls of a building falling on it. The name of the vessel is not known. After the demolition had been accomplished by the earthquake, fires in 20 places started up along the waterfront. It is assumed that the twistings and turnings of the earth broke the electric wires and caused the fires to break out. Many alarms. In 20 minutes' time, alarms to the number of several hundred had been turned in. The fire department responded, but the extent of the conflagration made the streams of water poured on them seem like toy streams. On the waterfront, the hose was connected with the bay and a fair showing made. Owing to the fact that the mains of the Spring Valley Water Company were broken by the earthquake during the early progress of the fire, nothing could be done to stay the hungry blaze. Buildings dynamited. More than 100 buildings were dynamited, with hope that the fire could be kept within a certain district. In the business district at Sansome and Bush streets, the flames are supposed to be under control. 20 buildings were dynamited in this district. Mains broken. The mains of the Spring Valley were broken at this point, and flooded the tenements. Many of the victims were pinned in the basements by falling walls, and had no recourse but to await their fate by drowning. One of the particularly sad features of the catastrophe was the drowning of a score or more persons in the Mission. Apparently the earthquake was more violent at this point than anywhere else in the city. Depressions of 10 feet were made. 750 are treated. San Francisco, April 18th. Up to 2:30 this afternoon, more than 750 persons who were seriously injured by the earthquake and the fire had been treated at the various hospitals throughout the city. The proportion of dead is not as large as it might be expected. Only 20 of those admitted to the hospitals have died since their admission. Dead in street. San Francisco, April 18th. The front of the Bailey and Lacoste building on Clay near Montgomery fell in. 3 men and 7 horses were killed, and were still lying there at 9 o'clock. Captain Gleason of the police department was seriously injured at noon today by the falling of tiling. Big fire in Mission. San Francisco, April 18th. A great fire is raging in the Mission district, and is utterly beyond control. Before night it is estimated that in this particular section of the city 50,000 persons will be homeless. Residences burning. San Francisco, April 18th. An intense fire broke out late this afternoon immediately west of the Mechanics' Pavilion, threatening to destroy one of the most thickly populated residence districts of the city. As there were no fire apparatus on hand, the flames are raging unchecked. Ruins 20 companies. San Francisco, April 18th. From the present appearance of things, it is probable that 20 or more insurance companies will be ruined. The managers of the larger companies are of the opinion that they will be able to meet the losses. In any event, all of the insurance companies doing business in this city have been hit a staggering blow, from the effects of which many will never recover. San Francisco, April 18th. The United States bonded warehouse where liquor is stored before the duties are collected is destroyed. Emporium in ruins. San Francisco, April 18th. The Emporium is a mass of ruins, with nothing but the walls of this magnificent store standing. The buildings immediately adjoining it are doomed to destruction. Dynamite buildings. San Francisco, April 18th. At 2:30 o'clock this afternoon, the firemen are dynamiting one of the most important structures on Market Street. Buildings in the vicinity of the United States Mint and the United States Post Office were blown up in the hope that they would be saved. Both of them are in grave danger, and, while standing the shock of the earthquake, will probably fall victims of the uncontrollable conflagration raging in that vicinity. Doctors' bravery. San Francisco, April 18th. Dr. McGinty of the Central Emergency Hospital, while attempting to rescue some persons who had been buried by the falling wall, was himself pinned to the ground by additional debris that fell. He was rescued, and insisted on resuming his duties of attending to the wounded and injured. Fateful building. San Francisco, April 18th. The scene at the Mechanics' Pavilion, during the early hours of the morning, and up until noon, when all of the injured and dead were removed because of the threatened destruction of the building by fire, was one of indescribable sadness. Sisters, brothers, wives, and sweethearts searched eagerly for some missing dear ones. Thousands of persons hurriedly went through the building, inspecting the cots on which the sufferers lay. in the hope that they would locate some loved one that was missing. The dead were placed in one portion of the building, and the remainder was devoted to hospital purposes. After the fire forced the nurses in positions to desert the building, the eager crowds followed them to the Presidio and Children's Hospital, where they renewed their search for missing relatives. Without a newspaper. San Francisco, April 18th. The buildings occupied by the San Francisco Post and the San Francisco Bulletin are threatened with fire, and may be consumed. This will leave the city without a single daily newspaper. Damage $1 billion. San Francisco, April 18th. Market Street, which has been the pride of San Francisco since 1849, is simply one black mass of ruin. It is estimated that up to the present time the fire and earthquake have done at least $150 million worth of damage to this thoroughfare alone. The damage to the entire city will probably aggregate $1 billion. There is, however, no accurate means whereby the loss can be ascertained. Theaters ruined. All of San Francisco's best playhouses, including the Majestic, Columbia, and Grand Opera House, are a mass of ruins. The earthquake demolished them for all practical purposes, and at the present time it appears the fire will complete the work of demolition. The Rialto and Casserly buildings were burned to the ground, as was everything in that district. The Terminal Hotel at the foot of Market Street fell this morning, and buried 20 persons under the debris. These were incinerated, and there is no possibility of learning their identity. Narrow escape. San Francisco, April 18th. The stereotypers and pressmen of the Examiner and Call, as soon as the temblor was felt, rushed out of their buildings and found that the coffee house at Stevenson and Third Street had collapsed. They immediately set to work with axes and anything in the way of an implement they could arm themselves with, and set to work to rescue those inside. Mr. and Mrs. Crum, the proprietor and his wife, and a waiter whose name is unknown, were rescued from the building and taken from under the debris unharmed. San Francisco, April 18th. Every government conveyance is pressed into service, and is used in hauling explosives from the Presidio for the blowing up of buildings in the center of the city. Loss is $200 million. Heartbreaking scenes at the Pavilion. The immense Mechanics' Pavilion, the former scene of many pleasures and sports, was utilized as a huge morgue and hospital, and soon its space was filled with dead, dying, and injured, and its vaulted ceiling echoed their cries and groans. Fully 300 persons were treated. Doctors and nurses by the score hurried to the scene and volunteered their much-needed aid. Drug stores were broken into for medical supplies, and the department stores ransacked for pillows and mattresses for the injured. The scenes and cries were fearful to behold and hear. The operating tables were filled all the time. Infants were brought in their mothers' arms, burned and bleeding. Men and women had been caught by falling walls and horribly mangled, in many cases the broken bones protruding through the flesh. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the flames, which had been gradually creeping nearer and nearer to this improvised hospital, finally reached it. Dr. Charles Miller, chief surgeon of the emergency hospital, immediately ordered all patients removed. Every sort of vehicle was pressed into service, and the dead and injured removed. The wounded were taken to Golden Gate Park, for there was no other haven of refuge not in the danger zone, and were laid upon the grass. Many were taken into nearby houses by kind-hearted people and cared for. At the Harbor Hospital, fully 100 injured persons had been treated up to 10 o'clock in the morning. Upon the receipt of the news of the disaster, torpedo boats and tugs loaded with Navy and Army doctors, nurses, and sailors were dispatched from the Mare Island Navy Yard and Goat Island, and rendered great aid to the injured in the Harbor Hospital. Never was there such a scene in San Francisco as there was in the Mechanics' Pavilion yesterday. Too much praise cannot be given the doctors and the nurses who gave their aid to the injured. Their work was beyond praise. As assistants to Dr. Miller, Drs. Pinkham, Herzog, Tillman, Retch, Goodale, and 50 or more volunteers performed the surgical work. And the nurses, well, their efforts will long be remembered. Young women from the hospitals, graduates in the nurses' homes, neighbor women, and those who drove to the door of the Mechanics' Pavilion in their private automobiles, all took a hand in the work. Catholic sisters worked by the side of Salvation Army lasses, and the priests and ministers made their way among the cots, giving the comfort of their cloth. Mayor Mott of Oakland sends message. The following message was sent last evening to Mayor Schmitz by Mayor Frank K. Mott of Oakland. Oakland, April 18th. Hon. E. Schmitz, Mayor of San Francisco. Large committee formed tonight, ready to go to San Francisco and render whatever assistance you need in caring for the injured and helpless. Los Angeles has wired me offering similar help. Let me know at once and will act immediately. Frank K. Mott, Mayor. End of section 2. Section 3 of The San Francisco Earthquake and Fire, as reported in the newspapers of that city. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Items from the Call-Chronicle-Examiner of Thursday, April 19th, 1906. 5 killed in Oakland Theater. Oakland, April 18th. The earthquake shock began in Oakland at 5:14 a.m., lasting 28 seconds, in which time nearly all the principal business buildings were badly damaged. 5 people were hurled to death in the ruins of the Empire Theater building, and scarcely a residence in the city escaped without more or less damage. Those who met death amid the ruins of the theater were Otto Witcher, 45 years of age, Amelia Witcher, 13 years of age, Louis Marney, 25 years old, and his wife, aged 25 years, and an unidentified man. J.P. Judge, a locomotive engineer, died from heart failure caused by shock and excitement. All were caught by the falling walls of the building and were buried beneath tons of brick and broken timbers. The bodies were removed from the ruins by the firemen and were removed to the morgue. The buildings which suffered most from the terrific shock were the Physicians Building on Washington Street, between 12th and 13th Streets, the entire front of the upper floor being torn away and hurled into the street below; the Central Bank Building, the walls of both corners fronting on Broadway being wrecked; the First Baptist Church, a handsome stone building at Telegraph Avenue and Hobart Street, was so badly wrecked that it will have to be torn down; a 3-story building on 13th Street between Broadway and Washington Streets, a complete wreck; the building occupied by the Crane Company at 13th and Webster Streets; St. Francis de Sales Church, one wall of which was torn loose from the building; St. Mary's College, and the First Unitarian Church. Not a brick or stone building in the city escaped damage, in most cases a part of the walls of the upper stories being torn away and thrown into the streets. At the corner of 11th and Clay Streets, a bakery wagon was caught by the falling debris, being reduced to kindling wood, and the horse killed. Awful as is the damage to this city, however, it is nothing compared to the appalling calamity which has overtaken San Francisco, and the people of Oakland are thankful that the horrors of fire were not added to those of the earthquake. Owing to the fact that the entire telephone and telegraph system has been rendered temporarily useless, it is impossible to secure details as to the amount of damage done in the interior of the county. The newly erected magnesite plant at Fruitvale has been entirely wrecked, and a number of other buildings more or less damaged. Among the Oakland and East Oakland waterfront, a number of warehouses and wharves have been partly demolished and will have to be rebuilt. At Niles, large boulders dislodged from the hill and crashed through the pipeline of the Spring Valley Water Company, and the flood of water released from the Big Main washed out the tracks of the Southern Pacific Company, delaying trains for several hours and helping to cripple the water supply of stricken San Francisco. A number of buildings in Niles were badly damaged. At Centerville, the entire front wall of the Centerville Bank collapsed, and other buildings were damaged. Berkeley escaped with little damage, a few chimneys being thrown down, and the walls of some of the brick buildings slightly damaged. Not one of the buildings on the University of California was affected by the shock. The Southern Pacific sheds and the coal bunkers at Long Wharf collapsed into the bay, carrying with them thousands of tons of coal. Another heavy shock was felt at Martinez at 6 o'clock tonight, which still further wrecked the already tottering buildings, and should there be any further disturbance, many of them will collapse. The damage already done by the earthquake is estimated at $50,000. Martial law is declared. After a conference between Schmitz and Chief of Police Dienen, San Francisco was placed under martial law at 9 o'clock yesterday morning. All the troops at the Presidio were rushed to the city, and mounted couriers were sent out to notify commanding officers of nearby garrisons that the Federal troops were needed in the stricken city. In less than an hour, more than 2,000 regular soldiers were patrolling the streets under orders to shoot thieves and vandals on sight. Mounted men drove back the frantic crowds by riding into the press of people, and many were injured in trying to escape from the riders. Disorderly throngs rushing over the fire lines called for quick and effective methods in handling the jam of people. Many acts of vandalism were committed, and during the excitement crooks looted countless damaged stores and office buildings. Colonel Morris, commanding officer of the Presidio, is in command of the troops guarding the city, and Major Brown is in command of the Artillery Division, comprising the 1st, 9th, and 24th Light Batteries, mounted troops, and 5 companies of heavy artillery, dismounted. One troop of the 14th Cavalry is acting as mounted couriers. The 22nd Infantry arrived at noon from Fort McDowell. Drafts of troops were sent from Alcatraz and Angel Islands. More than 5,000 regular soldiers, in addition to the militia, police, and special officers, kept order in the city last night. San Jose is ruined. Passengers arriving on trains from other cities in California bring tales of death and disaster from nearly all of them. The loss of life and property in San Jose was great, it being estimated that nearly 50 people were killed and many more injured. The Vendome Hotel Annex was badly wrecked, between 10 and 15 people being killed there. The St. Francis Hotel there was badly damaged, one aged woman being killed. Hiram Bailey sustained internal injuries. Dr. DeCrow was killed and his wife badly injured. Every business building in the city was demolished to such an extent that nearly all will have to be torn down. The post office building was half demolished. The front of the new courthouse fell into the street, and the entire building is a wreck. The First Presbyterian Church is completely demolished. Martial law has been declared, the state militia guarding property together with 500 special deputies. From Santa Cruz, Monterey, Gilroy, and Hollister come reports that all of these cities have been completely wrecked, the damage at Hollister being greatest, even all of the frame residences at the place being razed to the ground. The death list at Santa Cruz is reported to be very large. All of the Stanford University buildings at Palo Alto, with one exception, are reported demolished. No loss of life has been reported from there. The State Insane Asylum at Agnew is reported demolished. the superintendent and his wife being killed, and 17 nurses injured. 200 inmates of the asylum escaped and are roaming over the countryside. The military academy at Warren was partly demolished, and the students are making every effort to get away from there. Message comes to Pardee from Roosevelt. Oakland, April 18th. Early this morning, Governor Pardee received the following message from President Roosevelt. It was difficult to credit the news of the calamity that had befallen San Francisco. I feel the greatest concern for you and the people not only of San Francisco, but of California in the terrible disaster. You will let me know if there is anything that the government can do. Theodore Roosevelt. Governor Pardee also received telegrams of sympathy and offering help from the governors of Louisiana, Washington, and Oregon. The following message was sent by Governor Pardee to Mayor Schmitz of San Francisco. Am appalled and overwhelmed by the great calamity to San Francisco, only meager details of which have reached me. I extend sympathy and assurance of my earnest desire to help those in distress in any manner in which I am able. George C. Pardee. Refugees go to Oakland. Oakland, April 18th. Thousands of refugees, rendered homeless by the terrible calamity which has overtaken San Francisco, have come to this city to escape from the terrors across the bay. On learning of this, the Realty Syndicate at once offered Edora Park for the use of those left without shelter by the earthquake. The offer has been gratefully accepted by the police and fire commissioners, and 200 cots have been placed in the theater for the use of the refugees. Relief stations have also been established at the City Hall and at the various public parks throughout the city. Other relief stations have also been established in such of the churches throughout the city as are considered safe for use as such. Mayor Frank K. Mott has issued the following appeal to the people of Oakland to aid the authorities in preserving peace and order. To the people of Oakland: the earthquake this morning visited upon our city a great calamity, yet it is a source of much satisfaction that we were spared from a conflagration and serious loss of life. The officials of the city have the situation well in hand, but I desire to appeal to the people to cooperate with the authorities in maintaining peace and order. As many buildings are in an unsafe condition, the public are admonished to keep off the streets, and particularly warned against congregating in groups. It is also very essential that precaution be used in the building of fires until the chimneys have been inspected and repaired. Those who have not either gas or oil stoves are advised that danger may be avoided by moving their stoves out of doors. Frank K. Mott, Mayor. Chief N.A. Ball of the Oakland Fire Department has made the following suggestions to householders regarding fires in houses the chimneys of which have fallen. Build no fires in coal stoves, grates, or fireplaces until the interior of the chimneys has been inspected, cleaned out, and put in repair. In many places where the chimneys appear to be all right, they may have cracks in the interior, or may be stopped up with refuse, which might cause a blind fire. While the earthquake was at its height, the 2 smokestacks at the gas works at the foot of Grove Street fell, crashing through the roof of the works, crushing the boiler, and killing one of the firemen, whose identity has not yet been learned. The force of the earthquake has caused the 12th Street Dam, opposite the boathouses on Lake Merritt, to sink 18 inches. A report comes from Martinez that the Martinez Bank Building, one of the finest structures in the town, has been completely destroyed. It is at present impossible to estimate the amount of damage to property in this city, owing to the fact that practically no inspection has been made of the buildings, except by Fire Warden George McDonald, and this only for the purpose of condemning those which are unsafe and must be torn down. Many of the structures which from the outside show little apparent damage on closer examination, prove to have been so badly twisted and racked by the shock that it is feared they will have to be torn down. Santa Rosa is a total wreck. Santa Rosa, April 18th. This city is a total wreck. There are 10,000 homeless men, women, and children huddled together. The loss of life is not to be estimated. It will probably reach the thousands. As the last great seismic tremor spent its force in the earth, the whole business portion tumbled into ruins. The main street is piled many feet deep with the fallen buildings. Not one business building from the California Northwestern Pacific Depot in the extreme west end of the city to the Athenaeum on the east is left intact. This destruction includes all of the county buildings. The 4-story courthouse, with its dome mounting high into the heavens, is merely a pile of broken masonry. Nothing is left. Identification is impossible. What was not destroyed by the earthquake has been swept by fire. Until the flames leaped into the heavens, there was hope of saving the residence district. It was soon apparent that any such idea that might have been entertained was to be abandoned. This was appreciated by the citizens, and they prepared to desert their homes. Not even their household goods were taken. They made for the fields and hills to watch the destruction of one of the most beautiful cities of the West. The water system of the municipality was destroyed by the earthquake. Firefighting was not to be thought of. The city was at the mercy of the elements, and crumbled and cracked as the gentle west breeze from the great Pacific blew from the hill to fan the flames to undestroyed localities. Thus the citizens watched from the Rincon Hills their homes erased. In a few cases, some attempted to return to the burning city to rescue valuables. Many of them who ventured too close were overcome by the heat and smoke. They dropped, choked and fainting, in their tracks. In many instances, these foolish souls were left to their fate. There were too many injured and dying who needed attendance, and who had been injured in the first awful crash, to allow those who had returned of their own free will to be cared for. Later in the day, some water was pumped from Santa Rosa Creek. This was comparatively of no use, as the firefighting force of the city was limited. Among other buildings ruined are the 3 leading hotels, Occidental, St. Rose, and Grand. It was in these hostelries that the greatest number of deaths occurred. They were all brick structures, the St. Rose having a steel frame. They fell as if constructed of playing cards, and in the heaps were buried the hundreds of lodgers. Relief was immediately dispatched from Petaluma. Carts and wagons loaded with provisions and clothing were brought in from the adjoining city during the day. These supplies were distributed among the homeless. When the flames allowed, the ruins were searched for dead. The undertaking was far greater than had been imagined. It was found that besides the hotels, the many lodging houses and rooming quarters of the city contained dead. With the limited number of men and the mass of ruins, months must necessarily elapse before any kind of an appreciation of the fatalities can be learned. The mangled forms will be found as long as excavations are made. On the north, conditions are fully as shocking as here. There is no communication by wire or railroad between here and Healdsburg. Besides the wires all being on the ground, the bridges crossing the Russian River at that point are in the stream. This makes all communication by rail from the northern part of Sonoma County impossible. Many have arrived, however, on horseback and in wagons. These messengers bring the saddest tidings of the destruction of Healdsburg, Geyserville, Cloverdale, Hopland, and Ukiah. This report takes in the country as far north as Mendocino and Lake counties, and as far west as the Pacific Ocean. These are frontier counties, and have not as large towns as farther south. In every case, the loss of life and property is as shocking as here. In the country, the farmers have converted their spacious homes and outhouses into dwellings for the people left without shelter in the cities. Every man of the country is working to relieve the suffering of their more unfortunate urban brethren. That the beautiful old summer resort of Skaggs Hot Springs, the second oldest watering place of California, is in ruins, was reported late this afternoon. This place is located far back in the Coast Range of mountains, and communication with it is cut off. The report carries, however, that many were injured who were registered at the hotel. West of here 7 miles, the town of Sebastopol is no more. The bank building is the only structure left standing in the village. This hamlet was located in the most fertile locality and was noted for its prosperity. Here, too, many have suffered death and injuries. As here, they are being cared for by the country people. The shock from the condition of the frame buildings at Sebastopol was even more severe than here. In most cases, homes constructed of wood withstood the twisting effect of the disturbance. In this country place, buildings of wood were destroyed along with the brick and stone structures. As the residences are all constructed of wood, the injured will number large. There are not, however, so many dead in the residence section as might be expected. They were saved in many cases by the peculiar way in which the buildings fell. The timbers did not give way entirely, and the occupants were able to crawl from the tangled mass. Although the city of Petaluma lies but 16 miles south of here, it escaped the more violent shock. But few buildings were totally destroyed. The injured and dead are small. In view of their escape, the citizens of Petaluma are organizing relief parties that are being sent into the neighboring cities and towns. To the southeast of here, Sonoma, Glen Ellen, and a dozen other small towns throughout the Sonoma Valley are all reported in ruins. The country far and wide, from the meager reports received by horsemen, must be in ruin. How many are dead and suffering in these outlying districts cannot be ascertained at this writing. It seems that to say some are alive is the easiest and most accurate report to send to the outside world. Officer killed in dynamite explosion. Lieutenant Charles C. Pullis, commanding the 24th Company of Light Artillery, was blown up by a charge of dynamite at 6th and Jesse Streets shortly before noon, and was fatally injured. He was taken to the military hospital at the Presidio. He had a fractured skull and several bones broken, and internal injuries. He will not recover. Lieutenant Pullis placed a heavy charge of dynamite in a building on 6th Street. The fuse was imperfect and did not ignite the charge as soon as was expected. Pullis went into the building to relight it, and the charge exploded while he was in the building. The injured officer is a graduate of the artillery school at Fortress Monroe, Virginia. He is 30 years of age, single, and a native of Chicago. End of section 3. Section 4 of The San Francisco Earthquake and Fire, as reported in the newspapers of that city. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Items from the San Francisco Call, Saturday, April 21st, 1906. Temporary office of the Call, 1651 Fillmore Street. Waterfront burns almost to the ferry. Russian Hill is prey to flames. The loss of North Beach, Russian Hill, and the waterfront, almost, if not quite, to the ferry building, completed yesterday's record of disaster. The second saving of the Western edition made record of achievements. Fierce gale drives flames to North Beach during afternoon, despite brave fight. About midnight, a strong gale was raging, and the fire was spreading rapidly toward the ferry building. Despite the gallant fight made by many tugs during the afternoon, and despite the hopes that seemed fairly well founded up to a late hour, the sudden springing up of a strong wind baffled every attempt to save the eastern waterfront from total destruction. Those at the ferry building had hope until after midnight, But when the wind veered and the flames began to rush toward the noble structure that has served as a Union ferry for so many lines of suburban boats during many years, the situation appeared dark. Just when hope was almost abandoned, there was backfiring from Vallejo to the bay, which gave some hope of saving the ferry, and a block or two of the waterfront adjacent thereto. Soldiers that had been in readiness to blow up the ferry were withdrawn. A number of dead bodies found along North Beach and other parts of the waterfront were those of thieves and hard characters who had been killed by the soldiers. 176 prisoners from various branch county jails were sent to San Quentin, but the warden refused to receive them, as they had not been sentenced. They were landed at Alcatraz, and will probably be removed from there today to various jails adjacent to the bay. George D. Collins was among those thus transferred. Two vital events marked yesterday in San Francisco: the breaking out of a great fire that consumed Russian Hill and most of the district between its apex and a point on the waterfront a few blocks north of the ferry building, and the subduing of the same blaze in its vicious attempts to creep back to the west and possibly invade the large section between Van Ness Avenue and Golden Gate Park. The cause that lost the fight to save Russian Hill was the cause that contributed largely to the saving of the western addition. In both instances, the violent gale from the west, the same high wind that drove the flames over Russian Hill, did much to beat it away from the western addition. This, with dynamiting buildings to the west, and using the waters of the bay through one large hose, won the battle for the untouched areas west of Van Ness Avenue. Tugs fight bravely. The fight to save the waterfront, after the blaze had crossed Russian Hill, was waged entirely by a number of fire tugs that battled with vigor and did much to check the blaze from leaping at once to the foot of Market Street. Yesterday was an anxious and eventful day to about 500,000 people, and particularly to a large proportion of that number camped in the wide areas west of Van Ness Avenue, who still hoped that the great Holocaust was at an end. But the leaping of flames and the thundering of dynamite blasts all afternoon awoke twice 100,000 men, women, and children who were sleeping in yards and parks, on sidewalks or in beds. News from sentries and automobilists hastening to the western addition from the fire line was that there was danger that the flames might cross Van Ness Avenue and consume the western section of the city, despite all dynamiting and other measures at the disposal of the department. Western area saved. Soon after that there were reassuring reports to the effect that the demon had been throttled and turned back toward the bay. By 11 a.m. the blowing up of houses in the vicinity of Russian Hill showed that there was a close battle to save the waterfront. But by noon the flames had run over a large area in the Bay region, and with the fiercest westerly gale in many days driving the flames to the east, it was soon evident that much of the waterfront was doomed. North Beach was the last section of the city to be devoured by the flames. All hope for it was abandoned when the fire crossed Pacific Street near Kearny. Throughout the night the conflagration raged in the direction of the beach, sweeping up the sides of Telegraph and Russian Hills. Early in the morning the fire had reached the lumber yards and factories adjacent to the bay, and stretched as far as Van Ness Avenue. Then they stopped, but burned in an easterly direction from Kearny Street, destroying the two sections of the seawall and encircling Telegraph Hill. At the southern base of the hill lay the Barbary Coast, which had until this time escaped the blaze. In a comparatively short time this far-famed district was laid in ashes, and the fire reached out for that portion of the city on Lower Broadway, Vallejo, and Pacific Streets that yet remained intact. The flames then crackled in the direction of the waterfront, and made the work of demolition in this section of town complete. The fire tugs were pressed into service, and fought the fire as quickly as it reached East Street. Meg's Wharf goes. By 3 p.m. Megg's Wharf was in flames, which traveled fast toward the ferry. From the deck of the Vanguard, opposite Megg's Wharf, a call man saw the burning of Megg's Wharf and the gallant fight of about 20 fire tugs, which pumped large streams of bay water ahead of the advancing flames, and even in the very teeth of the fire. The battle was an unequal one, but the work of the tugs did much to check the progress of the fire, and finally, it is believed, to save the ferry depot from annihilation. Despite a report received by Governor Pardee at 9 o'clock last night to the effect that the ferry building was doomed and being abandoned, the fire was not within 2 blocks of the great tower-like structure as late as 11 p.m., and employees had not thought of deserting their posts. It was then believed that the tugs might save the noble structure and stop the flames a block away from it. An hour later the wind shifted to an unfavorable direction, and it seemed inevitable that the ferry building must go. At an early hour this morning, hope of saving the ferry was abandoned. Early yesterday morning the Great Mission District fire was out, and the western career of the fire north of Market Street had been checked at Van Ness Avenue. In the North Beach District, which so far had been spared, several fires were burning. From the top of Nob Hill 5 could be counted. They formed a diagonal line northeast to southwest, the farther east being at the lower part of Montgomery Avenue. One was licking the lower slopes of Telegraph Hill, and the westernmost was sweeping over Russian Hill. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon the latter fire had crested the hill and was threatening to cross Van Ness Avenue and sweep down the Pacific Heights. The firemen stationed at the municipal headquarters rushed to the point with regulars and militiamen. All able-bodied men in the vicinity were impressed to tear down fences and carry hose. Recalcitrants were shot at and impressed into the service. Pardee calls legislature. Governor Pardee will call a special session of the state legislature at once to prepare for relief measures for San Francisco. Will rise again in splendor. With undaunted spirit, San Francisco faces the future, confident that all is well. San Francisco has demonstrated the courage and confidence of her citizens by declaring to the world that assistance will not be solicited from cities other than those in California. The spirit of the hour is that the city will rise again in renewed splendor, and in such form that the dream of beautiful San Francisco will be realized. The mayor has invoked the governor to call a special session of the legislature, and whatever aid the great state of California may extend to the metropolis of the Commonwealth will be appreciated. Mayor Schmitz, sustained by Klaus Spreckels, John D. Spreckels, James D. Phelan, Garrett McInerney, Charles S. Wheeler, J. Downey Harvey, James K. Wilson, the Law Brothers, the Hales, Fairfax Whelan, and many other foremost citizens, is devising systematic measures for relieving distress, for preventing pestilence, and cleaning away the debris of the fire. There is no lack of money. The amount of $1 million appropriated by the federal government is already supplemented by private contributions approximating $400,000. Splendid tributes are paid to General Funston and Mayor Schmitz for the prompt action taken to preserve order and teach a lesson to looters. The vast wealth of coin in the sub-treasury, estimated at $100 million, and all the treasure in the vaults of the several banks, are carefully guarded by the military. Today the bankers will meet and devise some plans for the cashing of checks, so that money for ordinary daily use may be placed in local channels. The sanitary experts, at the suggestion of James K. Wilson and other citizens of the Pacific Heights Association, are taking steps to prevent pestilence by the use of disinfectants, and for the digging of trenches to accommodate the thousands of homeless now camped in the Parks and Presidio reservation. The association will also distribute relief and minister to the care of the aged and infirm. The President's prompt action in declaring martial law has had a wholesome effect, and everywhere the people commend him for the celerity shown in reinforcing the local police force and the National Guard of the state and the battalion of university cadets. Heroic steps are taken to bring order out of chaos. Warns the people to fight against pestilence. Mayor points to grave danger of disease. The following proclamation has been issued by the mayor. All citizens will observe the following. First, do not be afraid of famine. There will be abundant food supplied. Do not use any water except for drinking and cooking purposes. Do not light any fires in house stoves or fireplaces. Do not use any house closets under any circumstances, but dig earth closets in yards or vacant lots, using, if possible, chloride of lime or some other disinfectant. This is of the greatest importance, as the water supply is only sufficient for drinking and cooking. Do not allow any garbage to remain on the premises. Bury deep and cover immediately. Pestilence can only be avoided by complying with these regulations. The district covered by our committees is Kearney Street north to Bay, Van Ness Avenue west to First Avenue, and it will be nightly patrolled by armed pickets, special police, or federal authorities, who are instructed to look out for fires, give information as to the food supplies, and to enforce the above regulations and to prevent looting. You are particularly directed not to enter any business house or dwelling except your own, as you may be mistaken for one of the looters and shot on sight, as the orders are not to arrest but to shoot down anyone caught stealing. Men and boys are wanted by the Relief Committee at Franklin Hall, Fillmore, and Bush Streets to distribute circulars and to act as messengers for the committee. Volunteers are earnestly requested to apply there. To the men, I say again, use no intoxicating liquors of any kind, and wherever it is found, have some responsible picket or officer notified in order that he may destroy the same. Be patient with those in authority, as everything is being done to provide for your wants, and your cooperation is not only needed, but asked for to be given cheerfully. By order of E. E. Schmitz, Mayor of the City and County of San Francisco. Plan measures for public good. General Committee will house homeless. All meat in Butchertown to be free for relief of the destitute. The General Committee met in Franklin Hall yesterday afternoon, with Mayor Schmitz in the chair. The Committee on Destitute and Hungry reported that there were 200,000 people in Golden Gate Park who were in need of food supplies. The mayor announced that supply stations had been established at Page and Stanyon Streets and at the Life Saving Station, where foodstuffs may be obtained, and another station will be established at the boathouse at once, and that the sanitary condition of the city is in the hands of the United States government authorities. Also, that a plan of organization will be effected immediately. The Southern Pacific Company will be asked to construct a track to remove the debris. The mayor stated that all the meat in Butchertown would be distributed free to the citizens. The Committee on the Housing of the Homeless reported that arrangements are being made to build small houses. Orders will be issued to open up all vacant houses for the accommodation of those now without homes. The people with homes are appealed to take in whoever they can care for. School Director Boyle reported that the schoolhouses left standing will be utilized for housing the homeless. The mayor said that he had received word from Chief Engineer Schussler of the Spring Valley Water Company that the people of the Mission would have water at noon today, when 10 or 12 million gallons will be made available, but only for drinking. The citizens are urged to use as little water as possible. Troops will be sent to protect Lake Merced. Efforts will be made to light the city as soon as possible, in the interest of law and order. No electricity will be turned on, owing to its danger. No fires are allowed to be started in houses until further orders. The auditing committee for the signing of demands on the relief fund consists of William Clough, William Huss, Nathan Debo, Frank Tillman, Jr., and Thomas E. Atkinson, with headquarters at Franklin Hall. J. A. Cooper reported that 25 wagon loads of staples had been taken from grocery houses, of which 7 were sent to the Page and Stanton Street Station, 3 to the Presidio Hospital, 3 to Columbia Square, and 4 to the Park Lodge. The remainder will be sent to the Boathouse Station and the Life Saving Station. 2 bakeries are running, and another will be opened at once. The owner of Glen Park will care for the homeless on the grounds, where there are supplies and water. A. R. Sprague, chairman of the Sacramento Relief Committee, said that, owing to misunderstanding, the steamers that brought supplies to this city returned without any refugees that wanted to get away from San Francisco. The mayor said that anyone who wanted to leave could go, as it would make it easier to relieve the people left here. When Sprague announced that Sacramento could be commanded for the last drop of blood and dollar, he was given 3 rousing cheers. The Western Meat Company has 500,000 pounds of canned meat which it will give away to the hungry, and arrangements will be made at once for the distribution of the meat. It was announced that headquarters of the Red Cross Association for registration will be established at once at Oak and Ashbury Streets. Other stations will be started throughout the city. Newspapers will be distributed free throughout Golden Gate Park for the dissemination of information. Judge Hunt announced that there was an immediate lot of supplies at the home of Henry J. Crocker at the corner of Laguna and Jackson Streets, and wagons will be sent there to get the supplies. The mayor said that telephone communications had been established from Franklin Hall to General Funston at Fort Mason, and from the ferry to Oakland, and a line will be run from Franklin Hall to the ferry. Vice President Glass of the telephone company announced that communication had been established with San Bruno and will be extended as fast as possible. Native Sons send appeal to members to give aid. The Grand Parlor of the Native Sons has postponed its annual session from April 23rd to Monday, June 25th at Ventura, under an order issued by Grand President James L. Gallagher and Charles Turner, Grand Secretary. Gallagher appeals to all members of the order throughout the state to assist in the organization of relief committees in the various towns, and to send provisions to the General Relief Committee of San Francisco. The funds of the Grand Parlor, to the amount of $15,000, and all records of the Grand Parlor have been saved. Grand First Vice President Walter D. Wagner of the Native Sons stated that 16 members of the order in Los Angeles had subscribed $3,000 for the relief of San Francisco, and that some $17,000 will follow. Hancock Banning has placed the steamer Cabrillo at the disposal of the Los Angeles Relief Committee to bring supplies to the stricken district and to take away any people that want to leave San Francisco. The Presidio Heights Relief Committee has been organized by James K. Wilson, Charles S. Wheeler, Alpheus Ball, and H. J. Brandenstein, with headquarters at Pacific Avenue and Baker Street in the Grant School. The committee has an abundant supply of food on hand and is carefully looking after the sanitary conditions of the district. The Associated Charities has established temporary headquarters at Franklin Hall on Fillmore Street near Sutter. All persons connected with the organization or willing to help will please report at once to Miss Catherine Felton. Citizens of Fresno have wired that Fresno is prepared to house and feed 200 persons. A fund is being collected to relieve the San Francisco sufferers. The residents of Napa are also prepared to lend their aid to the homeless and have established a supply base and general camp. Martinez is ready to look after the sufferers. A relief committee has made arrangements to establish a base of supplies. Relief is at hand for the hungry people crowded in the Presidio and along North Beach. The steamer Leader, commanded by Captain Jarvis, arrived loaded with provisions at 2 p.m. yesterday. Many hands helped to unload the cargo, consisting of blankets, flour, beans, potatoes, mush, crackers, canned meats and vegetables, cases of eggs, and shoes. In addition to this, there are 15 carloads of provisions that arrived in Oakland yesterday that are being rushed to the city by the tugs Fortune, Dauntless, Slocum, Santa Yome, and the lighthouse Tender Medrone, Captain Anderson in command. On the wharf at the Presidio, everything is being handled with military precision. Civilians aid in landing the foodstuffs. Hungry women and children stand in line, awaiting their turn to be served. Charles Loesch, manager of the California Baking Company and a member of the Relief Committee, has distributed 20,000 loaves of bread to applicants at the bakery at Eddy and Fillmore Streets. The headquarters of the Independent Oddfellows has been opened at Geary and Steiner Streets, where contributions will be thankfully received and applications for relief should be made. The California Canneries Company will begin on Monday morning to clear away the debris at its office at California and Front Streets, and will have temporary offices ready by the middle of the week. The Oakland Shorthand Institute has established a free stenographers and typists registration and employment bureau at its offices in the Blake Block, 1065 Washington Street, above the Lace House. Employers and firms seeking their stenographers and stenographers desiring employment are welcome to register. Telephone Oakland 3397. Post-hospital deaths are few. Detail of soldiers buries 30 bodies in trenches on Hyde Street. Parkview Hotel seized for use of sick and injured. The records at the Presidio Military Hospital show that few of those taken to the Army building have died of their injuries. The complete list of dead at the Presidio follows: Joseph U. Aby, 534 Kearny Street; Alberta de Sager; Mary Miles, 7 months old; Miles, infant sister; Annie M. Petrig, infant; unknown man. The list of injured hangs upon the outer wall of the Presidio Hospital, and covers 4 typewritten pages. Injured soldiers are being brought in from time to time. The complete list to date follows. Note: Here follows a list of about 250 names. End note. At the Park Hospital, the last deaths were a man named Duff and his wife, killed by a falling chimney at the Ocean Beach. The Parkview Hotel at Stanyan and Waller Streets was seized by the military and converted into a hospital. The injured will be moved into the building, with the exception of those able to spend the night in cots in the park. Yesterday, a cordon of soldiers ordered the relatives of many dead, mostly Italians, to deliver the bodies to military authorities for burial. Accordingly, a large trench was dug on Hyde Street, a few blocks from the residence of A. Moore, and 30 bodies were quickly interred there, the spot being a vacant lot not far from one of the Girardelli buildings. 20 unidentified bodies were buried in Portsmouth Square yesterday morning. An unverified report is to the effect that 8 bodies transferred from the morgue to Washington Square were incinerated. Anxious people seeking trace of the missing. Relatives and friends are endeavoring to find those absent among the homeless numbered. John J. Sullivan, formerly of 1459 Sacramento Street, please communicate at once with your son, Thomas R. Sullivan, at the San Francisco Call Headquarters, 1651 Fillmore Street. E. S. Swan is seeking information of the whereabouts of his wife and 2 children, who disappeared from the Imperial Apartment House, Sutter and Jones Streets. Swan is at 1780 O'Farrell Street, where Sam Raphael, Mr. and Mrs. John W. N. Clausen, Mrs. Maybell, and Irene Raphael are located. Charles Grabe, 14 years of age, formerly residing on Stanley Street, near Second, is at 1850 Ellis Street with J.D. Ralph. D.O. Mills to rebuild. Special to the call. New York, April 20th. D.O. Mills last night said that it was his intention to begin as soon as possible the reconstruction of the Mills Building in San Francisco. End of section 4. Section 5 of the San Francisco Earthquake and Fire, as reported in the newspapers of that city. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Items from the San Francisco Call of Saturday, April 21st, 1906. Small houses for park. Temporary buildings are to be erected. Suffering in the Mission District is feared. Government begins to lay out a large sanitary camp. Marcel Cerf, chairman of the Committee on Refuge for the Homeless, stated that temporary structures will be erected in Golden Gate Park for their protection at once, and that Major McIver of the United States Army is laying out a sanitary camp. Work on this has already begun and will be rushed as rapidly as lumber can be secured. The camp will be under the supervision of an officer of the Engineers Corps of the United States Army, and the Chief of the Army Medical Staff will be in charge of it as sanitary officer. Some lumber was delivered there today. The conditions among the homeless in the park, Chairman Cerf said, was excellent, but he feared that there would be considerable suffering in the Mission District, where the committee has not been able to reach all the people. In fact, under present conditions, it was practically impossible to take care of all the people. He stated that cots were very necessary, and expressed the fear that unless these were quickly forthcoming, there might be an epidemic. A subcommittee was appointed to impress all vacant buildings and all deserted houses that after examination should prove to be safe. Registry bureaus throughout the city. Persons seeking or in possession of information should make themselves known. The main Bureau of Registry has been established in the Mayor's office, Franklin Hall, Fillmore and Bush Streets, San Francisco. Branch registries have been established at all points to which people have fled for refuge, and their lists will be sent to the San Francisco main office as promptly as possible, and from these lists a general list will be prepared, which will be printed in the papers as soon as possible. Persons having information concerning missing persons supposed to be injured or killed will please communicate the facts to the registry offices. Persons registering will indicate the place where they may be found in the briefest possible manner, as it will be necessary to condense all information. Oakland registry offices are the Oakland Chamber of Commerce, Alameda Relief Committee, Berkeley Relief Committee. San Francisco offices at Ferry Telephone Booth, North End, at Golden Gate Park, at 25th and Bryant Streets, Park Lodge, Presidio, 6th and Mission Streets, 17th Street Station, and Black Point Ferry. Louis Taussig, now at 1954 Bush Street, formerly of 1040 Folsom Street, has lost his wife, a son of 13 years, and a daughter 11 years. Dr. H.S. Monroe of Georgia, please communicate at once with Dr. Van Orden of Alameda, who has messages from Mrs. Monroe. Dr. Monroe was last heard of in the Grand Hotel. F.W. Elmendorf is requested to call at the Oakland City office of the Southern Pacific for transportation to Chicago. Andrew Peterson and M.H. Frawley have some valuable baggage at 1875 Sutter Street, which evidently belongs to J.M. Lyon and wife and sister-in-law. Russell F. Reed and Frank G. Burgess are requested to report to A.G. Wood at the Relief Committee's headquarters in Franklin Hall. Mrs. W.H. Mallory of Stockton fears her husband was killed in one of the hotels in Santa Rosa. She has gone home to her mother in Stockton. A.B. Seal wants his mother, Sarah Seal, to call at 607 Fell Street. Mrs. I.F. McPherson wants Miss Emily Wallace to go home on the Owl train. Policeman Joseph Lycett's family should inquire of Captain Duke at Franklin Hall for news of his whereabouts. Madam Tolly will find her husband camped in a lot opposite 1902 Sutter Street. Arthur Taveros wants Mrs. J. Sales to come to 1401A Scott Street. Julius and Louis Bean, adults, are among the missing. Any information will be gratefully received by Joseph E. Bean, Hotel Majestic. The family of Joseph O'Connell of 448½ Jesse Street is located at Grove and Fulton Streets. Reuben Lloyd is at the home of Mr. West, Grove and Fillmore Streets. Carl H. von Wiegand of the Associated Press, in charge of the press committee at Franklin Hall, is anxious to learn of the whereabouts of his wife and 2 children, Norman and Charmian. J. W. Raphael would like Mr. Bond of Goldfield to communicate with him at headquarters at once. Among the missing is Fred Albrecht, Sr. His wife is in the Presidio Reservation. The father of Mrs. Bessie Davis is missing. Mrs. D. Henrick of Laguna and Market Streets wants to find her husband. Miss Olivia Sharp, send address to Minnie Walton, 931 Magnolia Street, Oakland. T. F. Lyons is at Fulton and Stanyon Streets and wants his family. Mrs. E. Jeffries wants to meet her daughter at Camp Lake. Charles Hoffman's family is going to Sacramento. Apply at Laguna and Market Streets. Miss Henrietta Meyer is at 1684 Post Street. An elderly man named Hickey, who formerly resided at the corner of Van Ness Avenue and McAllister Street, lost his wife and 5 children on the day of the earthquake and has been unable to locate them. Mr. Hickey is camping in Jefferson Square Park and is nearly insane with grief. Great area destroyed by flames. Devastated district includes all the business and manufacturing section of the city. 1/2 of the mission falls a prey to the elements. Map shows district burned up to 3 o'clock this morning. The fire-swept district last night, when the last building had offered its frame as food for the most fearful of elements, embraced practically all of that part of the city east of Franklin Street, between Market and the Bay, south of Golden Gate Avenue from Laguna to Market, east of Buchanan from Hayes to Market, south of Market from 20th Street to the waterfront, and down to Townsend Street. A section of the Mission fire extended from 20th Street between Dolores and Cap Streets. The devastated area includes, generally speaking, 1/2 of the Mission, all of the manufacturing and business districts, the North Beach section, Knob, Russian, Telegraph, and Rincon Hills, and the waterfront. 2 wide thoroughfares, Dolores Street and Van Ness Avenue, gave the firefighters a chance to dynamite a swath behind the flames. It was at these 2 points that the raging torrent of flame was arrested, and the greater part of the residence portion of the city saved from destruction. To the width of these 2 streets the city owes the absence of complete annihilation. This does not detract from the gallant and untiring efforts of the members of the fire and police departments and the militia and troops. Firemen, policemen, and soldiers fought for San Francisco, and they did it nobly. They snatched food and a little sleep when and however they could. All day yesterday one could see fagged-out firefighters seizing an opportunity between battles to get a little sleep on the street or sidewalk. When the alarm of approaching danger from the conflagration was given, they rose quickly and resumed their places fighting like demons for the citizens of this municipality which employed them. One hasty glance over the devastated city could not compel the holding back of tears. All that remains of a once beautiful city is marked by gaunt, ghost-like frames, chimneys, and heaps of ruin. Nob Hill, the site of many of the city's palatial homes, is but a charred mound of earth, on the crest of which stands the framework of the beautiful Fairmont Hotel. In some cases architectural beauties stand unmarred except for blackened walls and absent windows. At the Union Iron Works huge vessels are lying on their beam ends, half in and half out of the water, collapsed and sunken docks with ruins stretching inland. The large passenger steamers, City of Puebla and Columbia, were wrecked at their docks at the iron works. May give another $1 million for relief. Secretary Taft's plea to Congress on behalf of San Francisco. Acts on advice received from War Office. He believes people will endorse his course. Washington, April 20th. Secretary Taft, while testifying before the Canal Committee, received at 3 p.m. today a message from the War Department that another $1 million is needed to buy supplies for San Francisco sufferers. The Secretary, after reading the message, said, "We have already contracted for $1,500,000 worth of stores and expenses incident to the work. This message, of course, should go to the House at once." He said he would send it there for action. "If I am guilty of any impeachable offense," referring to the law prohibiting expenditures in excess of appropriations, "in connection with this disaster, I shall crave your endorsement of my course," he said, in explanation of his desire to do everything possible for the sufferers without delay. "Congress will acquit you," said Senator Taliaferro, and others assented feelingly. Mint saved by heroism of employees. Men stay at their posts on roof while flames rage about them. Independent fire equipment Superintendent Leach established proves effective. Ex-Chief Kennedy of Oakland directs successful efforts of valiant force. Uncle Sam's home of money intact and can resume business any time. One of the most heroic fights and noblest victories achieved in the terrible Holocaust was the saving of the Mint, around which the fiery Tortugas roared like the furnaces of Cyclops. The regular fire department was concentrating its energies in blowing up buildings and fighting flames adjacent to the Mint. The unequal fight went with rapidity, and hour by hour the Mint was more and more in jeopardy. Superintendent Leach, by a wise foresight, had constructed, during the lulls in business of the last 4 months, a pretty substantial fire equipment for the Mint itself. When the fire seemed uncontrollable, Superintendent Leach had the hydrants adjacent to the home of money thoroughly inspected, and it was found that a fair stream was obtainable. By another remarkably lucky stroke of fortune, ex-Chief Kennedy of the Oakland Fire Department chanced to be an employee of the Mint. He at once organized the men of the Mint into a fire brigade, and he himself went to the roof with one hose. Lines were supplied to men on the other floors, and every man held his post like a hero, while the terrible Holocaust surged around the great stone building. Again and again sparks caught the roof, or fell through cracked windows, but in every instance a vigilant guard played the hose upon the invaded spot, and the loss of the Mint was averted. Speaking of the saving of the Mint, Superintendent Leach said at an early hour this morning, "I have never seen a braver band of men than those employees of the Mint, who, led by ex-Chief Kennedy, stood in places of danger without a whimper, many of them knowing that their own families might be in danger or might need their assistance later. What they saw was the immediate call to duty, and they knew also that if they failed in their hazardous undertaking, if they failed to stop any little blaze, that their lives would go up like wisps of paper." The government can never understand the heroism of the achievement, for no description, nothing short of the sight of Dante's Inferno itself, can ever give the human imagination a picture of the horrors that confronted the firefighters of the Mint, who held to the post of duty surrounded by crashing buildings and roaring flames that melted iron. There is no truth in the rumor which got into print in some papers to the effect that 14 men had been shot while trying to rob the Mint, and that a National Guard man was bayoneted by a regular soldier as the outcome of a dispute as to authority. Opera singers leave. The Conried Grand Opera Company left for the East last night, that is, all the members of the organization that could be got together. Several could not be located. Emma Eames and Zembrick spent the night of the earthquake sitting on the slopes near Fort Mason. Leuchner measures the shocks. Scientist says concentration of vibration would have caused greater damage. Duration of first attack is reported to have been 42 seconds. Velocity of Earth's crust was 2 inches per second, breaking coast record. First large motion of Earth was due west as recorded. Berkeley, April 20th. Professor O. A. Leuchner of the Astronomical Observatory at the University, in a scientific account of the earthquake shock of last Wednesday, says that the ruin wrought by the quake would have been vastly greater had not the vibrations been distributed over so many seconds of time. He writes that if the shocks of Wednesday had been instantaneous, inestimably more havoc would have been wrought. Professor Leuchner, in a bulletin on the earthquake issued this morning, holds as follows: "The best record of the beginning of the heaviest shocks is furnished by the standard clock of the Students' Observatory, which stopped at 5 hours 12 minutes 38 seconds Pacific Standard Time, while less severe shocks were recorded by S. Albrecht some 35 seconds earlier. The principal part of the earthquake came in 2 sections, the first series of vibrations lasting for about 40 seconds, the vibrations diminished considerably during the following 10 seconds, and then continued with renewed vigor for about 25 seconds more. The principal direction of motion was from south-southeast to north-northwest. The remarkable feature of this earthquake, aside from its intensity, was its rotary motion. As seen from the print, the sum total of all displacements represents a very regular ellipse, and some of the lines representing the Earth's motion can be traced along the whole circumference. The result of observations indicates that our heaviest shocks are in the direction of south-southeast to north-northwest. In that respect, the records of the 3 heaviest earthquakes agree entirely. But they have several other features in common. One of these is that while the displacements are very large, the vibration period is comparatively slow, amounting to about 1 second in the last 2 big earthquakes. If the recent shocks, as felt at Berkeley, had been instantaneous, inestimably more havoc would have been wrought with all kinds of buildings. The slowness of the vibration is the only redeeming feature in these calamities. The following account of the earthquake of October 21, 1868, as experienced in San Francisco, is taken from Professor E. S. Holden's Catalogue of Earthquakes, 1769 to 1897, and will serve to show the features it had in common with that of today. The first shock was at 7 hours 53½ minutes A.M. Its direction was northerly and southerly. Its duration was 42 seconds. The second shock came at 9:23 A.M., lasting 5 seconds. Lighter and briefer tremors occurred at intervals of about a half an hour until 12:15 p.m. The first shock was most severely felt on the eastern side of the city, on the made land between Montgomery Street and the Bay. On the solid land no serious damage was done to any well-constructed house. The Custom House was badly damaged. It was poorly constructed. As in 1865, a small crevasse was opened on Howard Street beyond 6th. The greatest damage was done in a belt several hundred feet wide, running northwest and southeast, commencing at the Custom House and ending at the Folsom Street Wharf. The tall chimney of the United States Mint was damaged. The ferry steamer Contra Costa was near Angel Island and felt the shock strongly. Shocks were noted at 7:53, 8:10, 8:15, 8:45, 9:20, 9:03, 9:35, 10 o'clock, 10:30, 11:05 a.m., and at 12:15 and 2:58 p.m. Waves came 15 or 20 feet farther inland than usual. There were about 30 casualties in the 150,000 inhabitants. 5 deaths occurred from falling walls, etc. Not a single well-built house on the solid land suffered materially, whether of brick, stone, or wood. Wooden houses suffered least. By following the trace of the pen from the beginning, it will be seen that the first large motion of the earth was due west, east on the print, the motion of the earth being in the opposite direction to that of the pen. It measures 2 inches. As the instrument multiplies 4.3 times, the actual displacement of the earth's crust, or amplitude of the wave, was about 1/2 of an inch. This also corresponds to the average amplitude of the resultants in the direction south-southeast to north-northwest. Taking the average period as 1 second, the velocity of the earth's crust during the heavy shocks is found to be roughly 2 inches per second, by far the greatest ever observed on the coast. Heavy masses on fairly smooth surfaces were observed to move as much as 3 inches. Reports exaggerated. Superintendent Leach received a telegram from Washington last night requesting him to forward as soon as possible a list of the dead and injured, as well as of all who were saved from death by earthquake or fire. The tenor of the inquiry indicated that an exaggerated report of the number killed had gained circulation in the East. Harriman hurrying to West. Chicago, April 20th. E. H. Harriman passed through Chicago on his special train today for San Francisco. He was in the city less than an hour, arriving at 7:30 and leaving over the Northwestern a little earlier than 8:30. He said that all of the Harriman lines and all of the steamship interests which he controls will be placed at the service of San Francisco. "I have issued orders," he said, "that the situation in San Francisco is to be considered above everything else. All the motive power of the Harriman lines and all of the steamship lines in which I am interested have been instructed to do everything possible, and with the utmost energy, for the relief of the people of San Francisco. These orders are that San Francisco is to have precedence at all points over all classes of business. I have ordered the collection and immediate dispatch of supplies from Los Angeles, Sacramento, Oakland, and other points. All such shipments that may be given to the Harriman lines for transportation to San Francisco will, of course, be handled without charge of any kind to the shippers. I am of the confident opinion that San Francisco will rapidly be rebuilt and will be a greater city in the future than it has been in the past. I am going through as rapidly as possible on a special train in order to see that my orders are carried out, and to aid in their execution as much as I possibly can by being on the ground myself." Big sum for relief work. Special to the call. Omaha, April 20th. E. H. Harriman, President of the Union Pacific, Oregon Railroad and Navigation Company, and the Southern Pacific, today authorized the expenditure of $200,000 in relief work in San Francisco. In addition to this, all the above roads will haul relief supplies free of charge, and in many cases they will be forwarded on passengers' trains with expedited service. Damage at Santa Rosa. Special to the call. Santa Rosa, April 26th. A careful survey of the situation shows that Santa Rosa has suffered worse than any other place, unless it be San Francisco or San Jose. From E to A streets, and from 3rd to 5th, not a building is standing. Looking over the territory, the view is simply that of a heap of ruins, from which nothing has escaped. End of section 5. Section 6 of The San Francisco Earthquake and Fire, as reported in the newspapers of that city. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Items from the San Francisco Call, Saturday, April 21st, 1906. Vast camp in Golden Gate Park. Hospital busy, but only one death is reported. Babies make advent into the world. Little ones and their mothers are reported to be doing very well. Henry Mayer succumbs to exhaustion resulting from effort to escape flames. Injuries the doctors attend to are in most cases of a trivial character. Relief and Sanitation Committee appointed to work in Panhandle District. Golden Gate Park is a great camp of homeless people, stretching from the Panhandle entrance to far beyond Stowe Lake. Among the Panhandle population are 6 babies that made their debut last Wednesday. Both mothers and babies are doing well. There have been several new arrivals since within the park limits. There has been only one death, that of Henry Mayer from exhaustion. Following is the list of those who were treated at the hospital yesterday, about 2/3 of the list being victims of fire and the earthquake. Note: here follows a list of 69 names, most of them with an address or temporary address. Several of them give the reason for treatment. Examples of some of the reasons given include exhaustion, fracture, burned hand, nausea, rheumatism, scalp cut, lacerated nose, eye injury. End note. The chief relief stations are at Ladies' Auxiliary, YMHA, Page Street at the Park Superintendent's house, and at the Army Headquarters tennis courts. The Relief and Sanitation Committee members for the district round the Panhandle, from Baker Street to Stanyon, is as follows: Joseph A. Gendotti, 1642 Hayes Street; George E. Bennett, 625 Ashbury Street; Ed Poole, 1341 Masonic Avenue; William Bush, Frederick and Clayton Streets; Cohn, 652 Schrader Street, corner Waller; William K. Winton, 217 Cole Street; James S. Tennell, 330 Frederick Street; Paul Holmes, 703 Clayton Street; Descalou, 1208 Stanyon Street. View of the Registration Bureau established by the Call in Golden Gate Park yesterday, a common sight of homeless people on whom the chill ocean fogs have no mercy, and the scene about the McKinley Monument, where thousands are huddling in their suffering and despair, utterly dependent on charity. Many register at Park Station. The Call establishes a bureau at Baker Street entrance to the Panhandle. The Call has established a registration bureau in Golden Gate Park at the Baker Street entrance to the Panhandle. This bureau is under the charge of Phyllis Partington, Earl Bigelow, and R. Langtry Partington. It is intended to enable persons to get into communication with relatives and friends. Those registered yesterday. Note: here follows a list of over 1,000 names, filling 5 columns on one page of the newspaper and 2 columns on another page. Most names are given with an address, either permanent or temporary. In some cases a street address is given, in other cases an intersection of 2 corners or a vacant lot. In a few cases Ocean Beach is the given address, and in many cases the address given is Park, meaning Golden Gate Park, or PH, meaning Park Hospital. End note. Needy may leave free of charge. Both railroad lines offer transportation to destitute to interior points. Orders must be obtained from Relief Committee or any fraternal society. New York Merchants Association telegraphs it will help in any way desired. Mails being collected from boxes and delivery will be begun today. Fred W. Prince, agent of the Santa Fe Railroad, is located at the Ferry Building and has been authorized by his company to issue free transportation to any point on the Santa Fe lines for any person who desires to leave the city. Superintendent Palmer of the Southern Pacific Railroad announces that the company will issue free transportation north to Portland, east to Ogden, and south to El Paso to needy persons who cannot pay their fare. An order from the Relief Committee or any fraternal society certifying as to destitution will be recognized at the pier or at the Oakland office, 12 San Pablo Avenue. Frank J. Symes, president of the Merchants Association, has received the following telegram from the Merchants Association of New York City. Merchants Association of New York City sends its sympathy to stricken people of San Francisco and proffers assistance upon any line desired. Advise us by wire of your necessities with suggestions as to any manner in which we can serve you. Our Board of Directors meets today to take action. President Symes replied that food supplies not requiring cooking were what is most desired. James D. Phelan received a dispatch from Mayor Madigan of Vallejo yesterday afternoon, stating that the Naval Young Men's Christian Association building of that city, with its 75 sleeping rooms, has been set aside as a temporary hospital for the sick and wounded of San Francisco, and that a corps of United States naval physicians and hospital stewards has been detailed from Mare Island Navy Yard to take charge of it. Mayor Madigan extends an invitation to the San Francisco authorities to send sick and wounded to the number of 65. The press of work at the General Headquarters is so great that the Relief Committee announced yesterday afternoon that it was in need of 25 to 50 stenographers and 50 to 100 typewriting machines. Mail is now being collected from the boxes, and there will be a delivery as soon as possible at the general delivery today at 10 a.m. Business mail will be delivered, and as many individual letters as possible. The mail for the Western edition, north of Eddy Street and west of the Byrne District, will be delivered from Station F, and mail from that district will be taken from that station to the ferry. Mail from the southern end of the city will be transferred to the ferry from the main office, and mail for that district will be delivered from the same office. Aged structure survives shock. Mission Dolores, the oldest building in the city, has survived the earthquake unscathed. For 130 years the structure has weathered many visitations, and seemingly is impervious to the vagaries of the elements, which toss and tear and play such havoc with great modern architectural monuments. Though Mission Dolores escaped the ravages of a tremendous shake-up, fire for a time threatened to sweep out the landmark. Thursday night at 11 o'clock the fire in the mission was checked at the Swedish Lutheran Church, which had not been hurt by the earthquake. The sheet-iron steeple of the church was beginning to burn when the Reverend Dr. Philip Andreen, pastor of the church, and J. A. Sandell formed a bucket brigade of 300 volunteers, who carried the water from a nearby sewer and spring in milk cans to the top of the inside of the steeple. The contents of some 50 milk cans was pressed into service from hand to hand, and the fire was soon extinguished. The progress of the flames was checked so as to save the old Mission Dolores Church. The new church building was wrecked by the earthquake, and the Notre Dame convent building was burned to the ground. The sisters and pupils had been previously taken from the convent to places of safety. The saving of the Swedish Lutheran Church was the key to the fire situation at this point, as the flames were stopped at 20th and Dolores Streets. Telephone line opened. The telephone company established long-distance communication from the city down the coast yesterday. The wire was strung to the station at Page and Pierce Streets, and a line now connects that station with that at Steiner and Pine Streets. The Postal Telegraph Company has a wire out of the ferry station, but it is working poorly because of damage done to the bay cable by the earthquake. L.M. Alexander and Company, located at 565 Baker Street, corner of Fulton. Any information regarding typewriters promptly given attention. Thousands crowding the park. Food supply is ample, but unnerved throng entertains grim fears of famine. Refugees from Western Addition whose homes escaped flames now returning. Water scarce, and the supply in Stowe Lake will be used for drinking. Lumber is on hand for the erection of an extensive shelter camp. There are about 200,000 people encamped in Golden Gate Park. The chilly fog that swept over the place late yesterday afternoon added to the discomfort and suffering. In this section the dread of famine had seized the people. There is, however, no real need to fear starvation, for there is a big food supply station at Stanyon and Page Streets. The Park Hospital, established on the lawn near the wreck of the former hospital, took in nearly 300 patients. The worst cases are in tents. In the Western Addition, people have returned to their flats and are taking in those of the homeless who are returning from the park. Improvised tents and shelters of all sorts are put up in the park. It has been found necessary to economize on the water supply at Golden Gate Park. Sentries are guarding Stowe Lake. The water is to be used for drinking purposes only. An effort will be made to start the park waterworks soon. The unfortunates in the park move restlessly to and fro from one section to the other. So far there has been no serious trouble from thieves or vandals. The ocean beach is still crowded. The refugees there are provided for by friends and by the relief committee. Most of the suffering is from the cold. In the panhandle of the park, at Baker and Fell, the Call has established a registration bureau, where those who are going into the park can leave their names. News of the missing can be had there. The fire patrol is in Call and Sills's district under the supervision of Captain Comstock. Devisadero Street is being patrolled by a provost guard. Justice of the Peace Alfred B. Lawson has established judicial quarters at 634 Fillmore Street, and Justice of the Peace Isidore Golden has a courtroom at 1110 Devisadero Street, where Julius Coleman is acting as a notary public. Sergeant H. Sills, with 4 patrolmen, who is looking after the welfare of 6,000 people in the district bounded by Lombard, Bay, Buchanan Streets, and Van Ness Avenue, reports everything quiet and no accidents. The water is good and plentiful, several wells having been opened up. The Relief Committee desires it announced that anyone needing water may get it from any available source without asking permission. A. W. Starbird, of the Committee on Temporary Buildings for the Sufferers, announced last night that he will have 100,000 feet of lumber in Golden Gate Park for the erection of shelter for the homeless. General Funston has laid out the plans of the camp. Provisions made by fraternities. Danish Relief Board and the Knights of Columbus arrange to entertain. Oakland, April 20th. The Danes of Oakland have organized a Danish Relief Board to care especially for Danish Americans who are destitute. Such should apply to J. C. Scott, 1003 1/2 Broadway, M. Nielsen, 41st and San Pablo, N. P. Nielsen, 128 Ethel Street. The Oakland Knights of Columbus have opened headquarters at 969 Broadway and have secured a number of rooms to accommodate their San Francisco brothers. Carriages will be in waiting for all parts of the city. A storeroom has been secured at 567 William Street near San Pablo Avenue, where wearing apparel and bedclothing will be received and properly distributed. Churches destroyed. Among the buildings completely wrecked by the earthquake are Holy Cross Church, St. Dominic's Church, Girls' High School, the Albert Pike Memorial Temple on Geary Street between Fillmore and Steiner. St. Ignatius Church was burned, but the college building is standing. The priest's house of St. Dominic's Church was wrecked. Railroads will help rebuilding. Southern Pacific and Ocean Shore to lay tracks into ruined business district. Fillmore Street car line will be in running order within 2 days. Debris must be removed before rebuilding of general trolley service is begun. Workmen already clearing Mission Street to connect Park with the ferry. The Transportation Committee finds that the removal of debris from the burned territory will be necessary before streetcar service can be reestablished. The Southern Pacific will be allowed to lay rails on 3rd Street from King to Market, and on Kearny Street from Market to Montgomery Avenue. The Ocean Shore will put down tracks on Market Street from 12th to the ferry. Thornwell Mullally and George F. Chapman of the United Railroads assured the Transportation Committee that the Fillmore Street line would be reopened for passenger service within 2 days. The railroad men said that 50 soldiers would be needed to protect the company's teams and material from being appropriated for other purposes than reconstruction. Mullally and Chaplin are in telegraphic communication with the United Railroads Investment Company of New York. It is not yet decided whether the cable system will be restored, as the big powerhouses and cable machinery were wrecked and burned. It may prove economical to rebuild on the electric conduit plan. Workmen began clearing Mission Street yesterday. The line will be opened as quickly as possible, so as to connect Golden Gate Park and the western addition with the ferry. Army of Refugees aided in Alameda. Headquarters are open to afford relief to many unfortunates. Alameda, April 20th. Refugees are arriving here in increased numbers, and thus far are being comfortably provided for in the way of lodgings and food. Captain A.P. Smiley has erected additional tents at San Antonio Avenue and Oak Street, and the camp has a military aspect. The tented city has been furnished with electric lights and connected with the municipal sewer system. The Board of Health has taken measures to install a proper sanitary system at the Chinese and Japanese settlement at the East End. Nearly all of the local fraternal orders are assisting in the relief work. The refugees are met at the Park Street station of the North Side line by members of the Relief Committee. Chief Fred K. Krauth of the Fire Department and Chief of Police John Conrad have ordered that no fires be started in houses that have damaged chimneys until the chimneys are repaired and pronounced in safe condition. Representatives of the 2 local banks met with Oakland bankers today, and it is expected that the money institutions will be open for business next week. R.A. Smith was placed under arrest today for setting fire to a quantity of oil that was floating in the bay near his residence. The combustible liquid flared up and ignited 2 buildings nearby. The flames were quickly extinguished. Smith said that he desired to destroy the oil so that he could indulge in a surf bath. His action caused a mild panic, and residents in the vicinity of the blaze carried their household effects into the street. All refugees are requested to register at the local post office to facilitate the efforts of their relatives and friends to locate them. Kroll's Gardens at the West End have been thrown open to refugees. Because of the damage done to the water mains of the Contra Costa Company, residents have been ordered not to sprinkle lawns. The Pacific States Telephone Company has requested that telephones be used only for business purposes. The Northern Commercial Company of San Francisco has arranged to open a temporary office here in the gymnasium of the First Unitarian Church. The insurance agency of Edward Brown's Sons of San Francisco has opened offices in the basement of A. H. Brown's residence on Sherman Street. W. J. Gorham of the Gorham Rubber Company and president of the city trustees has already ordered a stock of goods and is to begin constructing temporary quarters in San Francisco as soon as possible. Church notice. Church of the Advent Episcopal Sunday services, Masses at 8 and 10 a.m., prayer at 4 p.m., in open air, corner Buchanan and Herman Streets. Meeting notice. San Francisco Lodge No. 3, BPO Elks, headquarters established at 2240 Bush Street near Fillmore,
Members please report for relief work. T.W. Hickey, Exalted Ruler. Herman Cohn, Secretary. Business notices. R.L. Toplitz, formerly 545 to 547 Market Street, has opened temporary office southwest corner Fillmore and California Streets in Edwin Valschmidt's Pharmacy. Joseph B. Toplitz, formerly 330 Pine Street, has opened temporary office southwest corner Fillmore and California Streets in Edwin Valschmidt's Pharmacy. Dr. X. Dodell is at 1519 Golden Gate Avenue. Help wanted. Pacific Contractors and Cal Exempt Agencies, Cutting and Gun Incorporated, have opened offices at 414 7th Street, Oakland, phone 3273, where unemployed can find work of all kinds. Employers having work, phone or call. Personals. All Pi Delta Kappa fraternity men call at 1056 Broadway, Oakland. Ben Trumbull, commercial agent, Illinois Central, Portland, Oregon, is at Athens Hotel, Oakland. Braden and Shore, bring those city tracings and sheets to 1624 Geary Street, J.L. Murray. Crane Company, request their teamsters to report with their teams to Crane Company's Oakland store, 14th and Webster Streets. Daisy, bring mother to Point Richmond, Frank Willard. E. Easton's relatives in San Francisco can reestablish communication with him at number 1117 Jefferson Street, Oakland. Eve, where are you? Address 562 Jones, Oakland. Herb. Information. Whereabouts of Mrs. F. Cuneo, 318½ Rich Street, San Francisco. Leave word at 412 20th Street, J.W. Linville. J.H. Neubauer and Company. All employees please report at once to temporary headquarters, 1914 Sacramento Street, San Francisco. Miss Rosa King wants to locate H. King or his wife and children. Address Box 6366, Call Office, Oakland. Mrs. Smith, Apartment 8, Warren. Do you know where Mrs. D. of Apartment 10 is? Address 562 Jones, Oakland. Mrs. Rosa Goldberg wants to locate her husband, Joseph Goldberg. Address Box 6364, Call Office, Oakland. Mrs. Harris Jacobs wants to locate her husband, Harris Jacobs. Address Box 6365, Call Office, Oakland. Mrs. Sophia Ross wants to locate Arthur Ross. Address Box 6367, Call Office, Oakland. Mrs. Tissy Francis wants to locate Frank Francis. Address Box 6368, Call Office, Oakland. Mrs. Eva Gallantier wants to locate J. Gallantier. Address Box 6369, Call Office, Oakland. Mrs. Fred Dale Wood, Mrs. G. A. Head, and Mrs. Robert Welch will find their husbands at Boulevard Pharmacy at Fulton and Page Streets. Mrs. McConnon, mother of F. D. McConnon, call at 815 Pierce. Mr. and Mrs. K. Boren of 429 Grove Street, San Francisco, are in Oakland at 1008 32nd Street. Mr. Kwaranaga wants news of his wife. Notify Japanese Tea Garden, Golden Gate Park. Sarah Raquel, come to Sullivan's. Am much worried. Al. News wanted of Mrs. R. J. Pringle by her husband. Address this office, 1651 Fillmore. W. H. Jackson, can care for Elaine and children at Santa Barbara. Send them. E. W. Hadley. Wanted, information of Mabel Ray, who attended school at Miss West's School, 2014 Van Ness Avenue. Address Dr. C. R. Ray, care E.B. and A.L. Stone Company, Oakland, California. Will Abel Blasdell Stevens of W.T. Garrett and Company, San Francisco, communicate with his brother, Berkeley, California, care of the Berkeley Reporter? Will those knowing the whereabouts of Mrs. M. A. Healy communicate with her son, Fred A. Healy, 1305 Madison Street? Will Julius H. Jacobs of 1348 Hyde Street, San Francisco, come to his mother at 1008 32nd Street, Oakland, at once? Will Miss Gladys Hobart send information of her whereabouts to Dr. Edna Field, corner of Gough and Geary Streets? William N. Beach, call at 1988 Sutter Street. We are safe at 1379 1/2 Fifth Avenue, Mrs. Ira D. Wines and daughter. Business Personals. Christensen, Edwards, and Goodwin, managers of the American Central Insurance of St. Louis, St. Paul F&M Insurance Company of St. Paul, Mercantile F&M Insurance Company of Boston, have established general offices at the corner of Telegraph Avenue and 20th Street, Oakland, California, formerly at 220 Sansome Street, San Francisco. Notary Public J. McAllen with Atlas Insurance Company, headquarters at Chief Wharfinger's, foot of Clay Street. News of Humboldt County people sent by wire. C. F. Wieland, consulting engineer. Building work a specialty. 1928 Fell Street, City. United Cigar Stores Company. All chief clerks and clerks report at once to Mr. E. J. White, 1212 Geary Street, San Francisco. United Cigar Stores Company, J. A. Burns, District Inspector. Notice: Baldwin and Howell Real Estate, temporary office, Presidio Terrace, 1st Avenue and Washington Street, San Francisco. Lindgren Hicks Company, general contractors, have opened temporary offices in the Fairmont Hotel, corner Mason and California Streets. All our San Francisco bookkeepers, stenographers, and superintendents report there as soon as circumstances permit, to Mr. Wagner. Louis A. Hicks, President. Call Headquarters. The San Francisco Call has established headquarters at 1651 Fillmore Street, between Post and Geary Streets. Within a day arrangements will be completed, by which the carriers will distribute the Call to all parts of the city. The regular business of the paper will be conducted from the new headquarters until further notice. Editorial. The best is coming. The conflagration of San Francisco is no longer left to speculation and excited rumor. It is accomplished. Its extent is known. The Commission District, the wholesale and manufacturing districts, and the banking district have been swept by the besom of fire. It is over. The red record is written. It is complete. It is well to have a matter complete and finished, for that is a foundation. The treasure of the banks is safe, buried in their fireproof vaults. The great and sound insurance companies look over their loss and say, "We will pay." The business men, with the lines of their external trade established, say, "We continue." Out of its ashes San Francisco cries, "I am." What accident ever cut off the eternal? Rome burned, while Nero played antique ragtime on his fiddle, and Rome, 20 centuries later, is the center of the world's interest. In the time of Charles II, London burned down to the mud, and London, 2 1/3 centuries later, is the center of the Anglo-Saxon world. Chicago, one October day 30 years ago, breathed fire and seemed to die. And St. Louis, the city by the river, said the city by the lake is dead. Today the city by the river is complaining that the city by the lake is sending its sewage down the Father of Waters. Fires, cyclones, and convulsions come, but if man set out to make a city where none of them will be, he will build his city in the air, in the imagination. 161 years ago, Lisbon fell down in a half a minute. For 2 centuries and 80 years, Lisbon has stood like the hills of God. San Francisco is scorched to a cinder, but one of her banks, blown up, burned as an offering to fate, reaches into the locker of its unharmed resources and gives its millions to succor the people. It is grand. Go among the people, grouped in thousands, and see their spirit. Not a word of repining, complaint, or surrender. On all is the spirit that rises high above calamity, that withstands storm and stress, that goes into the fire without flinching and comes out radiant and glorified. The fire has wandered hither and yon. It has taken the cottage of the mechanic and the mansion of the millionaire. What of it? What city on earth ever failed of glorious resurrection from misfortune? A people that will go through the experience of this week in San Francisco without panic, without disorder, with as much respect for her as if every jail stood and every judge ordered the crier to open court at 9 o'clock, is a sort that water cannot drown nor fire burn. What has happened was really necessary to teach us the conditions of permanence. We have to find out these things. We have found them out. The future opens in a long and charming vista. The new city will have the charms of the old, and more. Really, what has happened is merely the clearing of the foundation upon which is to be built the City Beautiful, the San Francisco that is to be. Watch us. End of section 6. Section 7 of the San Francisco Earthquake and Fire, as reported in the newspapers of that city. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Items from the San Francisco Call of Sunday, April 22nd, 1906. Swirl of fire ends, and hope runs high. People's courage grows strong as the flames subside. The fire has been stopped. Relief work is progressing favorably. The financial outlook is bright. Work of clearing the city has begun. The people are courageous and cheerful. Those who have not reached homes of relatives or friends will be succored well. The situation is one of hope. Great fire stopped at city front. Conflagration that has raged 3 days is, at last, at an end. Saving of wharves and ferry building accomplished by fireboats. Fire department loses houses and apparatus and many of its hose lines. Shortly after dawn yesterday morning, the conflagration that brought suffering and ruin to San Francisco reached its limits and concluded its work of destruction. After raging for a period of 3 days, fought desperately in face of its tremendous advantage, it subsided when it had reduced hundreds of blocks of valuable property to ashes and rendered over 250,000 people homeless. Dynamite accomplished the work of staying the flames on Van Ness Avenue and in the Mission District. The waterfront checked the hurricane of fire on the north and east, while Channel Street served to good advantage on the south. The area of ashes and desolation runs south of Market Street from the waterfront along Channel as far west as 22nd, between Bryant and Dolores Streets. On the north of Market, it extends beyond Van Ness Avenue as far as Laguna Street in Hayes Valley, but it continues along the line of Van Ness Avenue north of Golden Gate Avenue, except for a distance of 5 blocks where it reached Franklin Street. It is bounded on the north and east by the waters of the bay. In this vast territory, but few buildings remain. Several surmount the summits of Russian and Telegraph Hills, and scattered about in the heart of the ruins are a few more. The Appraiser's Building stands on Washington Street, though the fire was all around it, and a short distance up the building known as the Washington Block withstood the fire under the same conditions. On Lower Howard Street, a large structure was untouched, and along the waterfront several warehouses and factories resisted the fury of the destroyer. Last stand of firemen. The last stand taken by the firemen was on the waterfront and ferry building, which latter seemed doomed late Friday night. Fire and tugboats were utilized in keeping down the blaze, which swept around Telegraph Hill from the wharves that extend from Lombard Street. The numerous streams of salt water thrown upon the blazing structures subdued the fire and saved the sheds. Then the great blaze had exhausted itself, and the firefighters withdrew. The fire had been stopped at Van Ness Avenue late Friday night. Just east of Telegraph Hill, a cluster of buildings, including the Asti Colony's wine warehouse, the plant of the American Canning Company, and the Merchants' Ice and Cold Storage Company, escaped destruction. The branch freight office of the Southern Pacific Company was also spared, and a number of freight cars on the Belt Railroad were moved from time to time and saved. The contents of these cars were taken by the government and hauled to the food headquarters. About 100 cars were burned on side tracks and adjoining freight landings at the foot of Broadway. Removing the debris. Work of clearing away the debris from the principal thoroughfares used for transportation between the ferry and the inhabited districts was begun yesterday. The military authorities pressed men into service, and heaps of brick and other wreckage were removed from the center of the streets. Trolley and other wires were taken down by the Board of Electricity, and the work of tearing down dangerous walls will begin very soon. The government will undertake the task of removing the bulk of the wreckage. This will occupy a great deal of time and will give employment to a large number of men. The street repairs will be attended to by the Board of Public Works and the street railway companies. Many of the thoroughfares are in extremely bad condition due to the earthquake, and in the burned district the street railways will all have to be rebuilt. Tracks are warped and twisted and cable slots closed. The rolling stock of a number of lines, including the Powell, Jackson, Sacramento, California, O'Farrell, Sutter, and Union Street lines, together with their powerhouses, were completely destroyed. Department crippled. After the fight to save the ferry building and the wharves had been won by the firefighters, Chief Shaughnessy found the department in a dilapidated condition. 12 engine houses had been destroyed, and the central fire alarm station was out of existence. There were several engines and hose wagons lost along the 2 sections of the seawall when the fire swept from North Beach. The flames approached so rapidly that the firemen were obliged to abandon the machines and run for their lives to places of safety. A large number of horses were killed, and some of the engines are badly scorched and put out of commission. As soon as the telephone service is restored in the city, it will be utilized for the sending in of alarms until the Board of Electricity can secure a new central station. The department is also sadly in need of hose. Thousands of feet were destroyed during the conflagration, and but little is available for use. Yesterday, Chief Shaughnessy telegraphed to Los Angeles, Sacramento, and Oakland for chemicals with which to charge the tanks of the chemical engines. Small fires still blaze among the ruins, and the department, in the absence of a water supply, must rely on its chemical engines to extinguish them. The population of the last district to be destroyed spread in many directions. Most of the poorer classes are destitute and helpless, but little of their personal effects were saved. Fisherman's Wharf was not damaged, and Meg's Wharf survived. Both of these are crowded with humanity. Many people have taken refuge along the waterfront, but the bulk of people from this district is quartered on vacant lots and at Fort Mason. Place of refuge. There are 2 public squares in the district, Washington and Portsmouth, the latter opposite the Hall of Justice. It is in charge of Detective Sergeant Charles Taylor and contains many of the police department records. With the assistance of many brave policemen and citizens who have remained with him since Wednesday afternoon, Taylor has established a model place of refuge, buried the dead, while fire raged around, and fed thousands who were victims of the disaster. The Chinese and Japanese population for the most part have decamped. The few that loiter in the vicinity of their homes are fed in the square, but the majority stampeded to Oakland and huddled into the heathen quarter of that city. They are cared for by their fellow countrymen and by the various relief committees. A police officer, a sailor, and John C. Ennis of Company E, 1st Artillery, prevented the fire from crossing Van Ness Avenue at California Street at the risk of their lives. They extinguished a small blaze on the corner of the building and would have saved the structure had not the fire come from the south. Men shoot fiends who try to rob. 3 are killed by the soldiers guarding the sub-treasury. Son of T.P. Reardon is shot to death near his home. University of California student receives a bullet wound in thigh. 3 men were shot and killed by the guards of the sub-treasury on Commercial Street last night. The men were attempting to tear away the bricks near one corner of the building. When ordered to throw up their hands and give an account of themselves, they attempted to escape. The guards at once shot them down. The troops guarding the Hibernia Bank building at Jones and McAllister Streets found 4 men attempting to break into the building. The soldiers captured them without firing and turned the men over to their superior officers. They will be court-martialed. Looters broke into Schoenfeld's grocery on Octavia Street near Geary yesterday afternoon. Women tried to get some of the provisions, but men after liquor trampled them down. Sergeant Giovanessi and a detail of 10 men from Company B, 6th Regiment, were passing the place on their way to Fontana's warehouse, and some of the women appealed to the sergeant. He immediately ordered his men to clear the place. J.B. Reardon, son of the real estate agent who lives in the neighborhood, grabbed the gun of one of the guardsmen and called him a tin soldier. Reardon was shot at once. He died in a carriage containing Father York and a party, into which he was lifted. An unknown workman employed at the Gerson Tanning Company on Webster Street near McAllister was on his way home yesterday morning and was ordered to halt by a sentry. The workman explained that his wife was dying and he wanted to see her and tried to pass. The sentry shot at him, but missed, and the workman ran back to the tannery. Shanto Komata, a Japanese, was shot early yesterday morning in Laurel Hill Cemetery by one of the University of California cadets. He was holding up some of his fellow countrymen and relieving them of their valuables. Wong Hong Chang was killed on McAllister Street between Gough and Octavia Streets yesterday morning by a guard while he was going through a trunk. Wing Lee, a companion of the robber, stood at a distance from the scene of the crime. He was placed under arrest. Fred Kohler, a 23-year-old youth, murdered an aged man named Pringle on Miggs Wharf about 6:30 o'clock last night. Conflicting stories are told about the causes which led to the killing. Police Corporal William Ferguson captured Kohler and charged him with murder at the Park Police Station. Kohler says Pringle objected to his rowing away a skiff from the wharf. The lad and his brother jumped into the boat and were rowing out into the stream when, Kohler alleges, Pringle began to stone him. He then killed him with a shotgun. The row appears to have been over the ownership of the boat. I.P. Alton, a university cadet, was shot by a regular yesterday while Alton was assisting to demolish a saloon in the section between Van Ness Avenue and Devisadero Street. Alton received a bullet in his thigh. He is at the Presidio Hospital. He is a sophomore, 22 years old, and his home is at Fowler. Some complaint has been made that the University of California cadets have been exceeding their authority. Chief of Police Deenan has been informed that they have been holding up special and regular police without the use of judgment. The Berkeley citizens have been trying to secure the services of the student guards for 3 days. General Funston seems reluctant to part with the collegians. At the corner of Greenwich Street and Van Ness Avenue late yesterday afternoon, A Slavonian who did not understand English was ordered by the military authorities to assist in chopping down some trees. Evidently misunderstanding the order, he started in an opposite direction, and the soldier, believing he was attempting to escape, shot him through the shoulder. He is not believed to be dangerously wounded. At 9:20 o'clock yesterday morning, Special Officers Fred Rowe and L. Jockers turned over to Policeman Charles E. Fennell at 4th and Market Streets a man who gave the name of Ernest H. Blazer, 243 Tehama Street. They arrested him for looting Lacey's saloon opposite the ruins of the Palace Hotel. Fennell searched him and found a loaded revolver, 3 gold watches, a diamond stud, and other articles in his pockets. He broke and ran away, and Fennell fired 3 shots at him. One of the bullets struck him in the left shoulder and brought him down. He was taken to the German hospital, where his wound was dressed. He was turned over by order of Chief of Police Dinan to the military authorities. The man's name is believed to be assumed. 2 boys, about 12 years of age, were arrested in Jefferson Square by militiamen yesterday while counting gold. When searched, the youngsters were found to have $700 in their possession. As they could give no satisfactory account of themselves, they were lodged in the guardhouse. For 2 nights past, a squad of police has been performing patrol duty on the bay. 2 lieutenants and 8 men aboard the tug Sea Rover prevented the departure of several vessels from the harbor last night for the reason that they carried food. Among them were the barkentines Eureka and Barracuda, bound for Portland with supplies. All vessels stopped were compelled to drop anchor in the stream or to return to the dock, where the food was unloaded and turned over to the authorities. On Thursday, a similar detail succeeded in saving for the unfortunate many tons of food that would otherwise have been carried to cities up and down the coast. Ravages of death are already felt in various places. 40 bodies taken from wreck of a building on 5th Street. Here you are, old man. It's all I have, but you are welcome to it. With these words, a great big longshoreman, walking along East Street near the ferry yesterday, took from his shoulders a quilt, rolled soldier fashion, carefully unrolled it, and reverentially threw it over the body of a man that had been dragged from the ruins of a waterfront lodging-house early in the morning. There were 3 bodies lying side by side in the blackened embers. Scraps of cloth and newspapers enough to cover 2 had been found and placed over their blackened bodies. The 3rd would have remained uncovered, but for the hardy giant whose great heart was touched by the awful sight, and who forgot his own comfort to show his respect for the dead. In the vicinity of the wreck of the Mission police station, and in the district patrolled by the Mission policemen under Captain Anderson, the death roll has increased. 2 unknown men died from exposure. They were immediately buried. Others are in a critical and desperate condition. 40 bodies were taken from the building at 119 5th Street yesterday by the Red Cross Service. The structure, which was a 4-story wooden building containing 3 flats of 10 rooms each, collapsed during the earthquake. At the time, several persons were taken alive from the upper stories, but it was thought that all the inmates had escaped. The ruins took fire shortly after, and although efforts were made to extinguish the flames, the entire building was consumed. The bodies of the unfortunates imprisoned within the ruins were incinerated, only the skulls and a few bones being left. It is known that Mrs. Henry Murray and A.J. McNear and wife lived in this building. They have not been heard from since the fire. The foregoing is typical of the great tragedy that occurred south of Market Street on the first day. A call reporter who saw the great fire that was to sweep that part of the city for the first 2 days start on 3rd Street soon after the earthquake and go roaring up Tehama Street. He saw in its path scores of frail houses go down as if made of cards. Hundreds of people must have been pinned beneath the debris and burned before they could be rescued.
At the office of the Health Board, 11 burial permits were issued yesterday. A report was received that bodies were steadily being recovered from the ruins. Portsmouth and Washington Squares are utilized as temporary burial places for victims of the catastrophe. The bodies will be transferred to consecrated ground when conditions are more settled. Sanitary precaution necessitates the interment of bodies as fast as they are found. The additions to the list of the dead and wounded at the Presidio Hospital up to noon yesterday are: dead, Jens Sorensen, McLean of Federal Hotel. Injured. Note: here follows a list of about 40 names. End note. The list of those buried in Portsmouth Square, whose death resulted from injuries during the earthquake shock, are: King, 928 Mission Street. 14 unidentified. Harry Chesborough, 7th and Minna Streets. N. Cornfield, 937½ Folsom Street. Young Won, Chinese, Clay Street. E. Norman, 409 Pacific Street. A. Webster, woman, 14 William Street. John Day, Chinese, 235 Geary Street. William Vare or Ware, 260 Sherman Street. M. Murky, 423 Stevenson Street. Mother and child 4 years old, 236 Turk Street. George Walker, Lewis Robinson, H. Hung. The injured in the square are Harry Brunner, 502 Bush Street, bruises. J. J. Dugan, 402 Broadway, burns. C. S. Robinson, 812 Kearny Street, blood poisoning. Coin of mint for city. Golden stores of the government unlocked to meet situation. United States Mint to advance millions to the banks of cities about the Bay. Money to be abundant. Secretary of the Treasury Department comes to the aid of San Francisco. More than $5 million will be advanced immediately by Superintendent Frank A. Leach of the United States Mint to the San Francisco and Alameda County banks, under instruction by Secretary Shaw of the Treasury Department. The gold in the mint in this city amounts to more than $300 million. The $5 million more to be paid out now will go to the banks having deposits in New York and other eastern money centers. There will be abundant money at once, so said Superintendent Leach yesterday. Secretary Shaw is alive to the situation. He wired to me and asked for recommendations. He had anticipated the desirability of governmental assistance in view of the recent disasters. The result is that the government will aid. Some of the relief money provided by Congress by appropriation is also available on 3 different orders. Measures for the relief of the financial institutions of San Francisco will be discussed, and action will be taken at a meeting of the Bankers Association in San Francisco tomorrow at the home of Mrs. Eleanor Martin. The State Bankers Association will meet for the same purpose in Oakland next Tuesday. The place and exact time will be announced later. Telegrams to members of the association residing at interior points have been sent, giving notification of the meeting. The Bankers Association of Oakland has decided to defer action regarding the policy to be pursued by them until the results of the meetings of the San Francisco and the State Bankers Associations are known. The San Francisco Clearinghouse members will meet on Monday morning at the Chief Wharfinger's office to discuss the situation. The State Banking Commission met yesterday in the Syndicate Bank building. The discussion of affairs did not result in the adoption of any definite plan. The Commission decided that banks of the state now closed as a result of the governor's proclamation should remain closed until definite relief measures have been agreed upon. Bankers of San Francisco and Oakland consulted yesterday in reference to plans for resuming. One proposition was to organize a clearinghouse with headquarters in the Mint building and to have business transacted in that way for the present. Superintendent Leach says that the Mint can supply accommodations if they are desired. Assistant United States Treasurer Jacobs has been instructed to make the Mint his headquarters for the present. An immense sum in total will come into San Francisco as relief money from many places in the United States in a few days, which will improve the situation financially. It was announced yesterday at a meeting of bankers of the city that they had found $100 million intact and that all the vaults were perfectly safe. One result of the discussion of relief measures among financiers has been the suggestion that Congress be asked to authorize the issuance of bonds in the sum of $2 million to bear 2% interest payable in 10 years. The bonds would be sold by popular subscription, to be called the San Francisco Relief Bonds, secured by first mortgage on real estate of San Francisco. The proceeds from the sale of the bonds would be placed in the hands of a commission to loan to owners of San Francisco real estate. Present mortgagees would take second mortgages, giving the government, which practically would guarantee the bond issue, first lien on the real estate. Uncle Sam Liberal gives another $1 million to needy of San Francisco. Washington, April 21st. The House today passed a resolution appropriating $1 million in addition to the amount heretofore appropriated for the San Francisco sufferers. When the Senate met yesterday, Scott presented a resolution calling upon the Secretary of the Treasury to prepare for the Senate an estimate of the cost of replacing the ruined federal buildings in San Francisco, and it was adopted. The resolution suggests that the estimate should be for steel frames. A resolution presented by Morgan at the request of the Secretary of War, making the money appropriated by the resolution passed yesterday for the relief of the San Francisco sufferers available for the purchase of medical supplies as well as for subsistence and quartermaster's supplies, was also passed. The Command at the Park. Park District, Park Lodge Camp. Order Number 1. Pursuant to instructions from Brigadier General Frederick Funston, United States Army, commanding the Department of California, and Mayor Eugene E. Schmitz of San Francisco, the undersigned hereby assumes military command of the district included in the limits of Golden Gate Park. It will be known as the Park District, and headquarters are hereby established at the Park Lodge. Captain T. W. N. Draper, late United States Volunteers, is hereby detailed as Engineer Officer of the District. Captain A. E. Truby, Assistant Surgeon, USA, is hereby detailed as Chief Sanitary Officer of the District. Captain P. J. Perkins, late U.S.V. Signal Corps, is hereby detailed as Military Surgeon. Signed, G. W. McIver, Major, 4th United States Infantry. Relief work progressing. Oakland, April 21st. Every fraternal organization in Oakland has established headquarters, and large provisions have been made to meet the urgent demands for help. All of the evangelical churches will suspend services tomorrow, the edifices having been converted into relief stations. Homeless in Jefferson Square, contented lot. All conditions, except sanitary, are as good as could be expected. Among the homeless hundreds now sheltered in Jefferson Square, conditions are as admirable as they could be under the circumstances, and many tents are in place. An effort has been made by the military and civil authorities to secure some kind of an accurate list of the dead in the neighborhood. So far they have been greatly handicapped in their work through their inability to get reliable people to engage in the work. Among the homeless in the square are many little ones. Last night there was a shortage in the milk supply, but this condition was relieved at an early hour this morning by the arrival of many cans of the precious fluid. Early this morning there was great excitement among the refugees over the reported shooting of a looter in the square. Certainly a shot was fired.
but by whom and at what neither the military nor civil authorities doing duty in the neighborhood have been able to ascertain. It is known, however, that no one of the inhabitants of the square was shot. The sanitary condition of the camp in the square is a matter that must be given immediate attention if the health of the homeless is to be preserved. This matter is in the hands of the engineering corps of the army, and no time will be lost in looking to the sanitation of the whole city. But meanwhile there is great fear that sickness will wipe out the lives of many unfortunates who have been saved from earthquake and fire. City Board of Health needs sanitary corps. 500 physicians are invited to volunteer for service as inspectors. The Board of Health has issued a call for 500 physicians to serve as sanitary inspectors. Already 200 have reported. 4 physicians have been detailed to investigate rumors concerning contagious diseases. Maternity houses will be established at 9 central points. The office of the Board of Health is established at Laguna and Grove Streets. Soldiers have been detailed to have trenches dug for the deposit of rubbish at the different camps. Many plumbers needed. Board of Health makes a call for skilled mechanics. Dr. Regensberger, president of the State Board of Health, wishes to make it known throughout California that plumbers are needed at once in San Francisco. They must bring their own tools. Their tools will be sufficient credentials to secure for them free transportation on any railroad. They are requested to report at the headquarters of the State Board of Health at Laguna and Grove Streets. No more earthquakes, declares a scientist. Repetition of Temblor not likely in the opinion of Professor Larkins. Professor E. L. Larkins, a scientist of eminence, who is now in charge of the Mount Lowe Observatory, has sent word to the Relief Committee that as a result of his investigations he feels justified in announcing that there is no danger that the recent seismic disturbances will be repeated. Professor Larkins has made a special study of earthquake conditions, and his opinion carries great weight. Caruso second best in a brief battle. Given terrific blow upon the eye by irate emigrant on ferryboat. Enrico Caruso, the world-famous tenor, who was in San Francisco with the Metropolitan Opera Company at the time of the earthquake, was one of the first persons to get across the bay to Oakland. It cost him dear, however. Caruso is said to have expended $700 in having his 7 trunks carried from his hotel to the street and then carted to the ferry and taken across. On the ferry boat, Caruso met with a second disaster. He had a very bulky supply of hand baggage, which he deposited at the foot of the rear stairway on the boat. Caruso, his calmness regained, stood by his baggage, and from the rear of the departing boat gazed upon the scene of destruction, lighted by the fires which had broken forth a few minutes before. As Caruso gazed, a squad of emigrants, less clean of face than himself, and with baggage of various sorts, deposited their belongings upon the valises of the famous tenor. When Caruso observed how his grips were hidden under besmeared carpet-bags, he kicked the latter away with his foot. Instantly the owner of these parcels, thus roughly treated, smote Caruso a terrific blow upon the right eye. The singer drew up for battle, but soon saw that he was hopelessly outnumbered, and removed his own belongings to the other side of the boat. Washington soldiers coming. Portland, April 21st. General Constant Williams, Commandant at Vancouver Barracks, Washington, last night sent 10 companies to San Francisco with regular field equipment and 10 days' rations. The detachment is composed of 700 men. Fuel oil for delivery. The Associated Oil Company, through its general manager W. S. Porter, has announced that its oil tanks at 2nd and Berry Streets, Point Richmond, and Alameda Point are in condition to deliver fuel oil. Mr. Porter has issued an order to men in charge to deliver oil to all the shipping in the harbor applying therefor. From the Berry Street station he is delivering oil to the stations of the Spring Valley Water Company throughout the city for pumping purposes, and is prepared to accommodate all comers in need of fuel oil to the extent of the capacity of the tanks at that point, some 10,000 barrels. The company will not ask compensation at present. Monday and Tuesday holidays. Sacramento, April 21st. Governor Pardee this afternoon issued the following proclamation declaring 2 more legal holidays. In the interests of the public welfare, I, George C. Pardee, Governor of the State of California, by virtue of the authority vested in me by the Constitution and the laws of this state, do hereby appoint, designate, and declare Monday, April 23, 1906, and Tuesday, April 24, 1906, as public legal holidays. Confiscate automobiles. The automobiles have rendered splendid service. Many of them have been confiscated by the military and civil authorities, and the drivers impressed into service. Working day and night since the hour of the earthquake, some of the operators have been without sleep or rest during the entire period. As a result, several of the chauffeurs last night fell in utter collapse in front of the headquarters. Volunteer engineers wanted. Volunteer engineers for repair work are requested to report at the office of the Contra Costa Water Company, Oakland, or to the temporary headquarters, Filbert Street, near Bush. C. L. Corey, George L. Gilman, A. M. Hunt, Win Merdick, and W. H. Allen. Railroads help. No commercial freight is being sent to or received for San Francisco. The Southern Pacific is giving preference to the relief freight, which is being delivered to the Folsom Street and 4th and Kentucky Street depots. The local freight office in Oakland and the new Uptown General Freight Office will be in position Monday to give more advice about the disposition of commercial freight on the road for San Francisco, and diversion orders will be received. San Rafael organizes. San Rafael, April 21st. Citizens have organized a general relief committee to aid refugees from San Francisco. A camp has been provided near Hotel Rafael. S. M. Augustine is chairman of the finance committee. Witnesses human misery. Los Angeles, April 21st. E. Call Brown, mining engineer and geologist of San Francisco, arrived in Los Angeles on the Owl today. From the windows of his room in the Argyle Hotel on McAllister Street, San Francisco, he had seen strange and horrible sights, and more distress through the hours which followed the awful catastrophe. He saw much of human misery and despair, and much of human devotion and courage. "The most terrible thing I saw," said Mr. Brown, "was the futile struggle of a policeman and others to rescue a man who was pinned down in burning wreckage. It was a race with the fire, and a losing race. The helpless man watched it in silence till the fire began burning his feet." Red Cross Headquarters. The California branch of the American Red Cross Society has established a headquarters at 2510 Washington Street. All trained nurses are requested to enroll by W. W. Morrow, President, and Mrs. J. F. Merrill, Vice President of the Society. Mrs. Hugh McCrum has donated $5,000 to the Red Cross Association. Horace Davis and Captain Currier have requested that automobiles, carriages, drugs, and money be donated to the association. They are in need of doctors also. Californians on way home. El Paso, Texas, April 21st. Members of the California Press Association, who have been making a tour in Mexico, arrived here on a special train from the City of Mexico today, and left at once over the Santa Fe for California. They expect to reach Oakland Monday afternoon. Since the disaster at San Francisco, excursionists have been unable to get any messages from home. Wanted. Office desks at once. Corner store, 11th and Franklin Streets, Oakland. H. Schilhaas. Temporary headquarters, George H. Fuller Desk Company, at Walter H. McKay and Company, 418 to 424 14th Street. Office furniture arriving now. Call distributed free to the people from automobile. Crowds rush frantically to secure paper wherever stops are made. Throughout all of San Francisco, wherever human habitations stand, a swift touring car flew yesterday morning carrying the call to thousands of eager, anxious people hungry for news of loved ones and further details of the disaster wrought by earthquake and fire. No charge was made for the papers. As from the first day after the Temblor, the call was distributed free in keeping with the general scheme of succor that is bringing the stricken multitude into hope and cheer again. As fast as the automobile sped, it left in its wake groups of interested people devouring every line of its report of the day's events, the best published by any newspaper. Though several thousand papers were distributed, there were not enough of them to give each of the still many more thousands of persons one, and they had to be passed from hand to hand. Sometimes one of a group would read aloud, and the others would stand close, devouring every line of the information imparted, every word of the graphic description of occurrences that the pages bore. The calls left Oakland, where they were published, at an early hour, but not so early that the masses of the people were not bestirring themselves. One of the fastest launches on the bay had been convoyed to take them to the San Francisco side. The little vessel sped its way across and skirted the stretch of tumbled docks and charred warehouses, landing at the foot of Hyde Street. There stood in waiting one of the swiftest touring cars in San Francisco, a car that had been wont to chug through happier scenes than the automobiles view today as they fly frantically about on errands of assistance. Into this car the bundles of calls were delivered, and without delay the chauffeur started on the run to the portions of the city in which population was left, population densest in the public squares, where not a house stood. All the streets in the western addition were covered by the flying auto. Stops were made at all the parks, including the queen of them all, Golden Gate, now giving shelter to the people stricken, as she had given joyful hours to the people happy. Fort Mason and the Presidio were visited, and out into the Richmond district the free calls were distributed. The scenes attendant upon the passing out of the calls were among the notable features of the week in San Francisco. Whenever the auto drew up to a crowd, there was a wild rush for it and a clamor for copies of the paper. The looting of a grocery could not have excited a madder rush. "Free calls here!" shouted loudly as the machine dashed up to some chosen spot of distribution, was the signal for a descent of surging hundreds upon the auto, and the stretching out of hands toward the bundle of papers, which would have been swallowed up like oats in a hopper, had they not been held high until the number to be left among the people at that particular spot had been handed out. It was explained to the eager throng at each place that everybody could not be given a paper, as there would not be enough to go around, but that those into whose hands they were placed were expected to pass them along until all had had a chance to get their contents. A glance back as the auto left the successive stopping places showed that each person who had been given a paper was surrounded as closely as the auto had been, everyone being determined to get a glance at the paper. In the common brotherhood that prevails among the people who are suffering, everyone did get to read a call. There was no other occupation that would keep the people from the call auto. Those preparing meals would leave their improvised stoves or bricks, running the chance of their morsel of food being burned. Whole lines of people that had stood patiently waiting for bread would be broken up at the shout of free calls, the ones hungry for bread being hungrier still for the complete news of the fire and its sequel, and of the people who were injured, missing, dead, or saved. The lists of names of those who had registered at the park and of those who had been taken to hospitals
were scanned in the greediest manner. There were expressions of praise for the Call, not only for its free delivery of the papers, but for the superior news it contained, giving the most complete information of the disaster. Wherever the auto dashed along, the people scrambled up the road to intercept it, and some ran after it for blocks. End of Section 7. Section 8 of the San Francisco Earthquake and Fire, as reported in the newspapers of that city. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Items from the San Francisco Call, Sunday, April 22, 1906. Business firms prepare to adorn the city with stately buildings. Structures planned for Market Street. Nearly all the banks to erect homes for themselves. Have comfortable balances in the East and Europe. Many of the most substantial businessmen and property owners of San Francisco spent yesterday in consultation with architects. While the work of clearing away the debris goes forward, a corps of draftsmen will be busily occupied preparing plans for the new buildings to adorn the city. It is understood that James D. Phelan will be one of the first to rebuild on Market Street. His plans are not complete, but call in general for a fine structure at Market and O'Farrell Streets. Mr. Phelan recently purchased from the Eade Company the property adjoining and reaching to Stockton Street. His intention is to cover the entire frontage with buildings as soon as it can be done. Practically every bank in San Francisco will rebuild. All of these institutions have Eastern connections, and many of them are affiliated with foreign banks. Owing to the great prosperity of San Francisco, the local institutions, almost without exception, have large deposits to their credit in New York and European capitals. This money will be available at once, and after the strain of the moment has been relieved, building preparations will be begun. F. W. Lilienthal, president of the Anglo-Californian Bank, said yesterday, "Now is the time for every man to put his shoulder to the wheel to build up the new city. There is going to be a new city, and I am going to do all I can to make it the greatest in the world. It will mean work and lots of it, but the people of San Francisco are equal to the task." Several large business firms have sent messages to their customers throughout the state that they will open for business in San Francisco as soon as the authorities permit. The commission houses will be among the first to act, recognizing the necessity of bringing goods into San Francisco. Hills Brothers, wholesale grocers and commission, have already resumed operations in Oakland and will move to San Francisco as soon as possible. Manotti, Larimer and Company, Nye and Nissen, and other commission firms have sent agents throughout the state to have food products dispatched with all haste to San Francisco from the country districts. Quantities arrived yesterday. The large wholesale grocery firms will resume business in San Francisco as soon as permission to do so is granted. Haas Brothers and J. A. Folger and Company are having plans prepared for structures. Wholesale clothing firms have wired to the East to make full shipments. Hoffman Rothschild will rebuild on Battery and Market. Greenbaum, Well and Michaels will have a structure erected on Sansome Street. A full list of all the firms who will rebuild in the wholesale district would read like a business directory. Will build smelter. Guggenheim's to spend $5 million in constructing plant. New York, April 21st. It was announced at the office of M. Guggenheim Sons yesterday that orders have been issued by that firm to proceed as soon as possible with the construction of a $5 million smelting plant in San Francisco. Confidence in city. New Jersey firm to rebuild warehouses at once. Trenton, New Jersey, April 21st. John A. Roebling Sons Company of this city, whose warehouses were destroyed in San Francisco, has decided to rebuild at once. Extends a message of cheer. San Francisco will rise again to its ranks at the front.
Cheering words of hope come from Los Angeles in the following editorial published in the Times. Over the wreck and ruin of this unparalleled calamity which has befallen the capital city of the North shines the star of hope, brightly, serenely, inextinguishably. The sympathy of Los Angeles for the prostrate city is deeper than words can express. All that lies within our power to do in this supreme crisis we shall do to help our brothers and our sisters who have been stricken so grievously. Our sympathy will not be wholly of a sentimental character. We shall give it a practical turn, and so far as possible aid in this inadequate way to mitigate the loss and horror of the great disaster. To our brothers of the afflicted city by the Golden Gate we send this message: be of good cheer, whatever may betide. All is not lost while hope and courage remain. It is a time for strength, not for weakness, for hope, not for despair. As becomes true men, be strong to meet the blows of fate and fortune, however swift or terrible. The misfortune of San Francisco is the misfortune of Los Angeles, the misfortune of the whole Pacific coast. Appalling and heartbreaking as is this calamity, we shall recover from it, and we shall still go forward, hand in hand and heart to heart, developing this magnificent empire of the West, the grandest land beneath the shining sun. San Francisco will rise from its ruins and its ashes grander, more beautiful, more influential than before. The resources which she has to draw upon are undiminished. Her site upon the coast of the world-beating ocean is unexcelled for commanding the world's commerce. The disaster of the present may not be repeated in 1,000 years, may never be repeated in point of fact, although no portion of the world's surface is exempt from earthquake visitations. The full extent of this dire calamity is not yet known, and it may be thought by some pessimistic persons that the present is not a fitting time to talk of hope and to indulge in optimism. On the contrary, there could be no more fitting time than this to invoke the star of hope. It is a time to try men's souls, and the supreme test which it imposes will serve to distinguish between the weak and the strong, to develop the highest qualities of the human heart and the dauntless courage of the human soul. Other peoples have suffered great calamities and have risen above them with renewed strength and resolution. Out of the ashes of the great Chicago fire rose a new and greater Chicago, which stands today a splendid monument to the determination and the unconquerable will of its builders. The new Charleston and the new Galveston are better than the old. And so, please God, it shall be with the new San Francisco, after the wrath of the elements shall have subsided, and the new builders shall have had time to complete their work. The men who have made the Pacific coast what it is are not the men to be disheartened by this disaster, dreadful as it is. They will continue to go forward in the magnificent work to which they have set their hands, the upbuilding of a great and populous empire in a land more favored than any land on earth. So let us stand together in the great work of rescue and resuscitation. Let us stand firm, stand fast, stand sure, stand true. Nearly all losses to be paid. Big insurance companies stand ready to meet their obligations. Underwriters hold meeting in Oakland and discuss the situation. Commissioner Wolf states that policies represent $250 million. "We will pay," was the announcement of the big insurance companies when it was known that the city of San Francisco would be swept to the ground by the disastrous fire that followed the earthquake of Wednesday morning. And not one of the companies has receded from the position taken. The companies stand firm in their confidence in San Francisco and the surrounding country, despite the fact that E. Myron Wolf, insurance commissioner, estimates that the losses on the faces of policies covering the burned district will amount to $250 million. These figures are arrived at on the basis of the amount of premiums paid and on figuring on the rate of insurance charged. Speaking of the situation from the insurer's standpoint, Commissioner Wolf said, "While it is too early to speak authoritatively or definitely, all indications are that the insurance companies will settle all losses promptly and fully. A few of the companies may not be able to weather the storm,
but nearly every company with authority to transact business in California has sufficient assets with which to meet every emergency. The California insurance companies afford full protection, for the reason that the California law as to the liability of stockholders applies to all stockholders. The stockholders in these companies are men of large fortunes, and if the resources of any company are exhausted, the individual holders of the stock are financially able to respond to their obligations. More than 150 insurance men of San Francisco met in Reed Hall, Oakland, yesterday morning to discuss the situation. George W. Spencer, chairman of the Fire Underwriters Adjusting Bureau, presided. Regarding the opening of safes in San Francisco, L.T.C. Coogan reported that he had held a conference with Governor Pardee, and that the chief executive said he did not desire to interfere with General Funston's reign in the city across the bay. He said, however, that the governor assured him that he would do all in his power to assist in the readjustment. It was decided by the insurance men to order 100,000 blank proofs of losses for immediate use of the policyholders, and to urge that the losses be appraised as soon as possible. Meetings of the underwriters will be held daily at Reed Hall. Soldier runs amok. A drunken soldier was discharging his revolver in Golden Gate Park about 8 o'clock last night, terrifying people. Word was sent to the Park Police Station, and Lieutenant of Police Kelly sent 2 policemen to the scene with orders to take his weapons from him and turn them over to the military officers in charge, which was done. Will begin repair work tomorrow. Board of Public Works is to commence on the sewers. Corps of inspectors and engineers in the employ of the city. Other departments of municipality plan for relief of stricken San Francisco. Headquarters for the Board of Public Works are established at 1765 Ellis Street. The Engineers Department is arranging a system of sewer inspection, and yesterday a corps of men were sent out to examine the main sewers and remove congestions. The Carpenters Department has in hand the work of excavating cesspools in the public squares and at all other places where the homeless are congregated. A system of chimney inspection and repair will be inaugurated tomorrow morning, commencing with the bakeries and hospitals. All the street sprinkling wagons were put to work as distributors of water to the refugees who are remote from regular supply points. By seizing all kinds of tools that are serviceable, the board hopes to have an army of men equipped and at work tomorrow morning on the streets. The Board of Health has headquarters at Laguna and Grove Streets. Permits are being given to bury the dead in all cemeteries of the city. 8 permits were issued this morning. A register has been opened wherein will be given the addresses of all the surgeons of the city who report to the health department. Arrangements have been made to remove the carcasses of animals that are strewn about the city, and the health officers expect to have the burned part of the city clear of these by tomorrow. The Insanity Commissioners have established headquarters at the United States General Hospital Presidio, where Judge Graham will hold court every morning at 11 o'clock. Only 2 dangerously insane people have thus far been reported to the Commission. The Treasurer and the Auditor have opened permanent headquarters at 2511 Sacramento Street. The Election Commission has located to 1815 Broadway. Preparations will there be made for the holding of the fall election. Employees of the department are requested to report at the address named for duty. Olympic Club to rebuild. William Greer Harrison, optimistic as of yore in spite of the desolate scene he was looking down upon yesterday afternoon from a high eminence of the city, declared that the Olympic Club will be rebuilt. Injured nurse may recover. Miss Louise Underwood, the Waldeck Sanitarium nurse who was injured by falling plaster after the earthquake shock, was removed to the home of friends in Oakland yesterday. It is thought that she will live, although she will probably lose the use of her lower limbs. The 1st and 3rd Battalions of the 20th Infantry and 4 troops of the 14th Cavalry, all from Monterey, Landed at Fort Mason yesterday. Offers shelter to women. Sacramento, April 21st. The Sacramento General Relief Committee this afternoon issued the following to the press of the state. The Sacramento Relief Committee desires to counteract the impression that Sacramento is now prepared to receive refugees to the number of 10,000. Sacramento, while not inviting refugees by thousands, will receive and shelter all the homeless women, children, and disabled men who come here. Los Angeles, April 21st. The entire 7th Regiment, National Guard of California, comprising 9 companies, 650 men, has been ordered to hold itself in readiness to proceed to San Francisco for guard duty. General Wankowski, commanding the 1st Brigade, is assembling a special train to convey the troops. Dr. A. W. Scott, former principal of the High School of Alameda, but who accepted the principalship of the Girls' High School San Francisco, is one of the refugees. The high school building is beyond the fire limits, and so escaped the Holocaust, but it was shaken down by the earthquake. List of refugees and addresses. From temporary homes, people ask the call to locate friends. Day by day, the list of those who escaped death in the great disaster which overtook San Francisco Wednesday morning is growing. In the excitement, many families and friends were separated. Through the columns of the call, the survivors send word to their friends and relatives that they are safe. Following is a list of those who have secured temporary homes and those of whom information is sought. Note: here follows a list of about 200 names and addresses of those who are seeking people, as well as the names of people being sought and where they were last seen. This list fills 2 columns on this page and is continued on another page for another column and a half. End note. Cars begin to run on the streets. Traffic resumed in various sections of city on 4th day of the disaster. The United Railroads began running cars on Fillmore Street for 8 blocks last night. This thoroughfare is the new Market Street at present. The Kentucky and San Mateo cars are also running. The sight of the new cars in operation put new heart into the people. It was greeted with cheers. The directors of the United Railroads held a meeting yesterday afternoon in a vacant house opposite the car barns at the corner of Fillmore and Turk Streets for the purpose of discussing measures for the resumption of traffic. The unanimous opinion favored the employment of as large a force of men as it might be possible to collect to repair the roadway. No effort will be spared to resume traffic on all lines. A great deal of difficulty will be experienced in clearing the cable lines, but on the streets where trolleys have been strung, cars will certainly be running within days. The headquarters of the streetcar companies will be located for the present at Turk and Fillmore Streets. Mechanics of all kinds are requested to remain in the city by General Superintendent Chapman, as the United Railroads will have plenty of work for them. The company determined to show the world that it could operate its cars on the 4th day after so great a catastrophe. C. E. Loss Company, builders of the Ocean Shore Railroad, marched 2,000 men into San Francisco yesterday from the San Mateo construction camps to clear Market Street of debris. Tracks will be laid at once so that a quick means of access to the ferry may be secured. Oakland, April 21st. John C. Lynch, Collector of Internal Revenue of this district, gave notification today that his office would be opened for regular business Monday morning in the Appraisers Building. It is probable a stamp department will be established either Monday forenoon or afternoon in Oakland. Paintings at Hopkins are saved. Professor O'Neill of the University of California cuts the pictures from their frames. The artist folk of San Francisco, and in fact the artists of the entire world, will be pleased to learn that almost all of the paintings at the Hopkins Art Institute have been saved. They were cut from their canvases by Professor Edmund O'Neill of the University of California and are now safely stored in one of the buildings on the campus at Berkeley. The value of the collection cannot be estimated with exactness, but an artist seen yesterday stated that the pictures saved were worth more than $200,000. Professor O'Neill risked his life in securing the pictures. He had watched the fire creep up the hill toward the Institute, but entertained the hope up to the very last that it would not reach the famous gallery. When Mr. O'Neill finally saw that the Institute was doomed, he took a squad of volunteers into the building and removed a number of the pictures to the lawn of the Flood mansion opposite. It soon became apparent that the fire was ascending the hill at too rapid a pace to admit of the careful removal of the paintings. O'Neill then ordered his corps of workers to cut the pictures from the frames. While the flames were licking at the doors of the gallery, Mr. O'Neill and his assistants stripped the priceless canvases from the walls and rolled them in bundles. Into the remotest sections of the great gallery he penetrated, while plaster and bric-a-brac rained about him. He refused to leave the building when urged by his friends, continuing his work until the structure itself was in flames. By that time Mr. O'Neill had removed about every painting of great value. He had them done into bundles and taken to Berkeley, where they are now secure. Among the valuable paintings saved are the magnificent Egyptian study by Jean-Benjamin Constant, the French master, the Doves by Jerome, the Snow of the Sierras by Keith, one of the greatest pieces of landscape work done by an American painter, and by many considered Keith's masterpiece, Constance de Beverley, In the Studio by Jules Pages, which won the gold medal at a Paris salon, and others of great value by European and American masters. The Institute was the greatest art center west of Chicago. The fact that these paintings have been saved at once gives San Francisco artistic ascendancy. Aid comes from far and near. Cars and ships loaded with provisions on the way to San Francisco. Citizens of United States contribute liberally to fund the sufferers. Canada votes $100,000, and 500 Americans in London raise $12,500. Portland, April 21st. Almost every town in the Northwest is giving liberally toward the relief of San Francisco. Portland has $130,000 on hand. Another trainload of supplies started last night. The railroads are refusing to touch commercial business. The hospital corps of the Ontario National Guard is on the way to San Francisco. Spokane, Washington has raised $20,000 and sent 4 cars of provisions, which will be followed by 25 cars of flour tomorrow. H. Rogers of the Amalgamated Company has wired to Butte ordering $10,000 worth of provisions. Tacoma, April 21st. Tacoma today shipped $25,000 worth of supplies to San Francisco on order of the governor of Massachusetts and the mayor of Boston. Eureka, April 21st. Eureka, with a population of 1,200, has contributed $3,600 to the relief fund for the benefit of earthquake sufferers. The Bank of Siskiyou has given $500, 14 lodges $100 each, and more is coming in. Denver, April 21st. A train of 17 cars loaded with supplies for the people of San Francisco was dispatched from this city last night, and another will be sent tonight. Salt Lake City, April 21st. Salt Lake yesterday added about $30,000 in money and 6 carloads of cooked provisions to the contributions for San Francisco. Philadelphia, April 21st. Citizens of Philadelphia have already contributed more than $100,000 to the fund being raised in this city for the California sufferers. Victoria, British Columbia, April 21st. The steamship Tellus sailed at midnight carrying provisions valued at $10,000 collected by Victorians. Last night Premier McBride telegraphed a donation of $10,000 to Governor Pardee on behalf of the people of British Columbia. Seattle, April 21st. Seattle sent its first shipment to San Francisco yesterday in a special train of 50 tons of provisions. The subscription is nearing $100,000. The Pacific Coast Lumbermen's Association will meet tomorrow and give $50,000 to the fund. The lodges of that state gave several $1,000s.
Kansas City, April 21st. $25,000 was subscribed here yesterday for the San Francisco sufferers, and plans made to send west by fast freight a trainload, 16 cars, of provisions, bottled water, and bedclothing. Boston, Massachusetts, April 21st. Replying to Governor Wild's appeal, representative citizens of Boston and Massachusetts have pledged $500,000 to the sufferers of the California earthquake and conflagration. Lincoln, Nebraska, April 21st. A.R. Talbot of this city, head consul of the Modern Woodmen of America, announced yesterday that he would make a check for $100,000 for the San Francisco sufferers from the Modern Woodmen camps of the country. Jeffersonville, Indiana, April 21st. The Jeffersonville Army Supply Depot today sent 35 carloads of supplies to San Francisco. Los Angeles, April 21st. Carrying 4 carloads of provisions for the earthquake victims, the United States cruiser Boston departed from San Pedro Harbor last night, and this afternoon the Princeton, similarly loaded, left the harbor on its way north. Helena, April 21st. The Relief Committee today purchased 150,000 pounds of Montana flour and will forward it to San Francisco at once. $2,000 more was raised here today. London, April 21st. At a meeting of 500 Americans at the Hotel Cecil last evening, presided over by Ambassador Reid, $12,500 was subscribed for the relief of the earthquake sufferers. This will be greatly increased. Prominent British subjects will meet tomorrow and start a similar fund. Ottawa, Ontario, April 21st. The Dominion government has voted $100,000 for the earthquake and fire sufferers in San Francisco. Chicago, April 21st. The governors of Illinois, Ohio, and Minnesota have called upon the citizens of their respective states for prompt aid for California. Want conveyances for sick. The Associated Charities and the Red Cross have great and urgent need of automobiles and conveyances for the sick and injured. All Red Cross nurses who have not yet reported for service will do so at once at the headquarters of the Associated Charities in Franklin Hall on Fillmore Street near Bush. Organization of the general relief work in charge of the Reverend Ernest E. Baker has been thoroughly perfected, so that many thousands of refugees who have landed in Oakland are being carefully provided for. Alameda, April 21st. The influx of refugees from San Francisco was greater today than yesterday, but the Relief Committee here has the situation well in hand. Clergymen to address the people. Hold meeting and arrange for services at various places in city. Bishop Nichols' residence will be permanent headquarters of Episcopal Church. Devotions to be held at St. Mary's Cathedral if structure is safe. At a meeting of the Episcopal clergymen held at the residence of Bishop Nichols, 2515 Webster Street, at 10 o'clock yesterday morning, it was decided to hold religious services at the different camps of the homeless throughout the city today. Bishop Nichols will conduct services at the Presidio and will be assisted by the Reverend S.J. Lee. Reverend Franklin Stone will officiate during the morning services at Fort Mason. Reverend B.M. Whedon will conduct the services at Lafayette Square. Reverend W.M. Boers and H.A. Collison will hold a union service at Golden Gate Park. Reverend W.M. Riley will preach at Alta Plaza. The services at Alamo Square will be conducted by the Reverend C.M. Merrick. W.M. Hayes will preach at the Park Panhandle, and there will be a general service at Jefferson Square to be conducted by some member of the Episcopal clergy. All of these services will be held at 11 o'clock. Bishop Nichols announces that his residence will be the permanent headquarters of the Episcopal Church, and all relief work of the clergy will be handled from there. The following churches have opened rooms for the sick and homeless: St. Stephen's, Fulton Street, near Fillmore; St. James, 6th Avenue, Richmond District; Trinity Church, Bush and Gough Streets; All Saints, Waller Street, near Masonic Avenue. The bishop's residence will be used for a diocesan center where calls for funeral services may be left. Services will be held today in the English Lutheran Church on Geary Street near Octavia. Unless the architect decides the building to be unsafe, services will be held as usual in St. Mary's Cathedral on Van Ness Avenue. The clergy of St. Dominic's will hold service on the ruins, where masses will be said every half hour from 6 to 11 o'clock. The First and Third Swedish, Covenants, and Chinese Baptist churches are all destroyed. Steel giants. From the top of Russian Hill the eye rests upon several tall buildings that rise amidst the desolation of the business district, strong giants that hurled off the combined attacks of Temblor and Flame, and seem structurally sound, though gutted, seared, and scarred. These are the Fairmount and St. Francis Hotels, and the Claus Spreckels, Chronicle Annex, Crocker, Wells Fargo, Shreve, Merchants Exchange, Mills, Coal, Pacific Mutual Life, and Mutual Bank buildings. Right on top of Russian Hill, a little group of houses has been saved. Their occupants, singed, disheveled, scorched with the long 3 days' fight, look out upon the sea of devastation surrounding them and cannot believe what their browless eyes tell them. The houses saved are 1027 Green, Louise Fussler, Clarence Fussler, Mr. and Mrs. Pling, and Mrs. Josephine and Maybelle Fessler, all safe. 1023 Green, Mr. and Mrs. Tinroff, Lizzie Alvarado. 1013 Green, the O'Brien home. 1011 Green, G.J. Phillip and Birdsall families. 1009 Green, Kirk Harrison family. On the northern edge of the hill, the residence of O.D. Baldwin, the real estate man, stands, although the residence of Mr. Gaw, his son-in-law, is burned to the ground. The Huber house is up, and that of Dr. J. M. Moss. At the corner of Taylor and Vallejo, the magnificent places of Livingston Jenks and R. G. Hanford stand unmarred. Up on the crest the following houses are saved. 3-story flat, 1653 Taylor, with families of E. A. Dakin, Eli Shepard, S. Westfall. 1036 Vallejo, Frank F. Stone and family. 1038 Vallejo, Morgan Shepard and family. 1360 Vallejo, Mr. and Mrs. Richardson. 1040 Vallejo, R. Worcester. 1023 Vallejo, Horatio Leverino, Norman B. Leverino, rest of family away. Broadway and Taylor, Homer Parker, Miss Kate Atkinson. 1015 Vallejo, the Ed Ricks, Jacow, O. Black, Virgil Williams, Holmes families, and Wilson, editor of the Argonaut. To get free tickets. A transportation committee has been established in Franklin Hall, corner of Bush and Fillmore Streets. All persons wishing to leave the city can secure orders from this committee, which will secure them railroad tickets to any point within the state of California. New food depots. Bread will be distributed 3 times per day at Eddy and Fillmore Streets. Milk is being given out at Geary and Fillmore Streets. Supplies may be had at Steiner and Washington Streets, Van Ness Avenue and O'Farrell Street, Pacific Avenue and Laguna Street, and Hamilton Square. Medical aid is free. Physician services may be secured at Franklin Hall, Bush, and Fillmore Streets. Dr. Peary is giving his services at Sutter and Webster Streets. Noble women are heroines in distress. Mothers, wives, and sisters show courage when affliction presses. Their fortitude in time of trial makes traditional protectors appear weak. To mingle with the homeless is to encounter endless evidence that woman is strongest when affliction presses most severely. The fortitude displayed by the miscalled weaker sex makes some of their traditional protectors appear in the light of the protected. The military men who have charge of the public squares are outspoken in their admiration of the pluck displayed by the women. Although they are equal sharers with their husbands of the material loss and personal hardships conveyed by the burning of their homes,
the wives meet the misfortune with most courage. They are less prone to let the thought of great deprivation overcome their energy. While many men have completely given way to despair, the soldiers say, not a single known instance of a woman succumbing to misfortune has been encountered. If their physical strength were only equal to their moral courage, one infantry officer remarked, the women of San Francisco at this time of trial would make the problem less formidable for those who are trying to relieve the general distress. The terrible strain of the past few days is beginning to tell on the men. The reaction has come as a result of the awful experiences through which the majority of people have passed, and the suspense over missing relatives and friends is causing serious illness and in some cases insanity. At Central Avenue and Oak Street, a man became insane and attempted to kill his wife with a cleaver. He had to be taken into custody to prevent him from injuring himself or his family. To give employment. Oakland, April 21st. The Central Relief Committee has been notified that employment for 10,000 men and women is offered by San Joaquin Valley farmers and orchardists. Free transportation will be furnished by the Southern Pacific Company and the Santa Fe upon application at the Chamber of Commerce headquarters. Sage, Dealey and Company, 638 Market Street, opposite Palace Hotel, will commence the reconstruction of their building immediately and will resume their general real estate business at their former location as soon as practicable. The firm will pay particular attention to auctioneering. Announcement will be made soon of their temporary office. Note, the family of each member of the firm is safe and well. Block and Wright, chimneys repaired at regular scale of wages, authorized inspectors, offices 55th and Telegraph, telephone Oakland 6621. The office of James and Alex Brown, coal importers, late of 303 California Street, is now established at 1919 Sutter Street, San Francisco, April 20th, 1906. Southern Pacific General Office employees report for duty Monday morning. Union Savings Bank Building, General Manager, Purchasing Department, Passenger Traffic Manager, General Passenger Agent, Freight Traffic Manager, Chief Engineer, Superintendent of Transportation, Telegraph Department. Telegraph Avenue and 18th Street, General Freight Office, 1172 Broadway, Legal Department. Let your Eastern friends know you are safe by registering at 425 9th Street, headquarters of the New York Herald, Chicago Record Herald, and Salt Lake Herald. Shannon, the real estate man, can be found at 2310 Jackson Street near Fillmore, still in the real estate business. Shreve & Company will have an office near Post Street and Grant Avenue Monday morning, April 23rd. Employees needing funds should communicate there. Oakland's corner store, 11th and Franklin Streets. H. Shellhaas extends his hand to you. Furniture and household goods. Temporary law offices of Olney and Olney, Warren Olney Jr., J. M. McMahon, Lewis Bartlett, and William H. Gorell are at 1068 Broadway, Oakland, California. There will be a meeting of the Real Estate Board Sunday at 10 a.m. at 1853 Fillmore Street. All members are requested to attend. J. R. Howell, President. Important. Officers and members of the San Francisco Lodge No. 3, BPO Elks, are notified to attend an important session of the Lodge on Sunday afternoon, today, at 2 o'clock at the headquarters, 2240 Bush Street, near Fillmore. By order Thomas W. Hickey, Exalted Ruler. Herman Cohn, Secretary. The Keystone Type Foundry, San Francisco House, has procured headquarters in Oakland and has a new stock of type, leads, slugs, brass rule, galleys, wood goods, and general printing material coming. Address all communications to Keystone Type Foundry, Oakland, California. Inquiries for factory and jobbing sites, retail store, and office space will be received and given prompt attention. Wickham Havens, Real Estate, 1212 Broadway.
Editorial. What is doing? When the situation in San Francisco was made known by the wires that carried it to the world, the spirit of brotherly love fell upon men everywhere. As the donations of money flowed in from corporations and millionaires, it appeared that though we abuse the rich in our hours of ease, they come in very handy in time of trouble. The check of the millionaire and the widow's mite joined hands and ran on the same errand of humanity. There are more than 500,000 of people to be cared for, counting those unsheltered in San Francisco, San Jose, and Santa Rosa. For weeks the attention to their needs must continue. What is impressive, that which differentiates the modern from the ancient calamity, is the speed with which help came. Railroads and telegraphs had started the incoming wave, and it closely followed the nearby impulse. Now let it be understood that there must be no abatement until the proper authority tells the world that the emergency is over. To assemble, shelter, feed, and regulate so many thousands is a work of surpassing dimensions. Governor Pardee, Mayor Schmitz, and Mayor Mott of Oakland, the officers of the Army and Navy and of the National Guard, have done their full duty. Salute them. The different benevolent and secret organizations heard the hailing sign of distress and put relief in motion. Here, too, let us learn something. When the days go by in peace and prosperity, we may poke fun at what goes on behind the wicket, and going to lodge meeting is a joke. But in the shattering of things by calamity, the lodge, no matter what its grip and password, represents organization, and that is the prime need. We sometimes feel cross at the Army, and as for the militia, well, what would we do for a joke without it? But the regular Army and the militia represent organization and the civil order in the state, and when fire and calamity crumble what is over man's head and wipe out the usual path under his feet, God bless the troops. The emergencies presented in the Chicago, Baltimore, and San Francisco fires prove the validity of the argument for having large army posts near large cities. They prove, too, the pressing need of a well-disciplined militia. These are times in which men must take orders and obey them. When the steamer loads of blankets, bread, and food for 50,000 people were at the Presidio wharf, at the command of a young lieutenant of regulars, 3 millionaires and Chinese and Japanese took to the gangplanks and packed the cargo ashore as if they were trained roustabouts. The food passed in a steady stream to the 50,000 mouths that needed it. Social distinctions and race aversions were wiped out, and rich man and poor, Chinese and all, drank from the same canteen, and when the last steamer had been discharged, they all marched in line to the commissary, and each took his extra bucket of pork and beans and ate it with a relish that is not in terrapin nor chop suey. Now let the supply be kept up. These people must be distributed as soon as possible for sanitary reasons. It is at present impossible to concentrate the drainage such thousands require. Unsmitten towns can do good service by taking in as many as they can care for under sanitary conditions. Such people as have no plans of their own must be regularly requisitioned for transportation to the places that are ready for them. The industries can absorb them again as easily from these country towns as from San Francisco or Oakland. The work of clearing the char off the foundation of the new city will require the labor of thousands for months, but they will live in camps, and for most of the time under official regulation. To our friends at a distance, then, the call says, keep it up till we cry enough. And to all, go at work at the earliest moment. Hope and industry cannot be burned nor drowned. They are immortal because the world lives on them. The rebuilding of Chicago began in the winter when the temperature was below zero and the bricks were laid in hot mortar. Here nature smiles on us. Let us smile back and put our hands to the task of building, not rebuilding. We have finished Revelation, and now go back to Genesis. End of section 8. Section 9 of the San Francisco Earthquake and Fire, as reported in the newspapers of that city. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Items from the San Francisco Call, Sunday, April 22, 1906. Active work of relief continues, and a great army of stricken people receives food in the metropolis. More help wanted to look after homeless. Conference held by General Funston, Mayor Schmitz, and party. High officials work in perfect harmony. Outside towns offer to give work to refugees. Various relief committees are making urgent appeals for volunteers to take part in the work of feeding and housing the destitute. Committees so far formed are as follows: Committee for Housing the Homeless, Associated Charities, C. Felton; Relief of Hungry, A. I. Esberg; Police Relief Committee, Captain Duke, all situated in Franklin Hall, corner of Bush and Fillmore Streets. All able-bodied persons in San Francisco are requested to report to any of these committees. They are needed as messengers to deliver foodstuffs, they are needed to report cases, and they are needed to carry the weak and aged to places of shelter. Distribution points for food have been established at the following places: Young Men's Hebrew Association, Stanton and Page Streets; Grant Primary School, Pacific Street, near Devisadero; Fort Mason, foot of Van Ness Avenue; Strawberry Hill, Golden Gate Park; Columbia Square, 6th and Folsom Streets; No Valley School, 24th and Douglas; H. J. Crocker's Home, corner Buchanan and Washington; Police Station, Folsom and 17th. Supplies of all kinds may be obtained at these stations without money or requisitions. At a conference held yesterday afternoon, and attended by General Funston, Governor Pardee, Mayor Schmitz, and members of the Relief Committee, it was agreed that all supplies intended for the relief of San Francisco should be directed and consigned directly to General Funston, to be divided among the various stations and distributed by the military authorities. There was perfect harmony at the conference, and an earnest desire on the part of everyone present to cooperate to the fullest extent, in order that the relief work might be carried on without any conflict of authority or confusion of order. This conference has served to finally clear the atmosphere of any impression that there has been or is any misunderstanding between Mayor Schmitz and General Funston. There will be complete accord between the military and civil authorities in caring for the homeless sufferers. Major Duval will have immediate control of the supplies. It was also decided at the meeting that the seizing of automobiles and wagons for the good of the public should cease. All those that have been seized and are now in use should be retained. It was decided that the present ferry regulations shall remain in force. The embargo on local trains passing through Oakland will be removed in this much: all persons presenting proper passes to the Southern Pacific office at Oakland will be taken to San Francisco. All persons in San Francisco will be taken across the bay without charge. The regulations covering passing through the lines will be modified so that persons may enter their homes and transact their own business without interruption from police, military, or federal troops. Outside towns are making generous arrangements to provide both work and sustenance for fire refugees. Fairview, the new mining district tributary to Hazen, has orders in at Reno for 100 miners, 50 carpenters, and about 50 domestics. Mr. Williams of the California Sugar Refinery at Hamilton will provide work at their plant for 200 men with their families. The number should include 50 carpenters. The rest should be common, steady laborers. These people will be moved by special train from 16th Street, Oakland, on Monday morning. A dispatch from the Southern Pacific agent at Santa Barbara states that Mayor Woods estimates that Santa Barbara can care for 1,000 people. At San Luis Obispo, the city will take care of 100 or more if necessary. Sacramento volunteers to provide for a large number and will distribute the overflow to adjacent towns. They generously estimate their ability to relieve the immediate wants of 20,000 people. At San Jose, despite the severe losses suffered by that community, the people are opening their homes and contributing liberally for the comfort of the stricken people of San Francisco. The rice, tea, pineapples, and other food commodities in the cargo of the steamship Mongolia were distributed to the fire sufferers at the Pacific Mall dock yesterday by a committee of Oakland citizens to whom the work had been delegated. Each head of a family was permitted to take away a 50-pound sack of rice. Meat and vegetables from upriver steamers were also distributed at the dock. G.E. Wilson, president of the Clinton Bridge and Iron Works of Clinton, Iowa, arrived here yesterday with 3 carloads of provisions. When he heard of San Francisco's misfortune, he chartered a special train and started west after making arrangements for the provisions. He picked up 1 carload at Ogden, another at Denver, and a third at Salt Lake. The Wilson special arrived at Oakland at noon yesterday, several hours ahead of the overland. On his special, Mr. Wilson brought Father Crowley of this city from Ogden and a Mr. Lecter and Son, also of this city, who were on their way to this city from Europe when they learned that San Francisco had been swept by fire. The American Bankers Association has telegraphed $5,000 for the San Francisco Relief Committee through the First National Bank of this city. A tour of a considerable district surrounding Golden Gate Park at an early hour this morning showed that the food supply was running extremely low, although it was generally known that large quantities of supplies would be delivered within a period of a few hours. At the fires before some of the finest houses along streets parallel with the Panhandle, there were many men and women, apparently wealthy, who had absolutely nothing to eat. These were supplied by neighbors in better circumstances. At midnight there were about 100 injured and sick in the Park Emergency Hospital, which consists of 10 tents. Students from medical colleges assisted the physicians. The nurses and others supplied hundreds of the homeless with coffee and food to all who were able to gain admittance within the military guard. The largest open camp in the city is opposite Fort Mason. It extends from Larkin Street to the Presidio and from Filbert to the water's edge. It was estimated today by the military authorities that this section contained upwards of 10,000 people, all of whom are sleeping and living in tents or similar shelters. These are for the most part among the poorest of the many poor in the city. Nearly half of them are Italians. The water situation was somewhat relieved yesterday when water was turned into the main from the College Hill Reservoir, leading down Valencia Street through the Mission. The western addition was given water as far west as Broderick Street, but the remainder of the unburned section will not be supplied until the pumping plant at Black Point can be started. It is expected that the College Hill plant will be able to supply 15 million gallons a day for the present. The water company is necessarily working slowly, as the mains must be tested before any sort of pressure can be put upon them. Relief for the needy. Fraternal societies provide aid headquarters. Grand Secretary Laura J. Frakes of the Native Daughters has notified Ellen A. Lynch at Red Bluff, Emma Lilly at Lodi, Elva T. Bucenius of Los Angeles, and Ida B. Herman at Sutter Creek to send all relief to 3014A Sacramento Street. The Supreme Lodge of the Knights of Pythias has been requested by Section 1515 of the endowment rank of this city to carry members for 3 months, when the order here will be in condition to do business again. By order of the Supreme Master Workman of the Ancient Order of United Workmen, all members affected by the disaster will be kept in good standing until May 28th. California Council of the Knights of Columbus has opened headquarters at 1196 Kentucky, with D. Suffel in charge. The members of the order and friends will be assisted there. The Knights of Honor, Thomas Johnstone, Grand Reporter, have headquarters for the present at 1757 Ellis Street. The Modern Woodmen of America have opened headquarters at 1701 Geary Street. The local camps have asked the head council to wire funeral aid. The regular meeting will be held there. The Grand Lodge of the Masonic Fraternity is located in Oakland. A branch office has been opened in Golden Gate Park at the Presidio and also at Fort Mason. The Independent Order of Foresters of California have opened a relief bureau at the home of High Vice Ranger P.J. Murphy at 1919 Sutter Street. Dr. Oren Hayateka, Supreme Chief Ranger, has been asked for aid. The High Court of Southern California has offered to send funds for relief purposes. The Volunteers of America report that the Maud Booth home at 812 Shotwell Street is safe, and the children are all well. The Southern Pacific Company will take the officers and children to Maud Booth Home No. 2. The headquarters of the Bureau of Relief of the Knights of Pythias have been opened at 2412 Sacramento Street, where Ernest Ullman will distribute contributions from members of the order. Grand Master M. H. Flint has called a meeting of the officers of the Masonic Grand Lodge for 10 o'clock this morning in King Solomon Temple on Fillmore Street to make arrangements for the distribution of relief. The Native Sons of the Golden West have opened the Grand Secretary's office at 803 Van Ness Avenue. The subordinate parlors of Berkeley, Oakland, and Santa Rosa have contributed the amount of their treasury for the sufferers. Refugees in Vallejo. Town wants government appropriations made available. Vallejo, April 21st. At a meeting of citizens held last evening, it was decided to wire Senator Perkins to get the deficiency appropriation for the Navy Yard made available at once, so that much work, stopped by lack of funds, could be resumed, and about 600 more men put to work. The reason for asking this is that Vallejo is now caring for over 300 refugees from San Francisco, and more are coming. The Navy Department has been wired to by Admiral McCalla to allow the hospital ship Relief, now ready at Mare Island, to go to San Francisco and take on board sick and wounded and bring them here. Refugees are to be fed at the expense of the people here, and the mayor has been allowed to draw city funds for all relief required. Over $1,300 has been already subscribed by citizens. Some manufacturers who were burned out in San Francisco are here looking for temporary locations. The Mare Island employees of the Navy Yard have each given 1 day's pay to the relief fund. 40 extra police and Knights of Pythias uniform rank have been sworn in to keep order. Homeless should know. Towns notify mayor of readiness to receive refugees. At the meeting of the Relief Committee of 50 yesterday afternoon, Mayor Schmitz in the chair, the press was asked to give special prominence to this fact that adjacent towns and cities of California are ready to provide food, shelter, and clothing to the homeless people now camping in Golden Gate Park and at the Black Point Reservation. Richmond, Berkeley, Stockton, Martinez, Pinole, Giant, Sacramento, Fresno, Hanford, Merced, and many other places are wiring the authorities here of their readiness to take care of refugees for an indefinite period. The mayor wants the people of the interior to know that the provisions most urgently needed are bread and cooked meats. Bear in mind that the meats should be cooked. Dr. Vorsanger advises that all supplies of food and clothing should be consigned to the General Relief Committee. Steamer to take people. W. E. Pierce, the manager of the Pacific Coast Steamship Company, sent a communication to the mayor yesterday stating that the steamer Senator would sail for Victoria and Seattle today, and the state of California for Santa Barbara, Los Angeles, and San Diego. He says that a number of people now in Oakland desire to go on these vessels, and suggests that arrangements be made to pass them into San Francisco. The company will see that they are provided with tickets or letter before they come over. 1 million rations. Los Angeles, April 21st. Captain W. B. Simons, USA, Chief Commissary Officer of General Funston's staff, arrived in Los Angeles today from Fresno and San Francisco to purchase supplies ordered by the Secretary of War for the relief of the sufferers at San Francisco. Captain Simons will send north tonight 1 million pounds of provisions, or rations for 200,000 persons for a day. Under orders from General Funston, requisition was made for 25 cars to be held in readiness for loading at River Station, and the government train will be sent north tonight on special schedule. Send fruit and provisions. Stockton, April 21st. Stockton is hurrying food to San Francisco. The night before last, a boatload of 400 tons went down, and today 2 more, one at 1 o'clock and the other at 5. 3 carloads of food ready to eat left on the Santa Fe last night. Over $20,000 in cash has been raised here since yesterday. Every bakery in town will be baking bread tonight from flour ground at the local mills which have been started up for the purpose. Destitute Italians arrive. Los Angeles, April 21st. 30 Italians, the first of the tenement house refugees to reach Los Angeles, arrived from San Francisco yesterday. They were in a pitiable condition, destitute of money, with no clothes except what they wore, hungry, bereaved, and disheartened. Nearly every member of the party had lost one or more relatives in the earthquake or the fires that followed. The refugees were taken in charge by the Italian colony here. Applaud nation's generosity. Washington, April 21st. The California delegation is in receipt of the following telegram from Governor Pardee. Oakland, April 20th. California delegation, care Honorable J.R. Noland, House of Representatives. Thanks of the people of California for nation's generosity. Give my personal thanks to each member of the delegation. Please tell Kahn that Mrs. Kahn is safe and well. Caring for unfortunates. Stockton, April 21st. For the relief of the 10,000 or more refugees who are expected to arrive in Stockton from San Francisco on Sunday, the Chicago Board of Trade yesterday sent $25,000 to Stockton to be used here. To aid actors. Oakland, April 21st. The members of the theatrical profession in Oakland have established headquarters at the Novelty Theater, with Guy Smith, manager of that playhouse, in charge. They are ready to take care of all members of their profession who require aid, but also ask that everyone interested call at the headquarters and register, that there may be no trouble in locating one another. Members and friends of Centenary Methodist Church, Bush Street, between Gough and Octavia, are requested to meet at the church at 11 a.m. today to take steps towards assisting and relieving the needy of San Francisco. The members of the local lodges of the Fraternal Brotherhood will meet Tuesday at 3999 18th Street for relief work. Schools to reopen. The schools of Berkeley will reopen next Monday, according to Superintendent Waterman's announcement. The high school is to reopen next Wednesday. The State University will not be reopened until further notice. A maternity hospital has been established in Harmon Gymnasium on the campus. 3 babes have already been born there. Divides what is left. Mrs. Hugh Crum, a wealthy property owner of San Francisco, reported to the Relief Committee that all her income-bearing property had been destroyed, but that she had a little money in the banks, which she proposed to divide equally with the Relief Committee. She therefore subscribed $10,000 to the relief fund. Many other persons of comfortable circumstances are coming to the aid of the committee, and food and supplies of all kinds are being furnished the needy. Stole silk pillows. 2 men, whose names are said to be Brooks and McDonald, are reported to have stolen silk pillows, 2 pairs of blankets, and considerable silverware in Golden Gate Park Friday night. They passed through the lines in a Red Cross wagon and said they were going to Berkeley. Hope marks Conference of Citizens. Representative men express confidence in glowing future for San Francisco. New York commercial body sends draft for $500,000. Disaster is confronted with resolute purpose to achieve an early success. 50 representatives of the foremost citizenship of San Francisco, presided over by Mayor Schmitz, met yesterday and gave expression to the spirit of courage and confidence which prevails throughout the city. There is an assurance that business in all channels of industrial life will soon be reestablished. The full measure of disaster is confronted with a resolute purpose to make the San Francisco of the future far superior to the San Francisco of the former time. The leading citizens, the active men of affairs, recognize the important duty of supplying the city with water, caring for the homeless, feeding the destitute, ministering to the comfort of the helpless, and guarding against pestilence. But when this is done, the task of sweeping away the debris of the fire to make way for the erection of hotels and business structures will command attention. The generosity of the great cities of the world in tendering aid to those of San Francisco who stand in need of clothing, shelter, and food is appreciated. While no appeal for help has been made to other than Californians, James D. Phelan, chairman of the Finance Committee, wires in answer to the Chamber of Commerce of New York that the duty of caring for the many thousands of the homeless on the hills and in the parks is stupendous. He cannot deny that contributions of money are acceptable. In reply to this message from Mr. Phelan, the president of the New York Chamber of Commerce sends a draft for $500,000 on the United States Sub-Treasury of San Francisco. This money will be put in circulation soon. The United Railways Investment Company, through Patrick Calhoun, tenders $75,000. The Pacific States Telephone Company, through Henry T. Scott, president, contributes $10,000. From all the cities and towns of the interior of California comes the cheering intelligence that thousands of the shelterless will be cared for until the conditions in the metropolis are better. The Relief Committee expresses the hope that artisans and skilled mechanics will not leave San Francisco, as the future demand for their services in rebuilding the city will be great. Everywhere, the spirit of confidence and courage is dominant. $2 million in gold appropriated by Congress for the relief of stricken San Francisco. Representative Noland sends cheering news. Governor Pardee expresses gratitude felt by all the people at generosity of government. Civil engineers of California offer their services freely for work of rebuilding city. Washington, D.C., April 21, 1906. Honorable George C. Pardee, Governor of California. House has just voted an additional $1 million. J.R. Noland. Oakland, April 21, 1906. Honorable J.R. Noland, Washington, D.C. Our people are overpowered by the nation's great generosity. Thanks to every member of our delegation and to Congress. George C. Pardee, Governor. With the former contribution of $1 million by Congress, the total amount of the national government's fund for the relief of San Francisco now reaches $2 million. The governor also received a message this afternoon from C.L. Corey, representing the civil engineers of California, who offered the free services of engineers in the demolition of the buildings now standing and in erecting new buildings. From Los Angeles came the information that 75 cars of cooked foods, fruit, and clothing, and 10,000 cots, as well as other provisions and medicines, would arrive here Monday. From Boston came a message from Mayor Fitzgerald to the effect that $200,000 had been subscribed by the citizens of that city for the relief of the sufferers. Safe in Alameda. Many refugees find relief in the Bay Town. Alameda, April 21st. Refugees from San Francisco with their former address in that city who have registered at the local post office and whose present place of living may be obtained at the post office here are in part as follows. Note: here follows a list of about 400 names with addresses. End note. Sacramento, April 21st. The august family of jugglers who have been appearing at the San Francisco Orpheum, reported killed in the earthquake, escaped with their lives. They are in Sacramento today, en route to the east. The report that Police Officer William Isaacs was killed is not true. City is divided into 3 patrol areas. Regular Army, Police Department, and National Guard each controls a district. The city has been divided into 3 patrol districts. One district is in the command of the United States troops, another in command of the Police Department, and the third in command of the National Guard. This was decided upon at a meeting held yesterday at General Funston's quarters at Fort Mason. Besides General Funston, Mayor Schmitz and Governor Pardee took an active part in the proceedings. The matter of patrol was thoroughly discussed, and to avoid any conflict between the civil and federal authorities, it was decided to redistrict the policing. The National Guard troops, in command of General Coster, patrol the territory north of Market and west of Van Ness and to Bush, thence along Bush to Fillmore, south on Fillmore to Oak, Oak to Stanyon, Stanyon south to 17th, 17th east to Bryant, Bryant north to 11th, along 11th to Market. The United States troops under command of General Funston will control all of Golden Gate Park, all of the territory north and east of Golden Gate Park, along H Street to Stanyon, along Stanyon to Oak, along Oak to Fillmore, along Fillmore to Bush, along Bush to Market, along Market to First, along First to include the Pacific Mail Dock. The San Francisco Police Department, in command of Chief Dinan, will patrol the territory north of Market and west of Van Ness Avenue to Bush, then along Bush to Fillmore, south on Fillmore to Oak, Oak to Stanyon, Stanyon south to 17th, 17th east to Bryant, Bryant west to 11th, along 11th to Market. Carries dismay to sister city. Tidings of doom cause horror in Los Angeles, and her people are slow to believe reports. Thousands gather on streets, and frantic efforts are made to get news of loved ones. From the Los Angeles Times. While huge structures of stone and steel rocked to their doom, and whole streets of tenanted buildings crashed to earth, while flames and explosions were blotting out lives by the hundreds, property by the millions, one slender span of wire 500 miles long withstood the forces of ruin that were turning a city mad. Over this fragile cable, linking the first and second cities of a great state, a heroic operator, keeping his post while others fled away, flashed to the world the first news of the worst, the most spectacular disaster in the annals of this country. The destruction of San Francisco by earthquake and fire was made known to Los Angeles in the early morning of yesterday through the Postal Telegraph Company, and with almost incredible quickness the first of the fearful tidings was spread broadcast through the streets by an extra edition issue of the Times. It appeared on the curb at 7:30 o'clock, an hour before any other newspaper got its first extra off the press. It caught the early outgoing trains and conveyed the appalling news to all surrounding towns and settlements hours ahead of every competitor. In every city and town around, the first startling news was given by the Times. As fast as additional details telling of ruin multiplied and chaos increased came thrilling over that solitary wire, later extra editions were reeled off the great presses in the basement of the Times building, and corps of carriers rushed away with them, calling the further news. Thus, at 8:30 o'clock the Times' second extra appeared, at 10 o'clock the third, at 11 the fourth, at noon the fifth, at 3 o'clock the sixth. And so on throughout a day of terror and suspense that never in this city can be forgotten. Los Angeles was stunned, dazed. At first call the story seemed too awful to be true. As the cries of the newsboys shrilled through the streets, the news fled far ahead of them on those mysterious wings that bear abroad calamity's tidings, while devastation is in the act, and almost in a breath the fabric of disaster had cloaked the city in gloom. San Francisco has been destroyed by an earthquake, leaped from lip to lip. All the great buildings are tumbling down, fire is raging everywhere, hundreds are dead. So crowded one terrifying detail upon another, until hearts were sick with the hopelessness of the sudden overwhelming tale. Flags were run to half-mast. Every street corner was a common meeting place, every newspaper and telegraph office a dreaded goal. Thousands of people in Los Angeles had thousands of relatives and friends in San Francisco. How would it be with them? Mechanics' Pavilion has been turned into a morgue, and there are already 300 bodies laid out there, read the second extra, and the next said 400, and soon the estimated dead had grown to 1,000 or more. The people, some of them half mad with fear for the lives of loved ones in the doomed sister city, besieged the newspapers for names, names, names. But who shall know names when a city is falling down? They ran to the telegraph companies, many of them with white faces, some with tear-wet eyes, and there with shaking fingers they scribbled messages, and jostled each other heedlessly for a foot of room at the blockaded counters, holding their bits of paper above each other's heads and thrusting them forward and shaking them in the faces of the clerks who were swamped. 1,000 of these telegrams were filed at the Postal Company's office on South Spring Street between the hours of 8 o'clock and noon, and not one of them up to noon had been sent. It was not the company's fault. There was only one wire, that slender cable 500 miles long that had so miraculously withstood the wrecking and reeling of the earth. "We would rather not take your message," the clamorous people were told hundreds upon hundreds of times. "There is only one wire, and it will be devoted exclusively to the service of the press until noon, so that the greatest number of people may be informed. That wire may go down at any minute. Our San Francisco office is on fire now. It is impossible to say how much longer the operator can remain at the key." Then they would plead, those fear-stricken people, and the patient clerks would explain it all over again. Here pressed a pale woman in great distress, a child held fast in one hand. "It is for my husband," she begged, "and oh, you must send it for me, you must." As she spoke she thrust the scrawled blank into the hands of a clerk, and he, his eyes falling upon it, shook his head. "It wouldn't be much use if I could send it for you," he said. "We couldn't deliver it to him at the palace, because the palace is burned down." At 11 o'clock the one wire connecting the two cities went down. The company's building had fallen prey to the sweeping flames, and the last man had been forced to run for his very life. Soon after noon the Postal succeeded in establishing a connection with Oakland, and then the sending of private telegrams began. There were stacks of them, 12 inches high, each in the order of its receipt. About noon the Associated Press began getting amplified reports from San Francisco by way of Chicago, and later in the day the general news service became somewhat increased. Special correspondents in Los Angeles were showered with rush orders and urgent entreaties from big Eastern papers for San Francisco news without limit as to words. Around the Times building from 8 o'clock until night stood crowds scanning the bulletins that from moment to moment were chalked on the blackboards as fast as fresh news came in. Some kept their observant posts for hours, one eye on the boards, the other watchful for the next extra. These extras were bought with a fever and read with an avidity beyond precedent. The announcement that the Times had opened with a gift of $10,000 a subscription list for the earthquake survivors quickened to generosity many a heart already touched. Throughout the day the streets were crowded, and at news points badly congested, but the run of business was low. San Francisco's boom swept trade and commerce aside in the minds of the majority of men. The tension was too high. End of Section 9. Section 10 of the San Francisco Earthquake and Fire, as reported in the newspapers of that city. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Items from the San Francisco Call of Sunday, April 22, 1906. Encouraging words spoken by Governor. Party crosses Bay to inspect the city ruins and refuge camps. Says San Francisco will rise again to her position of supremacy. Entire state in sympathy with municipality in hour of grief. Governor Pardee made his first appearance since the earthquake in San Francisco yesterday, although he had been in Oakland since Thursday evening. During that time he had been working in Mayor Mott's office at the City Hall from 15 to 18 hours a day. Yesterday morning, after 3 hours' sleep, he crossed the bay and went back late in the afternoon. San Francisco has been visited by a great disaster, he said. No man can tell the extent of the suffering and the loss of property. But I believe that San Francisco will arise again, and it will be the city beautiful as well as commercial. The great civic bodies had plans for a beautiful city, but they had difficulties. There is not a difficulty now save the means to accomplish the project. San Francisco will be restored, and Oakland. There is nothing too great for Oakland. But at present we have a common cause, San Francisco, Oakland, and the state. We renew our belief in human nature when we hear the words of condolence and the offers of assistance that come from those who have no other interest than that of the brotherhood of mankind. An army at Burlingame. 50,000 persons are encamped near Burlingame in tents made principally of blankets and sheets. James D. Phelan visited the camp yesterday and reports that everyone he met seemed cheerful and hopeful. "We now feel like pioneers in a new land," said Mr. Phelan. "We realize that we are all on a common level, and that the spirit of fraternity and helpfulness that has grown out of our calamity is worth more to us than many millions in money." Special notice to the public. Commencing at once all telegrams addressed to San Francisco, except for parties known to be located in the undestroyed district, will be offered for delivery at Oakland Main Office, 1062 Broadway, the Western Union Telegraph Company. Money not needed to leave city. Southern Pacific and Santa Fe offer free transportation to California points. Tugs and launches will supplement work of regular ferry steamers. People whose homes are uninjured take heart and return to domiciles. The Southern Pacific and Santa Fe railroads will give free transportation to any place in California to those wishing to leave San Francisco. Besides the regular ferry boats, launches and tugs will be at the wharves near the foot of Market Street to take refugees to Oakland. In addition to this, the federal government is transporting people from the wharf at Fort Mason to the foot of Washington Street, Oakland, where the Oakland Relief Committee will receive them. Gangs of men are clearing Market Street to the ferry, and the streets above Van Ness Avenue are clear to Fort Mason. Workmen and skilled mechanics are urged by the General Committee to remain in San Francisco, as there will be plenty of work. The rebuilding of the city will begin immediately. The water supply is being rapidly increased. Lake Merced is supplying 7 million gallons to San Francisco and 1 million to Mountain View. 6 million gallons are coming in from College Hill Reservoir. In the burned district, the water is running to waste through broken pipes. These breaks will be repaired as rapidly as possible. The greater part of the city saved from the flames still has enough water to relieve the thirst, but a walk of several blocks is necessary to obtain it. The gravest danger is the lack of water for the flushing of house drains,
but the federal authorities are supervising the sanitation of the city. Many trains and boats. Transportation out of the city to local points is now easy and frequent. To Oakland, Berkeley, and Alameda, the Southern Pacific trains are running according to their usual schedule every 20 minutes. The key route is running every hour on the hour. To Marin County points, both the Northwestern Railway and North Shore are running on their usual schedule. The North Shore, however, does not go beyond San Anselmo. The Santa Fe boats to Point Richmond leave the ferry at 7:30, 9:30, 10:55 a.m., and 4 and 8 p.m. To Vallejo and Monticello, Frisbee and Arrow are running back and forth continually. All these boats start from the ferry building. The western section of town is in excellent condition. People are being systematically clothed and fed. An exodus of people has begun from Golden Gate Park. The multitude has realized that all danger is past, and many of those whose homes were not burned are returning to their domiciles and preparing to resume their former mode of living. At the various supply depots throughout Golden Gate Park, tens of thousands have been fed. Few people occupy the western end of the park, and the Ocean Beach appears the same as ever. The Cliff House was not damaged by the shock. Surgeons do good work. The Park Emergency Hospital staff has done noble work. The surgeons, under the direct supervision of Chief Surgeon Charles F. Miller of the City Emergency Service, have worked incessantly. Thousands of sick and wounded have been cared for. Nurses, stewards, and volunteer help have given their services heroically. The following doctors are among those who gave aid to the injured: Doctors C. F. Miller, C. B. Pinkham, Arthur McGinty, Thomas R. Roach, F. J. Tillman, R. A. Day, E. A. Diggins, T. E. Tillman, T. A. Stoddard, William H. Lawler, J. Reed, R. Cadwallader, George Goodale, S. Mather, F. G. Canny, Hostler McIntosh of Bakersfield, Culliver of Los Angeles, and Chief Steward Charles Butcher. Many others assisted. A branch hospital established at the 4th Street Bridge in charge of Drs. Green and C. A. Olmsted has done great work for the injured and sick south of Market Street. Over in the Potrero Hospital, Dr. W. E. Buell and a staff proved men of metal in the hour of distress, and at the Harbor Hospital hundreds of cases have been treated. Supervisor Nichols, president of the District Council of Carpenters, has organized all the carpenters in the city into one body, with headquarters at 1400 Devisadero Street, corner of O'Farrell. The Building Trades Council has established headquarters at 113 Bartlett Street, near 22nd. All building tradesmen, mechanics, laborers, and teamsters please report promptly for relief duty. O. A. Tveitmo, Secretary, Charles A. Nelson, Business Agent. Hoping to relieve the suffering and privations of some of the homeless, B. S. Hayne yesterday placed his beautiful residence, 2987 Pacific Avenue, at the absolute disposal of the Rev. Dr. Frederick M. Clampett for some family for 2 weeks. Photo engravers will please register at the office of the Oakland Tribune, H. J. Griffith, Vice President, IPEU. Members of the Retail Clerks Association are requested by their president, George M. Lipman, to register at his home, 1809A Eddy Street. Mr. Lipman has telegraphed association headquarters in Denver for a relief fund of $1,000. Everything will be done by the association to relieve the destitute members. 58 killed in Santa Rosa. Death stalks in wake of the earthquake in City of Roses. Many believe list of fatalities will reach 100 mark. Courthouse and every other big building in town demolished by Temblor. Santa Rosa, April 21st. The list of known dead now equals 58, and it is believed that 100 is a very conservative estimate of the number of people who lost their lives in the awful catastrophe which visited this city on Wednesday morning. 5 bodies were recovered today from the wreckage, and the search has hardly begun. The entire business section is in ruins, and practically every residence in town is more or less damaged, 15 or 20 being badly wrecked. The damage to residences, however, resulted principally from the harm done to the foundations, which threw many structures down to the ground. The brick and stone business blocks, together with the public buildings, were all thrown flat. The courthouse, Hall of Records, the Occidental and Santa Rosa hotels, the Athenaeum Theatre, the new Masonic Temple, Odd Fellows Block, all the banks, everything went, and in all the city not one brick or stone building is standing except the California Northwestern Depot. It is almost impossible for an outsider to realize the situation as it actually exists here. Heavy loss in Napa. Temblor damages many big buildings and residences. Napa, April 21st. The earthquake shock of Wednesday morning in Napa was the most severe ever experienced here, and great damage was done. 20 business houses and 20 residences were completely wrecked. The large stone Migliavacca building, the new Hayes Theatre building, the W. W. Thompson building, the Revere Hotel, part of the Napa Opera House, the California Wine Association cellars, the Christian Science Church and Superior Courtroom, and the residences of H. N. Bunce, Mrs. H. H. Knapp, and W. R. Lockhart were badly damaged by the earthquake. The total loss in Napa amounts to $50,000, in Calistoga $8,000, in Vallejo $5,000. Citizens of Napa today organized a relief committee of 30 men and collected $3,500 in aid of the people of San Francisco. The steamers Zinfandel, Napa City, and St. Helena have taken 5,000 loaves of bread, 18 hogsheads of water, and 500 pounds of beans to San Francisco. Mendocino towns suffer. Earthquake puts many mills out of commission. The earthquake was felt in Mendocino County, and many mills as a consequence are closed down temporarily. Great damage was done at Fort Bragg. Fire broke out after the shake-up, and as a result of the scarcity of water, many buildings were burned. Mendocino City also suffered to a large extent. 9 sawmills were dismantled. All the mills at Casper suffered more or less. The Albion lumber sawmills, Albion, were damaged to the extent of $15,000. The loss in Greenwood was also heavy. The huge smokestacks of the L. E. White Lumber Company fell. The church and schoolhouse at Point Arena burned down, and the brick buildings were thrown to the ground. There was 1 fatality. Gualala also felt the shock, the Gualala Mill Company's plant being badly damaged. Places of refuge. The following manufacturing plants along the eastern Bay shore will help care for refugees as follows. Pacific Coast Oil Company at Richmond can handle at least 1,000 people, can take 100 today, and after that at the rate of about 200 a day. Accessible by Southern Pacific and Santa Fe trains, or by its wharf at any stage of the tide. Communicate with the superintendent at Richmond or today at his residence, 1871 Jackson Street, Oakland. California Powder Works, Hercules, will take 1,000 people. Communicate with Superintendent John Birmingham at Hercules. Peyton Chemical Company, Peyton, near Martinez, can take 500 people any time at the rate of 100 a day. Communicate with Superintendent H. H. Stout at Martinez. Giant Powder Company, Giant, can take 250 people at the rate of 50 a day after tomorrow. Communicate with Superintendent Frank Roller at Giant. Berkeley has received 2,000 refugees and can take care of 6,000 more. Alameda has received 1,000 and can take care of 3,000 more. Well-known masseur dies. George Green, an old man, for many years a masseur at the Olympic Club, wandered into the home of Roger B. Cornell, the Olympic Club trainer, Wednesday afternoon, and died as the result of shock and exposure. Another man, whose identity has not been learned, also died in Cornell's home on Wednesday. The bodies were lying there for 2 days. Cornell finally obtained a permit and hauled them in a buggy to the morgue at Portsmouth Square. City's cash is saved. A squad of men that has been working in cleaning away the debris at the City Hall reached the treasurer's office and found the vaults locked and the coin apparently safe, as the handles on the doors were not touched by the fire. The voting machines are all destroyed, as well as the books. San Francisco Post Office is again at work. Mails being distributed and collected at branch stations for refugees. Every facility afforded to the public for communication with the outside. Money will be paid on postal orders by arrangement with the Mint. The San Francisco Post Office is now in full operation. 350 men are at work in the main office. Inspection by Lieutenant George R. Armstrong and Postal Inspector O'Connell shows that all but 50 bags of mail which went through the fire have been recovered and now are being handled expeditiously. All trains are carrying mail into the city, and this is being distributed at the post office, which was only partially damaged. Branch post offices, under the co-authority of the postmaster and the military, are being established throughout the city and the adjacent hills where refugees are camped. All mail matter should be addressed to the old street number in San Francisco unless the new address is positively known. New branch offices will be in operation this morning. Money orders are being cashed as rapidly as funds can be secured. The postmaster is completing arrangements with the superintendent of the Mint to convert into cash paper now on hand in the post office. All money orders will be paid in full and represent the only possible means of sending money into San Francisco at the present. Letters are being accepted without stamps or envelopes and will reach their destination without delay. Garden City people spend an awful night. San Joseans awakened by earthquake leave rooms to make tour of town. Los Angeles, April 21st. Several men prominent in local business life who passed through the earthquake horror at San Jose reached here yesterday. Among them were State Senator Cornelius Pendleton, J. F. Meyer of the Meyer and Boblin Brewing Company, and Thomas Thompson. They arrived home today. All of them had thrilling experiences in the northern city. Speaking of his experience, Senator Pendleton said, "After the earthquake, we made the rounds of the city in an automobile and saw at least 20 dead. At Agnew's Hospital for the Insane, we counted 60 dead among the inmates. There are a good many more. Practically every brick and stone structure in San Jose was either totally or partially demolished. We were all quartered at the Vendome Hotel. The shock of the earthquake was so severe that the floors and walls of the building collapsed at once, and those of us who escaped made our way as best we could out of the building. I had a room on the side of the hotel next to a large tree. The side wall of my room fell against this tree, which also sustained that portion of the roof, preventing it from falling and crushing us. My room was on the second floor. When I picked myself up, I was in the basement of the building. I crawled out of the debris and through a window on the level with the ground, getting out. This was one of the third-story windows. Those of us who were not injured at once set about assisting the less fortunate ones. I saw only one dead in the hotel. This was a woman. We carried her out. The remainder of the dead were in various parts of town. The residence district was not badly damaged. Martial law had been declared in the city when we left. Among the large buildings that were totally demolished were the Hall of Justice, First Presbyterian Church, Catholic Cathedral, the Hale Block, the Vendome Hotel, and several other large buildings that I do not know the names of. Fire broke out following the earthquake in several quarters, but fortunately the spread of the flames was checked. Warning to Oaklanders. Oakland, April 21st. Mayor Mott has issued the following. It has been called to the attention of this office that hundreds of people are going to San Francisco merely out of curiosity. The people of San Francisco are being fed, cared for, and distributed as rapidly as conditions will permit. It is absolutely imperative that people remain away from San Francisco. The going of people from this side of the bay disturbs the efforts that are being made to relieve conditions there. I therefore request that only those people who have urgent and important business in San Francisco go there, and that all others remain away. Those people seeking their relatives are advised to wait another day. It is practically impossible to find them unless their exact addresses are known, and a register is now being compiled, and the addresses of all people who have been rendered homeless will be published in the press at the earliest possible date. When this is done, the location of relatives and friends will be facilitated, and the lost ones will be more readily found. Those people who are compelled to go to San Francisco should provide themselves with a food supply and should be sure of a place of shelter. This is no occasion for people to attempt to gratify their curiosity. It is imperative that all persons obey these instructions and cooperate to the fullest extent toward the relief of the great distress with which we are confronted. Frank K. Mott, Mayor. Lord Mayor's words tell of his sympathy. Glasgow's provost expresses concern because of the disaster to this city. Seattle's Chamber of Commerce pledges cash or provisions for sufferers. Los Angeles is sending special supplies for the benefit of children. The following message was received in this city yesterday from Whitelaw Reid, United States Minister to Great Britain. Lord Mayor telegraphs me expressing great concern over disaster and asks me to convey to those suffering deep sympathy of the City of London. The Lord Provost of Glasgow sends a similar message. The English Good Templars in Grand Lodge session at Birmingham, England, have cabled their deepest sympathy with the people of this city. The Seattle Chamber of Commerce pledges substantial aid either in the form of cash or supplies, whichever is most needed. J. Henley Smith of Washington, D.C., will order a draft of Harrison Smith or order for family at 2311 Clay Street for $200. The New York World wires for details of the city's needs that the New York Chamber of Commerce may know best how to help. Los Angeles is sending special supplies for infant children and asks that a rescue committee of women be appointed to distribute them. The town of Bisbee, Arizona, has asked C.F. Humbert, who is staying at Long Beach, to come to this city and ascertain the fate of a number of Bisbee people known to be here. Automobiles needed. Committees advise that more automobiles are needed, the city paying the expense of operation. Plenty of dry batteries are needed. Automobiles will be repaired free of charge by the Victor Engine Company, 252 Spear Street. Court tangle is discussed by attorneys. Bench and bar prepare to resume transaction of judicial business. Committees are appointed to secure quarters for use by the courts. Governor is asked to make recommendations in his message to legislature. Numerous judges and prominent attorneys constituting the Committee on the Restoration of Judicial Business met yesterday at 1809 Fillmore Street. Former Superior Judge Charles W. Slack presided. The matter of unraveling the legal tangle caused by the destruction of court records was discussed, and it was decided to appoint a committee on legislation. This committee, composed of Attorney General U.S. Webb, W.C. Van Fleet, E.A. Bridgeford, Reuben H. Lloyd, and Code Commissioner Davis will suggest remedies and request the Governor to embody their ideas in his message to the forthcoming special session of the Legislature. Another committee of 5 was appointed to secure temporary quarters for the various courts. The members of this committee are District Attorney Langdon, Appellate Judge J.A. Cooper, A.H. Barrett, Alfred Sutro, and A.F. Morrison. Judge Slack announced that his law library of 2,200 volumes was intact at his home, 2224 Sacramento Street, and he invited the judiciary and the members of the legal profession generally to make free use of it. Judge Cook informed the committee that his library, situated at his home at 2601 Broadway, was also at the disposal of bench and bar. Both of these announcements were greeted with applause. The committee will meet again at 1809 Fillmore Street today at 10 o'clock. Officers and delegates of the San Francisco Labor Council are requested to meet this afternoon at 3 o'clock at Bush and Franklin Streets. William P. Haggerty, President. Metropolitan Life Insurance Company, San Francisco. Offices have been established at Jefferson Park Building, 925 Golden Gate Avenue. Our employees are instructed to render every possible assistance to distressed members. Death claims should be reported at once. Special messengers have been dispatched to Los Angeles for coin, and we shall be prepared to resume the normal course of business within 48 hours. Frederick F. Taylor, Assistant Secretary. Personals. Myers & Ward, Architects, Offices, San Francisco, 951 Eddy Street, Oakland, 14th and Webster Streets. Will our draftsman please report? Mrs. Mary Falk, Confined Henry Falk, 958 56th Street, Golden Gate, Oakland. May O'Hare, come to Alameda County Jail with Martha, Frank. C.B. Hubbard, 1814 Washington Street, San Francisco. Am at the Albany Hotel, Oakland, W.L. Fox. Charles Linbury, attention, Mrs. E.W. Linbury is safe, at 2624 Channing Way, Berkeley. Charles Metzner, 467 10th Street, Oakland. H.W. Littlewood and wife, J.M. McFarland, William Grote and wife, come over at once or communicate with J.D. McFarland, Jr., Fruitvale. Mrs. Eva Beatty of 832 California Street is at Fort Mason Hospital. Dr. John R. Haynes is requested to see Miss Herrick, who is very ill at 2239 Telegraph Avenue, Berkeley. Mrs. George H. Freeman, I am in Oakland. Address me care Wells Fargo and Company, or 642 12th Street, George H. Freeman. Alfred H. Ross, 781 Mission Street, San Francisco. At 377 12th Street, Pythian Hall, Lucas Tribe, IORM, Oakland. Mrs. Ira D. Wines and daughter are at 1379½ Fifth Avenue, Oakland. Will Milton C. Hall, San Francisco, communicate with Frank S. Whedon, 633 San Pablo Avenue, Oakland. Eugene O'Connell, 146 Fifth Street, San Francisco, can be found at address Pythian Hall, 377 12th Street, Oakland, care Imperial Order Red Men. Caligaris, Arnold, safe at 1534 Green Street, San Francisco, all well. Mrs. Rika Jacobs and Mr. and Mrs. Murphy, please come to Bessie Moyerson immediately. Stella Jurgensen, communicate with your mother at 525 Park Avenue, East Oakland. Mrs. Fred Dale Wood, Mrs. G. A. Head, and Mrs. Robert Welch will find their husbands at Boulevard Pharmacy on Fulton Street, near Panhandle, or Chamber of Commerce, or Athens Hotel, Oakland. Will A. Dower of Calaveras County wants to know whereabouts of his sister, Mrs. E. B. White, Leave information with Officer R. V. McSorley, 1185 East 22nd Street, Oakland. F. G. Leland, call at 5th and Castro Streets, Oakland. W. A. Olson. John W. Truxall will find his father at 1625 15th Street, Oakland. Inquire at the Touraine Hotel for Reginald Travers. Mrs. Toffenbach and son Leslie or Amy Hale go to Mrs. Cullen's, 1219 11th Avenue, Oakland. Charles D. Staples would like to hear from Frank A. Staples and family. Address Box 6372, Call Office, Oakland. Information wanted of Hans Drews by Paul Ullman, Box 6373, Call Office. Miss Dora Sheehan, address W. A. Massey, 38 8th Street, care of Ben Haas. Dan and Annie are all right in Oakland and Berkeley. Carrie Lataron and Rob Coiler. George is at 425 15th Street, Oakland. Clara Sargent will find Maurice at 7th and Broadway. All rest all right. Maurice. Kronkoff and Gridneff at 2415 Green Street, San Francisco. Mr. C. Lawson, late of 53 11th Street, San Francisco, is now at 725 Delaware Street, West Berkeley. Mrs. D. J. Ponder will notify 623 Adeline Street of her whereabouts. Mrs. Helen Reed of 413 Mason Street, San Francisco, is at Vendome, 510 9th Street, Oakland. Mrs. Lodine Giannini of 921 Jackson Street in Rear is stopping at 557 31st Street, Oakland. Dr. Alman Cooper, Metropole Hotel, Oakland, is looking for Mrs. C. T. Cutter, Imperial Apartments, 841 Sutter Street, Raymond Excursionist. C. G. Brown, 522 Hill Street, San Francisco, will find Constance Blakesley at 510 9th Street, Oakland. Mrs. Bell Rush, please write to Mrs. Edna Roney, General Delivery, Oakland. Dear Rose, let me know where you are. Miss Henry, or Box 6371, Call, Oakland. Louis Couturi, William M. Lacey, Minnie B. Dreisbach, Hiram P. Dole, George H. Mather can hear from friends by sending address to Charles E. Moore, care of Elks Hall. Mrs. Cecilia M. Luttrell communicate with Carrie Howard, Oakland. Mrs. Lucy Hill, 2244 Ventura Street, Fresno, wants information of her two sisters, Josephine and Florence Markwood, who were at 209 Turk Street before the fire. Mrs. Bell Parker and family will please report to friends, Mrs. Melinda Goldson, 1014 Broadway, Oakland, as soon as possible. To know whereabouts of the children of Senor Ramon Corral, Vice President of Mexico, they lived with Miss P. Velasco, 1214A Mason Street, notify F. E. Monteverde, Jr., care Union Savings Bank, Oakland. Miss Birdie O'Donnell, send present address to 2041 Adeline Street, Oakland. Jack Carlin. Will Mrs. Harry Newhoff send address to husband, Masonic Temple, Oakland. L. H. Turner, can't you bring the folks across to our place? Provisions and plenty of room for you. Sant and baby all okay. Shively. Reverend William Rader, 1908 Central Avenue, Alameda. Notice, Raymond and Whitcomb passengers. Mr. Cook may be found at the station master's office on Oakland Mole. H. C. Hinken, send baby to church, 12th Street. All are safe. Mrs. J. L. Cone. Mrs. W. A. Boland and daughters will find Worrell Wilson, care of Professor Thomas R. Bacon, Berkeley. Theodore Trier, the wig maker, of 331 Kearny Street, San Francisco, can be found at his residence, 842 52nd Street, between Grove and Genoa, Oakland. Harold Brocklebank can be located at 2115 Buena Vista Avenue, Alameda. Mr. Louis Pape or Mrs. A.J. Eaton or Julie Depar, come to 524 23rd Street, Oakland. We cannot reach you. Telegram sent east. Received your letter. Mrs. F. A. Waterhouse or Mrs. B. F. Roberts, if possible, communicate with D. E. Hall at 1720 Willow Street, Alameda. Mrs. Tessie Francis wants to locate Frank Francis. Address Box 6368, Call Office, Oakland. Eric Borman and family, also P.M., come to Lauren, South S. Berkeley at once. Room: Clara Anderson. Mr. Orbison and Louise Waite will find F. A. Cornell at the New Tribune Building, Oakland. Louis C. Clark of San Francisco communicate with Carrie Howard, Oakland. Parr. Any relative of W. J. Parr in need of shelter, come to his home, Fruitvale. Anyone knowing whereabouts of Mrs. E. Reardon, please communicate with F. J. Reardon, Hotel Crellin. Miss Jenny Edmonds, 1234 Post Street, would confer a favor by writing to 756 11th Street, Oakland. Moore and Scott Iron Works office established at 412 Main Street, San Francisco. Will Dr. White Wolfer, Mrs. E. Noel, let Van D. Spaulding know where they are? 592 Sycamore Street, Oakland. Important. To McCaskey, Register Salesman, W. A. Hawley opened office at 2126 Blake Street, Berkeley. Come at once. Weiss, Sarah, your husband Milton waits you at Spear's Shoe Store, Ashby Station, Berkeley. Dr. Van Tassel is at Hotel Allbank, Oakland. Relatives send word. Mrs. Frank I. Towle will find her husband at 640 Oakland Avenue, Oakland. Telephone Oakland 4153. If you know where I can find Dr. M. Hertzstein of the Waldeck Hospital, San Francisco, or any of his assistants, please telephone 4153 or address 649 Oakland Avenue. I am desirous of learning the whereabouts of my wife and 2 children. Frank I. Towle. Frank Angelo of 581 Merrimack Street, Oakland, wants to know the whereabouts of Mrs. O. M. Robinson and husband, William M. Harris, supervisor, F. G. Redding, cashier, G. B. Savasco and E. J. Savasco and family, and L. DeMartini and family. Mr. and Mrs. Jim Day and daughter Dicey, and anyone from Bozeman, Montana, wanted at Mrs. Skidmore's, 1023 Linden Street, Oakland. Isabel Henderson may find H. H. at Box 6370, Call Office, Oakland, until Sunday evening. Return to Manhattan Sunday night. Mrs. Will Abrams, notify Will Abrams of your address, 1473 Adeline Street, Oakland. Friends and relatives can find Eva and Rose Blaine at 960 41st Street, Oakland. Mrs. E. S. Moore, 1112 2nd Avenue, East Oakland, would like to hear from Mrs. E. L. Belhash and Mrs. Mary Davenport of San Francisco. H. W. Johns Manville Company's employees in Oakland and vicinity are requested to report at Christ and Horsewell, 1070 Broadway, or F. Malloy's, 2107 Vallejo Street, San Francisco, at once. William T. Butler for C.B. Manville. Mrs. G. F. Spencer, sick at Cadet Armory, 15th Street, Oakland, is very desirous to communicate with her husband. Mrs. C. L. Jackson and daughter will find Mrs. Dora E. Davis and son at Vendome Hotel, Oakland. E. F. McKittrick and son and Mr. and Mrs. Thomas Fay come to Fresno soon as possible. Communicate at once. Mr. and Mrs. W. G. Mrs. Dora Galbraith and son are at 1922 Oxford Street, Berkeley. Information wanted concerning Mrs. Isa and Lulu Johnston, who were at 694 Sutter Street, San Francisco. Mrs. and Mr. J. Hudspeth at 1800 Stewart Street, Berkeley. Mrs. Phoebe Hillcourt wants information concerning William A. McDowell and family. W. H. Luddy of Emeryville wants information concerning David S. Luddy of San Francisco. H. V. Thomas and T. K. Peters at 1259 Park Street, Alameda. Dr. H. N. Fryman, 407 12th Street, Oakland, desires information of his wife, who resided at 1811 Mission Street. Friends and relatives can find Morris Caro at 815 Grove Street, Oakland. Notice to our customers: our building and stock not seriously damaged, but no goods can be sold at present except on orders from the military and relief authorities. Due notice of resumption of business on the usual lines will be given through the press. Pacific Coast Papers, please copy. Signed, J. A. Folger and Company. Notice: General Offices, Construction Department, Western Pacific Railway Company, formerly located in Safe Deposit Building, San Francisco, are now in Room 2, Abrahamson Building, Oakland. Yours truly, H. M. McCarty, Principal Assistant Engineer. I will take a few patients into my own home, 1441 Fifth Avenue, East Oakland. Terms $25 a week, board and room and attendance. F. G. Distone, M.D. Mrs. Annie J. Ford, 129 Fifth Street, San Francisco. Please send present address to Box 6375, Call Office, Oakland. Miss Hart of 536 Geary Street, write to me quickly. Johnny L. Janes, Box 6374, Call Office, Oakland. George Lewis of Shreve and Company, San Francisco, is requested to cable his mother at Monte Carlo immediately. Louise S. Cushing, arrived Albany Hotel, Oakland, shall go to Fillmore Street Sunday. Courage. Miles. For sale, all kinds of second-hand lumber, sash, doors, lath, and brick. Call and see us at Hawthorne and Webster Streets, Fortin and Cole, on grounds Sunday. G. W. Owen wants address of Horace Owen and Mrs. Crichton. Address 1651 Fillmore Street. Dan McIntyre, your mother and sisters are looking for you. Deer Paddock, Golden Gate Park. Ward or Johnson, communicate with Myers, 2021 Alameda Avenue, Alameda, or care of Vetch, Oakland. Elmer Schramm, Chicago, send address to 1337 Filbert Street, Oakland, care of Moffett. Telephone 2318 Oakland. J. S. Adlert. Follett Jones Lederer, please address me at 3819 Grove Street, Oakland. Matt J. Winans. Miss Emily Finley is wanted at 604 17th Street by Mr. Alvy Miller. J. A. McElhern can be located at the Postal Telegraph Office, Oakland. S. K. Overgard, address E. Westilius, 1725 8th Street, West Berkeley. Veen, Frank J. and family, communicate with L. H. Tweed, Berkeley. L. J. Ratgers. Mr. and Mrs. Charles Schmidt, 1725 8th Street, West Berkeley. Patek and Company, address E. Westilius, 1725 8th Street, West Berkeley. Fred Myers, Corcorans are all at Edora Park, Oakland. Mrs. J. Gleason and children at Edora Park, Oakland. Mrs. Warmbath and daughters, if in Oakland, go at once to San Rafael, S. M. Warmbath. Mrs. Howard E. Long will find her husband at 743 7th Street, Room 12, Oakland, care of Mr. Ward. Tessie, I am at Hotel Tribune, 408 8th Street, Oakland. Pete. The whereabouts of E. L. Hayes is wanted by his brother. Address Erickson Court near Post and Davis Streets. John Lyon and wife and sister-in-law, M. H. Frawley and Andrew Peterson, are safe. Also your 3 trunks. 1651 Fillmore Street, San Francisco. Mrs. Emma Floor wants Mrs. Nellie Halsey and family to come home. Lee Farnham, your wife is at 1084 McAllister Street, near Webster. J. A. Carey and son Cedric, or any person knowing their whereabouts, communicate at once with Mrs. Carey, 122 4th Avenue, Richmond District. Mr. Hooper, W. T. Breenwood is at 23rd and Castro Streets, with hotel bills. Mr. George David Shadburn, attorney at law, 904 Devisidero Street, San Francisco. Will Miss Gladys Hobart send information of her whereabouts to Dr. Edna Field, corner of Gough and Geary Streets? Peter McGowan or family, come or communicate. Hannah McGowan, Upper Fruitvale, Diamond, P.O. J. J. Bernal and family at 845 Harrison Street, Oakland, probably will move to San Jose Monday. Relatives at 914 Magnolia Street, Oakland, wish to know if Mrs. C. A. Wright okay. Sisters are at home waiting for Miss Fred Castor. Miss May R. Lawrence, Grace is home waiting. M. B. Stewart, write to F. Blodgett. Students of Vander Nalen's School of Engineering report at 51st Street and Telegraph. Will Hattie Walton communicate with me at headquarters of Knights of Pythias Relief Committee, Oakland, John Walton. Deliver baggage given at Polk and Bush Thursday for 1234 Post Street to 404 Ashbury Street. Also laundry from the Maryland, Post Street, Stoneham. Chickering and Gregory, attorneys at law of the Mutual Life Building, San Francisco, announce that they have opened temporary offices at Room 90, Bacon Building, Oakland. Swedish Society Relief Bureau at Peterson's Store, 19th Street and San Pablo Avenue, and Swedish Church, 10th and Grove Streets. Henry M. Owens, attorney at law, temporarily at 710 Fillmore Street. H. L. Judell and Company, formerly 428 Sansome, temporary office 1701 Buchanan, corner of Post. Temporary headquarters of the Brunswick Bulk Colander Company, 20th and Harrison Street, San Francisco. Information wanted of Mr. Reimers of 1821 Ellis Street, Minnie Maigret, 730 3rd Street, Oakland, California. Charles Howard would like to know the whereabouts of Mrs. Weber and family. Phone Oakland 1821. Notice to customers. Office of Al M. Cumming, insurance broker, northeast corner 28th Avenue and East 14th Street, Fruitvale, California. W. N. Decken, manager, Gulf Bag Company, temporarily located at 8 Telegraph Avenue with W. R. Thomas. Temporary office of Wilmerdin Lowe Company, 1953 Pine Street, San Francisco. Employees of Arnstein, Simon and Company can find Lawrence Arnstein at 1622 Fairview Avenue and Ludwig Arnstein at 3222 Jackson Street. Pacific Improvement Company's offices now located at 1006 Broadway, Oakland. The Convent of Our Lady of the Sacred Heart on Webster Street, Oakland, has been examined by city inspectors and pronounced perfectly safe. Classes will be resumed on Monday, April 23rd. Pacific Coast Department, New York Underwriters Agency, and Teutonia Insurance Company, now located 464 10th Street, Oakland. All Pi Delta Kappa fraternity men call at 1056 Broadway, Oakland. Crane Company request their Teamsters to report with their teams to Crane Company's Oakland store, 14th and Webster Streets. E. E. Easton's relatives in San Francisco can reestablish communication with him at 1117 Jefferson Street, Oakland. Eve, where are you? Address 562 Jones Street, Oakland. Herb. J. H. Neubauer and Company. All employees please report at once to temporary headquarters, 1914 Sacramento Street, San Francisco. Mrs. Smith, Apartment 8, Warren. Do you know where Mrs. D. of Apartment 10 is? Address 562 Jones Street, Oakland. Sarah Rockwell, come to Sullivan's. Am much worried. Al. Wanted information of Mabel Ray, who attended school at Miss West's School, 2014 Van Ness Avenue. Address Dr. C. R. Ray, care E.B. and A.L. Stone Company, Oakland. For sale. Our prices the same as ever, the lowest on furniture and household articles, corner 11th and Franklin Streets. H. Schellhaus, Oakland. For sale. A Blickensderfer typewriter in first-class condition. Mrs. Slater, 840 Hayes Street. Oakland Real Estate. Temporary or permanent locations for San Francisco businessmen. Offices, stores, warehouse, and factory sites. A complete list upon application, and will be glad to help you secure what you need. Albert S. Day, Real Estate and Loans, Fire Insurance, 1232 Broadway, Oakland, California. Belden and Percival, $285 cash and $24 monthly, a new earthquake-proof 5-room cottage, centrally located, no raise in price. Grab it quick. Belden and Percival, 1112 Broadway, Oakland. For sale or lease. House and cottage, 17 rooms, on large lot in Alameda. Fine order, suitable for residence, school, or hospital. Helen L. Kelly Company, 422 10th Street, Oakland. Central Oakland tract lots, residence and business property for sale by Richard J. Montgomery, Key Route Station, Telegraph Avenue and 40th Street, Central Oakland. $20,000, business corner in the heart of town, Bailey, 468 11th Street, open Sunday. Wanted, by reliable family, a 7-room furnished house or flat, prefer centrally located. Burr Padden Company, Real Estate, 950 Broadway, corner of 9th. Notice: Baldwin and Howell, Real Estate, temporary office, Presidio Terrace, 1st Avenue and Washington Street, San Francisco. Northern Commercial Company's offices, established at 1518 Grand Street, Alameda. Telephone Alameda 313. Vendors and employees please communicate. Take broad gauge train to Grand Street Station. Notice: our San Francisco headquarters, store, spice mills, and warehouses have been entirely destroyed. Our books and office records have all been saved and are in our possession, enabling us to resume our business immediately at the corner 10th and Clay Streets, Oakland. We have wired for supplies and solicit orders for delivery on arrival. Tillman and Bendel, wholesale grocers. Pacific Hardware and Steel Company. Employees report at the store, San Francisco, or at 836 Broadway, Oakland. The Travelers Insurance Company, Oakland office, McDonough Building, 14th and Broadway. San Francisco office, 2918 Van Ness Avenue. O.S. Holman, manager. Hassel Audit Company, public accountants, adjusters, systematizers, room 28, Bacon Block. Oakland Chamber of Commerce, businessmen, attention. All businessmen cordially invited to make headquarters at Oakland Chamber of Commerce rooms, 377 12th Street, corner Franklin Street, 3rd floor. Business Information Bureau. Register your names. Edson F. Adams, President. Cunningham, Curtis, and Welch. Communicate with Smith Brothers at once. Any clerks of above firm communicate with E. E. Crandall, 1336 Adeline Street, or Smith Brothers. California Powder Works, now ready for business at their new office, 2171 Shattuck Avenue, Berkeley. Telephone Berkeley 819, Post Office Box 29. Friends, health, and life is all we can ask. Joe Rosenberg, formerly of Phelan Building, 816 Market Street. End of Section 10. End of the San Francisco Earthquake and Fire as reported in the newspapers of that city.